Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Tuesday, the 25th of August. And what a wonderful day it is. I hope you are all lovely out there. Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. Good morning from the rainy Victoria. Is that where it's coming from? It's starting to rain up here as well. We had some nice days over the weekend, and now we're starting to get a little bit more gloomy. Back to the winter fun. So I'll hopefully liven up your gloomy old Tuesday for you there, Hobo Joe, and forever for whoever else is joining us today. If you're wondering what we're going to be looking at on this wonderful Tuesday, we're going to be actually checking out something that we covered yesterday. So there was the threat of Economic D-Day. If you remember, we covered yesterday the threats that are coming from the United States, i.e. the Trump regime, about crippling Iran's economy. I don't know, more than what they've been doing already, I guess, is the main takeaway there. So we're going to have a look at the Economic D-Day event, which has just been announced by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So the big announcement, apparently. And so they had to have a whole event just to announce to the world that they're going to put Iran under further sanctions. Dilemmas has entered the chat. How are you going? So we're going to watch what Scott Bessent says, I guess, to see how they justify this or what it is that they're exactly going to do, because they were already under sanctions anyway. So maybe we can get the research assistant out later and actually figure out what the difference is, because they were already doing this anyway. It just seems all a little bit perplexing to me. But, hey, let's see the inner workings of the Trump regime nonetheless. We're also going to be covering some techno-feudalism today, which I find absolutely fascinating. As always, you can lump that into many things. The AI revolution, the tech fascism, surveillance capitalism, whatever you want to call it. We're actually going to be looking at Prospera again today, the ABC. So foreign correspondent from the ABC, there's your taxpayer money at work, has gone to Prospera to do a documentary. So we'll see what the ABC take is on that. There's someone that's analyzing, like a mainstream economist, analyzing techno-feudalism. So it seems that that is becoming a mainstream idea. We'll have a look at that. We'll look at, Canada trade war, et cetera, some things of that nature. And then we're going to get into where we it left off yesterday with that investigation into the shady deals and practices of the pharmaceutical industry and how they kill tens of millions of people for profit. Who would have thought? No, surely not. It's just evil communism that does that. So, shall we, without further ado, get into that? But. There is something that's come up from New Zealand politics that I actually find really topical. I think it's really important for Australians. I don't know if this really means anything else to other people, like, I don't know, in the United States or Europe, if they have this phenomenon, but we definitely have this in Australia. So I thought, let's see what a New Zealand take on this. How much is too much is the little thumbnail there, as you can see. The Greens Party in New Zealand. This is like a week old, so they're in the run up to a federal election in New Zealand at the moment. So like the politics is going off chops, and we'll try and cover it as much as possible because I'd love to stream New Zealand politics, around election time or something like that. I think that would be absolutely riveting stuff. But yeah, the Greens propose outlawing the supermarket duopoly, which is charging unreasonable prices. You can read it there yourself. Who would have thought a supermarket duopoly doing the wrong thing? We experienced that phenomenon in Australia. We have a veritable supermarket monopoly or duopoly. We have Coles and Woolies that control the space. And I guess we have other options. Like we have Aldi now, and yes, there's Costco and IGA. There are alternatives, but it's pretty much controlled by the big two. So let's have a look at what the New Zealanders think about this issue, because I dare say that there's a lot of similarities there. Hobo Joe. So I have been thinking about the use of AI and still need to do a bit more research into this idea. Heard a small clip about people that use AI for everyday uses don't retain the information. Could the tech companies know this and it is making humans less intelligent and reliant on AI tech? That's a very interesting point there, isn't it? I heard a small clip about people that use AI for everyday uses don't retain the information. I guess like it's just the process, isn't it? Like a lot of if you're using it to get out, like find out facts or get knowledge, it is kind of a shortcut to doing your own research. And like when you do your own research, you absorb the information more, as opposed to just being like, "Can you tell me the answer to something?" And then it suddenly gives you an answer. You don't have that lived experience of obtaining the information, and so maybe you're not retaining it as much. I don't know. Like, do they know that? They probably know that, and but like, are they using it in a malicious way or in a nefarious way because they want to dumb us all down? I don't know. You can conspiracy theory the hell out of that, and there may be some legs to it. They definitely do want a more subdued population. I don't think there's anyone out there that controls things like parts of the economy, like the AI industry, that actually want a conscious and like critically thinking population. They do want people just to consume their stuff and not question it. But like, does it help their interests longer term to have a less intelligent population and one that is reliant on their tech? Can oath it does. Can oath it does. Bilo and Franklin's will make a comeback. They can still win. Wow. I used to shop at Franklin's when I was a kid, like going to Franklin's with my parents and stuff like that. Yeah, Bilo. I remember when I used to go on holidays as a kid, there used to be a Bilo in town. They're all Woolworths now. Holy crap. Yes, they are. I remember as a planner, we used to working in government, we used to hear stories about like the competition between the two, because they try to buy land to prevent the other one from taking it, or they just open up a store and to get into an area, and it would run at a loss, but as long as their competitor didn't get that land or like didn't have that entire area to themselves, they were happy to hit a loss, just to dominate the market and continue to dominate the market. So much for the free market and competition. I'm waiting to see if Adrian Portelli's supermarket gets off the ground. Okay. Well, hopefully that'll break down the duopoly. I think it's a fun theory, but I did hear this from first time. Hear that for the first time, a generation is less intelligent than last. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are less intelligent than the last generations. Isn't that a crazy idea as well? Like I was always like listening to my grandparents when they like construct sentences and write and all that sort of stuff. Their sophistication for the use of language was amazing compared to what I was used to and what I learned at school. And like I just thought that maybe they were more intelligent than us, or they were taught better than we were. So I don't know. Are we less intelligent? Are we taught differently? There are different standards in education now. I'd say the standard has dropped, but there's more information and more to know. So things have got to give. But like, do the tech companies though like hook people onto their tech? And like, if that's dumbing them down, does it really matter to them as long as they're being hooked onto their tech? I think that's pretty evident, especially if you look at social media and what we're looking at last week with the Meta case. That Meta case was crazy, wasn't it? They're just addicting people just to keep them online, and they know it's harmful, but they do it anyway. So like, if that coincidentally dumbs down a generation, but it also produces mega profits, then some of you may die. But it's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. Well, they are the AI generation. Yeah. What a scary concept that is. The AI generation. Growing up in a world where you only know artificial intelligence to exist. I wonder how that'll affect them. The question is, why is it so hard to start a new supermarket business? Coles and Woolies lean on over-regulation to push out competition. That's all they lean on. They don't lean on the fact that they are enormous entities with great influence and capital. It's just because of regulation. It's just because of big government that Coles and Woolies win. Just that reason. Every generation hates on the next one. Easy to sensationalize. Yeah, like hate is one thing, but like we're talking about like noticing an actual shift in people's intelligence though. Or like their critical analysis, their education levels. And they do say that people, the quality of education, the standard of education has dropped in the last, 50 years or whatever. This live stream brought to you by AI. Hail. Yeah, pretty much. Just our research assistant, let's be honest. Ooh, Paul in the house. How you going? Sneeko suggested, he's someone I think is interesting, being distracted from what is happening in the Middle East by endless culture wars issues, such as the Fauci files, Charlie Kirk, etc. Like, distracted from what's happening in the Middle East? Which part of the Middle East? Like, like everything that's going on there kind of thing? Yeah, culture wars are definitely a good distraction. Do they exist unto themselves? I think so. But they are a good, they're a great distraction, aren't they? Quickly, over here, talk about, I don't know, abortion or something like that. Don't think about other political issues that may be relevant to you. I'm saying those studies and articles are sensationalized. Not at all, but it's a factor. They throw an army of lawyers on retainer to swim through the paperwork. Audi had to get big in Germany just to have the capital set up in Oz. Yeah, you had to have another conglomerate to muscle its way in. Yeah, it's not easy. Like, look at what IGA has turned into. IGA survives, but I wouldn't call it an entity to be reckoned with. I look forward to your response. On your value vid. Oh, did you put a comment on it? Oh, lovely. Oh, I actually haven't checked the channel since I uploaded that. I wonder how it's going. I hope it's got 5 views. And it's just you, Ben and Barry, watching certain sections repeatedly, racking up 5 views, and hitting the comment section with fire. Oh, good. I'll have to have a look then. It's not just capitalism. It's soft fascism, really. There's a good video on why Australia has so many duopolies. Oh yeah. If you have a link, let us know. All right, let's see what the New Zealanders think, shall we? About what are they going to do? And they have Coles. No, that's right. They have Woolies and foodstuffs. I wonder who owns foodstuffs. But like they're attacked by Woolworths as well. The poor New Zealanders.
The Green Party wants the government to back its crackdown on the supermarket duopoly by supporting its members' bill before Parliament rises for the election. The Commerce Amendment Bill seeks to ban supermarkets from charging what it calls unreasonable prices at the checkout. Breaches would carry penalties of up to $10 million, 3 times the value of the commercial gain, or 10% of turnover. Carlos Norton reports.
The Green Party.
10% of turnover? That'd be nice. Hear this language. There is like profits. So usually people go after profits. And we all know how big corporations work. Sizable ones, right? The ones that can go transnational and take their money to a tax haven somewhere. They talk about there's taxing profits, but there's also a tax on turnover, which people say is way more relevant because it's about the generation of revenue. And so don't think about the profit because there's so many ways for them to wriggle out of profits with like deducting this cost and that cost or creating some parent company somewhere that like they really are leasing it themselves out to, and they don't make any profit because they owe them all this money in some type of loyalty system. But like revenue or turnover is the way to attack this. It's an interesting game, I must say. Foodstuffs is a brand, lol. I always thought it was weird way Seppo say basics like rice or bread. Something new every day. Well, I think it's like a chain of supermarkets. If Voltaire was here, I'm sure he would clarify for us. I'm pretty sure that's the duopoly. They might confirm for us here.
% of turnover. Carlos Norton reports.
Like Murdoch pays no tax due to havens and shell companies. Yeah. So like if instead you look at their turnover and like tax turnover, that might be a way out of the situation. Not that they won't then figure out a way to get around turnover, but like, you know, you can maybe claw a little bit back before KPMG comes in and fixes that problem for them.
The Green Party is often looking towards the future, but today it was reaching back to the past.
In 1975, we had a piece of legislation that prevented excessive pricing in all areas of the economy.
Now the Greens want to bring that protection back, this time safeguarding against supermarket price gouging.
The supermarket duopoly is raking in excess profits documented of $1 million per day. To be clear, these are excess profits, well above what one could determine as reasonable returns.
While the Greens will leave it to the Commerce Commission to decide.
What's an excess profit? What's an excess profit? Anyone? Like, I thought it's all profits. It's like when we were listening to David Farley from One Nation yesterday say, hey, there's true NOM, true net overseas migration, and then there's the rest. It doesn't matter if we let 100,000 extra in, as long as true NOM is 130,000. Don't worry about the extra 100,000 we're going to let in to help out the farmers. Don't worry about that. True NOM is at 130,000. Don't worry about the extra 100,000 people. There's excess profits. What is that? How do you even determine what that is? Now watch the duopoly fire up the lawyer brigade and completely bypass this. Turnover is gross earnings before costs, wages. How would that be possible? Don't know, but something needs to be done because they whittle away their profits anyway to zero, so they don't have to pay anything. So it's got to do with like looking at the actual income, the revenue of that organization, and like thinking about how to tax based on that, as opposed to, I don't know, just taking all of the turnover or something radical. Isn't the excess profit minus their running costs, etc.? Yeah, like profit, that's just profit generally. So what is excess profit? What is that? Hey y'all, in and out today, impromptu house move currently in an Uber. No, good luck to you. Good luck to you. Hope it goes well. As smoothly as those things can go. I know how inconvenient they goddamn are, and they go on forever.
Decide exactly what are reasonable returns. Consumer NZ says grocery prices are already hurting Kiwis much more than they used to be.
5 years ago, grocery prices were the 8th highest financial concern. Today, it's their top financial concern, more so than a roof over their head.
Today's bill is part of the Greens' wider push to shake up the supermarket duopoly. But Consumer New Zealand warns that breaking up the big players could have unintended consequences.
Ooh, just here to watch Trash Fire. How you going? Sup?
If you break up the supermarkets, that can have massive flow-on effects, including prices going up for consumers.
But there's still a problem at the checkout.
I think the problem is that consumers have no idea how much an item is purchased for from a supplier and then how much of a markup happens with the supermarkets.
So what does that markup actually...
Government should put a cap on profits, right? Well, like... If you can explain to me what excess profits means, what is excess profits? I have no idea. I would like to know. Then yeah, I guess you could put a cap on. Like, it's just what is considered to be excess. Like, what is reasonable profits? I guess anything that is determined that comes from price gouging, I guess. As a Yank, I highly suggest The Secret Life of Groceries, the dark miracle of the American supermarket. All right, thanks. I'm assuming this is some, what, documentary? Piece of content, maybe? I'll write it down. Thanks. I'm good. What's on the agenda today? We're just actually having a look and comparing ourselves to the people in New Zealand across the ditch. They have a veritable supermarket duopoly like we have in Australia with Coles and Woolies. They have Woolies and foodstuffs, I think. And yeah, we're just watching New Zealanders complain about something that we probably should complain about too, I guess. How about shrinkage? Yeah, let's stop that from happening too. Real wages haven't gone up since 2012 as well. So that's a factor. No more than 10% profit. So that's your cap on profit. I think in the construction industry, they don't touch anything unless they get 20% profit on it. On a very basic feasibility analysis from a while ago now. But like, yeah, if it doesn't stack up, they won't touch it. If it doesn't stack up to 20%, then they won't grade the project as feasible. In economics, excess profits, also called supernormal profits, abnormal profits, or economic rent, refer to a money company makes that is higher than the normal amount needed to stay in business. Interesting. Morning Dories. Woozal, how you going? Morning. Yeah, builders are like 20%. Most trades are 10%. There you go. Whoa.
Look like. Take a head of iceberg lettuce. On average, it costs growers around $2.10 to grow, harvest, and distribute it, including their profit. By the time it reaches the supermarket shelf, another $1.37 has been added to the supermarket margin. Then GST takes it to $3.99.
Everybody's saying that the Commerce Commission needs more teeth. Well, here are the teeth. This is the bill that will actually enable them to start to enforce no more excessive pricing for New Zealanders.
We asked Woolworths and Foodstuffs for a response to the bill proposal today. Foodstuffs said in a statement, "Our focus remains on delivering great value and competitive prices for New Zealanders through our locally owned and operated..."
Dude, yes, where were you? I needed you. Foodstuffs, is that actually the name of a supermarket chain? Or is it, that's just like a parent company that owns a whole bunch of supermarkets around the place? Like, is it called New World? Do you know anything about this? Apparently the Greens in NZ, what we're watching, is the Greens in NZ are talking about bringing legislation to stop price gouging by the duopoly. It's like a company. Okay. It's like a parent company kind of thing. Anyway, and so like we complain about this all the time in Australia. But I don't know if our Greens are bringing in legislation like this. A company that owns a lot of IP brands. Okay, got it. Typical retail markup generally falls between 50 to 100% of the wholesale costs, meaning the item's price is increased by half or doubled before being sold to consumers. So yeah, anyway, I want to see how the New Zealanders are going to tackle this. And apparently, yeah, the Greens want to bring in an anti-price gouging piece of legislation. They can fine them like $10 million for price gouging, or a part of their turnover, which is very interesting, to say the least. Go hit them where it hurts. It's the illusion of choice, but Foodstuffs owns most of the major brands. Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you. Who said it before? What are we actually doing today? I think it was you. Just here to watch a trash fire. But what we're doing, we're just quickly looking at this response here. I wanted to have a look at the whole economic D-Day that the Americans have served up to Iran through Scott Bessent. It's called Operation Economic Outcast. So lame. Not their best naming convention. Midnight Hammer was a pretty good one. but like this one's pretty lame in comparison to that. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at techno-feudalism as well. So there's some mainstream economists that has taken a swipe, or not, has tried to analyze techno-feudalism. I want to see what that analysis is like. And there's a ABC investigation or foreign correspondent investigation into Prospera, the network state, that private city thing that the tech bros do. I want to look at that as well. The supermarket issue was popular in the last election, but none of the big parties ever even mentioned it. They have predatory contracts on supply chains. Yeah. That's pretty much how it happens here. I know like local grocers and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, local grocers. Local growers in like the Sydney Basin and farmers and stuff, they have to service Woolworths or Coles first if they got contracts with them. And like, yeah, they're ruthless. They're ruthless with their suppliers. Price gouging laws exist in Australia, but not New Zealand. Oh, you guys don't have any price gouging. This is not like an additional piece of legislation. Interesting. Where did you get that from, Benaberry? Did you just Google it? All right, back to it.
Operative model. Our store owners are focused every day on delivering the best possible value for their customers and communities. The Greens and Consumer New Zealand say that 86% of Kiwis support a law cracking down on supermarket price gouging. But does that support stand up to shoppers on the ground?
100%. Standardising it would be awesome.
I think so. I think, yeah, it just makes it more fair.
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
New Zealand has all the produce. Why is it so expensive?
And now the Greens need to turn that public support into political support.
So there's a huge opportunity here for Parliament to swing in behind something that has the support of 86% of New Zealanders.
But with the election looming, the question is whether this bill can make it from the supermarket shelf to the parliamentary floor before its expiry date.
Why do they have to do that? Why do reporters have to end on a pun or something like that? Oh, man. It's not even first issue with some of these contracts. It's contracts that prevent farmers from selling their produce locally. Okay. Oh, wow. It's us or no one. So they completely rely on. And like Woolworths and Coles have that power here to like completely destroy a producer of any sort, because once you get a contract with them, I think this is the problem with retail anyway, but like once you get a contract with a big retailer, at any point they can just be like, we're going to cut you off, and then you produce all of this stock and you got nothing to do with it, and it just destroys your business. So yeah, these big retailers not only can like screw over consumers, but they screw over the entire production. So it's effectively in the love triangle that is modern production between consumption, production, and distribution. We have the distribution element here that controls the production and the consumption. And the contradictions that causes are evident in what we're seeing. Cost of living. You have a cost, an unnecessary cost on the consumer, and then you have unnecessary costs on the producer. And it all drives up the general cost of living for everyone. GovNZ site. Thanks. We have a new fact checker in the house. You have been crowned. Thank you very much. So government is running cover for the duopoly, soft fascism. Oh, because like what they were talking about there, the government won't touch it. No one will touch it. While funding parties to bring in other food chains to allow cheap products to come in. These companies don't fear government. They fear competition. You want to hurt them? Allow more competition. Yep. And how do you do that though? Unless you do it through big government. Because the thing is that no one can compete with them in the first place. They just get stamped out of existence. The only entity that has the power to do that would be the government, right? Do you know who said months ago, this is what they are doing? Like here in the stream, you mean? Jacksonville kid. This idea may work in a country with the population of New Zealand's estimated resident population is approximately 5 million as of mid 2026, and not a country versus the United States, like the United States. What, like not having price gouging? So like because of the population is the inhibiting factor there? I would have thought you just, because of the various states and the power of various states, it wouldn't be able to be done easily at the federal level. But like you could still pass federal legislation against price fixing or price gouging. Have some type of consumer commission that exists. Yeah, like a FTC or something like that. I'm sure they could adjudicate on this. It'd be difficult. But hey, where there's a will, there's a way. And people are feeling the burn of the cost of living. So it'd be a very popular style of politics. Well, that's the issue. The government should do it, but they never do. They only tinker around the edges. I was being sarcastic. Anyone in crypto knew what the plan was for the bonds and the economy. All right. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to see how the New Zealanders are handling the duopoly. But according to Benberry, it's just about bringing in some type of consumer protection that isn't actually legislated yet, like anti-price gouging measures, and just making that normalized. As opposed to, trust me, bro, we got this. We won't do that. They aren't doing... Well, it's Greens legislation. So unless they get some wild wave of support, it's not going to happen, is it? All right. Now, as I was saying before, there is the Americans have endeavored on a new operation. It's called Operation Economic Outcast. And so, like, it's not like Operation Epic Fury, which apparently was won by the US. They completely decimated Iran. They've taken out their military. They've taken out their nuclear facilities. They've basically won. They won Epic Fury. And so, like, we're not sure what they're still hanging around for. But, like, just to make sure that they definitely won, they're now engaging in Operation Economic Outcast. So if you weren't here yesterday, we spoke about the fact that, yeah, the Trump regime wants to destroy Iran through other means, by economic sanctions, or by sanctions and economic warfare, I should say. And it seems to be, I think, a little bit embarrassing, to be honest, that they kind of have failed to deliver on the military front, and because they failed to deliver and they're struggling a little bit at the moment, like morale is not great, they're down on munitions, they need to restock, they need to, they need a timeout, and as part of that timeout, they're just like, let's just go back to the whole sanctions thing. And so they're going to put extra pressure on people to cut Iran off from the world economy, even though they had already done that. They're just like, now we're super serious, you guys. No more trading with Iran. Seriously. And they're just hoping everyone that uses US dollars around the world is going to listen to them and stop trading with Iran. But people are already calling their bluff. Like China, for instance. China's like, sorry, we don't think this is the answer to the whole Iranian situation. The Strait of Hormuz situation is you guys putting extra sanctions or extra sanction pressure on Iran. We're not down for that. And so, like, what is the US going to do? Turn around and sanction China and stop doing business with China? I don't think that's going to happen. So this seems to be farcical. This seems to be some type of show for us plebs. But, like, let's see what they have to say. We'll have a laugh. We'll cry. It'll change our lives, I'm sure. Operation You Have No Money. Yeah, it's such a lame name, isn't it? Operation Economic Outcasts. Come on. Like, they could do so much better. Operation Epic Furry Fists of Fury. Operation Economic Outcast, aka you mean Iran and don't do what we say. You're mean, Iran, and don't do what we say, so we're taking our ball and going home, but not before we block your toilet. That's hilarious. Well, that's pretty much it. So let's have a listen to him do what Dilemmas is saying. So, like, basically, he's going to speak for 17 minutes, and it's literally what Dilemmas has said here. You're mean, Iran, and don't do what we say, so we're taking our ball and going home, but not before we block your toilet. Really screw things up for you. I would have been happier with Operation Economic Fury. Something would have been better than this. Outcast? Come on.
Good afternoon.
Oh, wow. It's really quiet.
Today, at President Trump's direction...
There must be a better version of this. The audio is awful. Like, give me a second. Does it get louder?
Obtaining
Oh, God, so bad. Can you guys hear that? I'm going to have to find another one. Operation Economic Outcast. Fox Business, USA Today. Let's see if this one's better.
Operation
that's
Economic
much better.
Outcast, an unprecedented campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
There is a better version. It's the one where Bessent is completely muted. I get it. I see what you did there. Thank you. I think I've got a better one. Fox Business. And who's more appropriate to deliver us Operation Economic Outcast than business? Fox Business.
Operation Economic Outcast, an unprecedented campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The Islamic Republic of Japan, bro. Say it right.
And its enablers. In the Second World War, D-Day marked the historic beginning of a campaign with our allies to target and drive the enemy from its positions, including those in third countries.
He said enemies. He wouldn't say Nazis. They refuse to talk about the Nazis. They won't say it, just in case, they upset people in their voter base. Operation We Are Not Killers.
Today, in that same spirit, we are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Iran's fanatics devote themselves to death to America and seek nuclear weapons to do just that. They have murdered and maimed more of our citizens and service members than any other terrorist regime on earth. And they have been at war against America, their neighbors in the Gulf, and much of the world.
Is it true? Like, Iran has killed more American service members than anyone else? What, in history? Are you sure about that? What about the Vietnamese? They are the biggest terror machine on earth. Yeah, I know. Wait. Who are you talking about there? I'm confused. Operation Look Over There.
For 47 years. President Trump has taken action that his predecessors have long deferred.
America. Yeah, just clarify.
And under his leadership, America is no longer managing the Iranian threat. We are ending it. Our great armed forces have laid the groundwork for achieving the president's objective of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They have shown America's resolve to finally end this threat. And the strength of America's economy under President Trump allows us to wage this sustained financial operation alongside the might of our military. Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them. Complete global isolation.
This is an insane way to talk about in people. It's Iran hating America and Izzy that gives them strength, not economic conditions. Martin Beller, 4 p.m.
Isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is a mistaken conclusion.
What terror do you reckon they're talking about specifically? Like, what has Tehran specifically done to the US or to the world exactly? I wonder what he's referencing there, or if it's just like generally. Yeah, they've been terrorizing us and stuff. You know, like when we dropped all those bombs on them 6 months ago, and I just started taking out their infrastructure. That was effectively in response to them, you know, terrorizing us first. Trust me. Trust me on this one. This admin makes me sick. What ghouls? May they always feel like they have an eyelash stuck in their eyes and a hair on their tongue. Yeah, that's the worst. Funded terrorist groups is the line. Proxies, etc. Got it. Thank you. It's a weak source argument, but it makes much more sense now. Thank you.
Of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase, transport its...
Yes, they exist and they are Islamic. Is that not enough to classify them as world terrorists? Yeah, I'm sorry. I know. Is that not enough? Apologies, just looking for clarification. That's why we need to bomb the school kids, because they exist and they are Islamic. Yes, I get it. How foolish of me. Ah, man, the Vic Socialists are doing a launch party for Bendigo on Saturday night. I will already be heavily intoxicated. I was waiting for one so I could get us the manifesto. But, like, can't you be intoxicated and get us a manifesto? I'll trade you for a copy of Red Flag that was previously owned by Big Josh Lees, bro. Silly E. Yeah, I know. So much to learn.
Petroleum. They facilitate the flow of its finance. They are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase, transport its petroleum. They facilitate the flow of its finances through exchange houses and free trade zones. They welcome Iran's flights and maintain registries on its behalf. They turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers and overland transits. They condone illicit use of their banks, all the while concealing the extent of their complicity. The president is making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to cease their interactions with the regime.
Yeah, we've made phone calls. We've had strongly worded conversations with world leaders. They better listen, or else. Or else what? Exactly. 6 hours of day drinking into a launch party. I'll see how I go if the wife lets me in that state. Just have to run in and steal a manifesto and then be out again. America is a hypocrite. Don't say that too loudly. You'll upset Saint She. Be nice, Voltador. Is he just listing all the stuff that America does anyway? Yeah, it's a bit like that.
We're already seeing results. Over the weekend, comments from Iranian leadership clearly acknowledged the effect of this campaign, and nations that facilitate any interactions with the regime should quickly heed our message. Those who stand with the United States will reap the rewards of our partnership. Those who tether themselves to the Iranian regime should expect to share in the isolation of a withering regime. Teams from Treasury, state, and the U.S. military are now meeting with their global counterparts to tell them that the United States expects action. Every country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action, we will do so unilaterally through Treasury authorities. For example, every branch of Bank Melay must be shuttered and dark. And let me be clear, any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the US dollar system. The clock just started ticking.
Damn, so we finally got it. That's the game plan. It's just using the US dollar, using their dominance as the world currency that facilitates world trade. If we suspect you of money laundering for Iran, taking money and settling transactions for them, doing some banking on behalf of the sanctioned state, we are gonna cut you off. We have our systems. We're gonna just turn the switch to off. That's it. Just like they seized Russian assets, like how they've already seized Iranian money as well. They're gonna just start doing that to other people that they deem to be running operations for the Iranians, helping them out financially. There you go. We're just going to flick the switch. Like they've already done it to Russia. This is what people have been talking about and been preparing for. This is the entire point of BRICS. Like people have figured out that the Americans don't want to just facilitate global trade and have everyone, and are just happy for everyone to be using US dollars because that's good for the US dollar. There's always demand for it. And if there's always demand for it, they can basically do whatever they want economically and they'll always be supported because people always need access to US dollars. They'll always be willing to borrow from the US because they need access to that global currency. Everyone's seen the writing on the wall. That's not the point of global economics these days, is that the US is just there to facilitate world trade. They're actually using it as a stick to hit people over the head with now. No, you've been naughty. They did it. They've done it to Russia, or they turned around and got the Europeans to do it to Russia. They've already done it to Iran, and now they're threatening anyone that wants to have relations with Iran. You want access to US dollars, or you have stocks of US dollars? We're just going to turn you off. We're going to cut you out of that system. Done. See you later. Goodbye. No more. Dying currency propped up by like Australia. Yeah. Oh, America demands action. Too bad. So sad. Should have thought of that before you waged economic war on your allies. Yes. It really seems like it's all coming back, eh? The boomerang. Paul Ramirez. It all seems like a controlled demolition of the American empire. A controlled demolition? Why would they be so reckless as to do demolition at all, controlled or otherwise? Like, what's the plan here, Paul? Like, honestly, what are they doing? Why would you want to demolish this empire? They're speed running it, LOL. I heard a theory that I heard a theory Trump is intentionally killing the crypto market, so stop the move away from SWIFT and the petrodollar. But while he makes bank out of his meme coins in the meantime, just let it all go down. Who cares?
The new sectoral sanctions determinations issued today target 5 of Iran's most vital lifelines that it exploits in other countries: digital assets, technology, gold, aviation, and shipping. These measures broaden secondary sanctions risk for anyone foolish enough to continue conducting business with this regime, and will accelerate the speed with which we pursue them. As I speak, Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control is also sanctioning over 60 entities, individuals, and vessels around the world that enable the Iranian regime to procure illicit nuclear and missile technology, conduct cyber operations, and generate oil revenue. This is a sustained campaign to collapse every last option for Iran. Let there be no ambiguity as to the position of the United States. An economic engagement of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible to the full reach of American power.
Sorry, when he said murderous regime, which one was he referring to then? Like the Iranian regime or the US, the Trump regime? It's hard to keep up with all the regimes that are out there at the moment. Swift just made its own crypto, not available to the public. He wants peace in the Middle East. Who wants peace in the Middle East? That's why they control the demolition and getting out. China is getting oil by the shadow fleet. And is that a problem for Iran and China to have relations outside of the auspices of the American empire? No, it's not okay. How dare anyone do trade without America saying whether they can do it or not? Anyone want to invest in crypto while Trump is flopping about?
For decades, this regime has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over. To the ordinary soldiers supporting this regime, as more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers decided not to shoot at their own people. And to those who enable Tehran, do not discount the cost of testing Washington's resolve. No nation should expect to enjoy the rewards of our system while helping.
Not peace. They want a piece of the Middle East. Some kind of greater part of the Middle East, one could say. I see what you did there. I see. 60% profits 2 days ago, 20% today. I am not complaining. Have you seen Iran's subway versus New York's? No. No? I guess not.
Those who seek to destroy it. It is now a time for world leaders to make a decision between prosperity and isolation, peace and terror, America and Iran. The campaign we begin today will gather force with every day that follows, and it will not end until this regime stands alone. With that, I welcome your questions.
I welcome the questions. It's impeccable. Typical American thinking, your soldiers' wages will dry up. My guy, Iran is doing it for the love of the game at this point. Yeah, they're all rallying around the flag. Why? Why would they be rallying around the flag? Oh, I don't know, because bombs have been falling from the sky and destroying their communities. Yeah, they kind of are, aren't they, dilemmas? It is different. It's not just for the leader, for the president, for the commander-in-chief. No, it's not that. They're doing it for survival.
David from Reuters.
Hi, thanks, Secretary. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to impose secondary sanctions on banks and financial institutions that facilitate transactions for Iran. Chinese banks have often been talked about being targeted, but we don't see any of those institutions targeted here. Is that something that is coming in this campaign? Or
Dude, I can't wait to the answer to this question. It's like China, right? China's really important here. And you haven't really listed anything. You've spoken a big game here. You haven't really listed China. Like, they obviously have solid relations with Iran, but, you know, sanctioning them would be basically suicide for America's economy. How are you going to handle that outside of the rhetoric?
Is the very delicate trade truce with China something that could prohibit you from, going that far and taking that very big step?
We want to make clear here today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions. That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem that turns Iranian oil into money, into repression, they will be targeted. We find that...
Dude, China holds heaps of US bonds and cash. Heaps. I think they're trying to get rid of their reserves, to be honest. Slowly. Not to shock the market or anything. But yeah, they would. But like, would that be a smart move for the US? For the Trump regime? Who knows? No one is above the US law because the US is the owner of the world. You idiots just haven't figured it out yet. Of course, of course.
The best way to engage with countries is through quiet diplomacy, and we are level setting with every country to tell them our expectations. We know who they are, they know who they are, so when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves. So, Richard from CBS.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You said the president is calling world leaders with specific...
He wouldn't talk about China. Wouldn't talk about China. He was specifically asked about China has, we know, you're talking about secondary sanctions. We know what China's up to. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, this is just about, everyone. Everyone's applicable to this. We just get to pick and choose who we're actually going to take action against. I guess that's how you know that this is just show for the American people, I guess, or for the world. It's like, look, we're going to do some really serious stuff now. Hey, we have the ability to do something really scary. So, like, we're still in this. Don't think otherwise. We're going to do anything about China? Well, do, what we can whenever we see appropriate. So that's a no then? Well, you'll have to wait and see. Nothing burger. The hammer of Treasury. When does the quiet diplomacy start? Asking for a friend. Canada. Yeah, actually, we should have a look at what's going on with Canada, shouldn't we?
Asks and that there is a defined timeline. Who is he calling and what are the asks?
We're not going to name names. That we've already seen some results, and that I am confident the president, as you all know, is quite persuasive, and we are following his calls up with calls from visits and calls from the State Department and from the U.S. Treasury, expecting them, or telling the leaders, the countries, and the entities exactly what we expect and the timelines. And I would expect that very quickly...
Dude, this is all a farce, isn't it? It is. Like, he can't even really answer the questions. This is awful. So why didn't we do this at the start again? I see what you did there. Iran has been sanctioned since the 70s. Operation Expensive Taco. Dude, that's the best one so far. So good. They should have named it that. Operation Expensive Taco. Now do this in our homeland, America. Bank of London is crushed. Finally. Canada needs to smarten up. Let's go. Economic D-Day, lowercase. No beach landing. High hopes, low expectation. Cripple Iran's economy. US tried that for 44 years. What a mess. Why do they need this when you already opened the strait? Savage. And you've blockaded US territory. Why not? Why the hell not? US thinks it has power over the world. Taco Tuesday is coming. Yeah, this is awful, isn't it? What a waste. What a waste. Let's see what their official statement is, just quickly before we go to another topic. So lame. We've tried everything. So we're going back to square one. Just sanction them and hope that upsets them a little bit. Welcome to the golden age. This is from the White House, okay? This is their official release. Let's have a look. Operation Economic Outcast, total isolation of the Iranian regime. Today, the Trump administration, Trump regime, unleashed Operation Economic Outcast, an unprecedented campaign to sever every remaining economic lifeline sustaining the Islamic Republic of Japan. After President Trump and the overwhelming might of the U.S. military, this is so good. Are you listening to this? Hilarious. After President Trump and the overwhelming might of the U.S. military dismantled Iran's military capabilities and crippled its nuclear program, which didn't exist because they took it out the year before, America is entering the end game with the single greatest financial offensive ever mounted against an adversary. The language is so good. Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent announced the operation. Today, at President Trump's direction, the United States Treasury has begun Operation Economic Outcast, an unprecedented campaign against the Islamic Republic of Japan and its enablers. We are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. President Trump has taken action that his predecessors have long deferred. Yeah, no one wanted to touch Iran with a 20-foot pole. And like Trump was like, I'll do it. So good. Ooh, love Jeff in the house. Hello. What have I missed? We're just learning about, the economic D-Day thing that America has promised to unleash on Iran. We just watched Scott Bessent talk about what's the plan for that. And now we're just going through the official White House statement on the matter. Trumpo's glove. My super is so up and down. I'm guessing a lot of insider trading is happening on oil. Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy. Like, they're already pretty screwed over economically. Like, what are you talking about? Or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We're enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America or the world. We've already heard him say this. Okay, so it's literally just a take from what he said already. For decades, President Trump has been clear. The Islamic Republic of Japan, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, for nearly half a century, can never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. Operation Economic Outcast delivers that promise, cutting off the regime's last remaining means to threaten the United States and ensuring Tehran stands alone, bankrupt and broken. Bankrupt and broken. Next time all those people tell you that like somebody's economy is all their fault if it's in disarray, despite the fact that it's been heavily sanctioned by the US, and they try to give you that line that's like, it just sucks. They've mismanaged their economy. It's here, clear as day. They want to sanction these people so they stand alone, bankrupt, and broken. They're trying to break a society. It's clear as day. Just sounds like when America claims they won World War II, ignoring Russia's involvement completely. All right, another topic. Iran is tiring, that whole Iran war situation. 6 months in, still tiring as hell. All right, let's get They stay on trade war, economic warfare stuff. Like if you're not across what's happening, America and Canada are in a tariff war situation. We talked about it briefly yesterday, but Mark Carney has put his foot down. This is the middle powers guy. Remember how he was like talking big game? What, last year? Was it the end of last year? About the middle powers must rise up and stand up against the big powers. It is our only chance to fight against them. Let us have a union. So we're talking about a union of middle powers of the world. So like, places like Canada. I'm assuming the European countries, maybe. Maybe if we're lucky, Australia and New Zealand. Us middle powers. Maybe Japan he's talking about as well. Us middle powers need to get together so we can show some solidarity to stand up in the face of America and I guess China, the superpowers. And so like, yeah, Mr. Middle Power, who talks a big game, he's actually, I guess, putting his money where his mouth is. Canada and America have been involved in some trade talks over the last week, and they walked out. They all walked out of the trade talks, and the US are putting 50% tariffs on Canada. And so this guy, instead of the usual kind of spineless politician response that you get from people that like grovel to the Trump regime, he's going to lean like, well, if you're going to do 50% tariffs, then we'll do it too. And I guess this is the only way to really battle against a egomaniac or a megalomaniac like the head of the Trump regime, is they respond to threats of force and violence. And so if they're going to be hit up as well with 50% tariffs, which is like kind of what happened between the US and China, they just kept on going back and forth. All right, you put tariffs on me, we're going to put tariffs on you, until they stopped. Maybe this will actually work. They've been bullied. Maybe the Trump regime will think twice. I don't know. If tariffs are so bad, why is Canada putting tariffs on the US? That's a good question. It seems like it's self-defense. That's how they're justifying it, Han. Wait, so like I don't get it from your comment. Do you think tariffs are good or bad? Isn't that like just like government overreach for you? Like I thought you'd hate tariffs, like you hate taxes and all that sort of stuff. Like tariffs are like economic border policies though, aren't they? So maybe you do like tariffs because it strengthens your borders. Most of Carney's wealth is wrapped up in America. I wonder if he's doing a little sneaky short on the American decline. I guess time will tell from Mr. Middle Power over here. But like, let's just hear what he has to say. Oh, if you're watching this on YouTube, by the way, and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Go on. While you can. Activate the like button. Be gentle. Give it a smooch, etc., etc. When we put tariffs on other countries, it's bad. But then when they reciprocate, it's good. The entire federal government should be run on tariffs. Like 1% for all imported goods. And that's the federal budget. So like you do like tariffs? Like you didn't answer my question. You're just going back to your original line. It's like it's not nice when we do it, but it's okay when other people do it. Yeah, I get it. Okay, it's hypocritical. But can you answer the question? Like, do you see tariffs as a good thing or a bad thing? You said that 1% tariffs on all imported goods. That's the whole federal budget. But like that's a tax or a form of taxation, and like that's like, the thing that you used, the analogy you used with that gun that time. Is that's like holding a gun to businesses and getting them to hand over money? Is that against libertarian principles? I need to know.
Okay. For over a year.
The import tax is voluntary to the consumer. If you don't want to pay the 1%, buy American. It's voluntary. Right. Yeah. Just don't consume then. Right.
Canada has worked intensively and in good faith with the United States to negotiate a new comprehensive trade deal. We've been pragmatic, patient, and persistent. We pursued every opportunity to reach an agreement that protects Canadian workers and their families, that strengthens our economy, and that respects Canadian sovereignty. We've been under no illusions. We recognized from the start that America has changed. Early last year in this room, I observed that the decades-long process of steadily increasing integration between our economies was over. Our government understood before many that America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil. The bonds between Canadians and Americans are long, and they remain strong. A mutually beneficial trade agreement is possible, one that respects our sovereignty, one that builds on our complementary strengths, one that lowers costs for families on both sides of the border, one that creates good jobs for our workers. Canada has always worked towards these goals, even while America's attention and dedication to them have wavered. We've consistently proposed long-term partnerships, while America has often pursued short-term transactions. The gap between partnership and competitor, unfortunately, has remained too wide in recent days. So last evening, I instructed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked. Canada has made offers to secure a fair, comprehensive deal that would be in the best interests of Canadians. We were willing to drop our remaining retaliatory tariffs on strategic sectors, particularly steel, aluminum, and autos, if the United States substantially lowered theirs to levels that made it economic for Canadian companies to export to the United States. In exchange for a fair deal, we would encourage our provinces to return U.S. alcohol to the shelves. And we would take administrative measures to protect supply management without changing the system itself, the U.S. quotas, or the tariffs that would apply. There were some things we wouldn't do. We were not prepared to compromise Canada's sovereignty or to undermine our key industries. Nous n'étions pas prêts à faire de compromis sur notre souveraineté, la protection de la langue française et notre culture. Pour nos collègues américains, soyons clairs, pour mon gouvernement et pour le Canada, ces questions n'ont jamais été sur la table, même si les États-Unis ont essayé jusqu'à la dernière minute. Now, in recent weeks, there had been important progress made towards a possible agreement, an agreement that would have reinforced Canada's position as having the best deal in the world with the United States, including by securing the best terms for each of our most important strategic sectors and by providing greater certainty about our future trading relationship. And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return to Ottawa.
Boom. That's it. I thought he was going to talk about why they've slapped on reciprocal tariffs. It's a tariff war, baby. Our beef sales went up 17% after Trump tariffed us. Americans do know a good steak when they eat it. Do you mean like after they put tariffs, more people in America started buying Australian beef? Is that what you're saying? What a weird... You wouldn't have guessed that, would you? Where more people like, no, I'll pay extra for it. And I want more of it now too. The effect. All right, let's hear what the Canadians are saying about this.
The U.S. introduced new 50% tariffs on billions of dollars in Canadian exports on Saturday after trade talks collapsed. Prime Minister Mark Carney said the U.S. was offering...
DM, good morning. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. We spent a bit of time looking at what Scott Bessent did recently, or said recently before, about the economic D-Day with Iran. And so they basically they've made a list and they're checking it twice. They're going to find out who's naughty and nice and who's been trading or allowing Iran to trade in an underhanded manner or like do financial transactions. And so they've made a list of people, and the US will sanction them if they find out they're helping Iran at all. That's basically the long and the short of it, even though the fact that Iran is already under heavy sanctions. And now we've transitioned from that type of economic warfare into a tariff war that's happening between the US and Canada. I'm not sure if you've heard about it, but America is putting 50% tariffs on Canada. I don't know if it's everything, if it's just like key goods specifically. And Canada are deciding to fight back. Like, most people just bend over and take it from the US, but Canada's like, no, this is where we draw the line. We're going to stand up to the Americans. I'm assuming it's just because it's politically convenient for Mark Carney. Like, America and Canada relations are low, and like everyone's kind of like, yeah, stick it to the Americans. So it's just popular to do this. In the current trade war between Canada and the US, tariff. The 50% US tariffs on Canadian goods apply to what exactly? And vice versa, the Canadian tariffs on US goods. Very briefly, just list them, please. I wonder if this is part of the theory, right, Hobo Joe? Like, I just asked a question instead of researching it myself. And so, like, I read the list and it goes in one ear and out the other. So it's not sticking with me. Very briefly, 25th of August, 2026, US-Canada new tariffs. The new 50% tariffs cover roughly $20 billion of Canadian imports, 500 plus products. Alcohol, wine, beer, liquor, honey, hockey equipment. You better retain that information. I'm trying. Oh, Spandog in the house. How you going? Morning. Sorry I'm late. Jinxed myself bringing up migraines yesterday. I was up half the night, you poor bastard. I do not envy you, my friend. That's a bad position to be in. Hope you're well. Hope you're feeling okay. You better retain that. Interesting. Cheers. No worries. Welcome to the stream. Save it and read it later, once a day. So good. Like, this isn't a joke. Like, they're actually they're putting 50% tariffs on hockey equipment and sticks. It's not a cliche, it's a thing. Clothing, textiles, paper products, electronics, cement and building materials. Certain agricultural food and products, various household and industrial goods. Excluded energy, potash, so like stuff that powers America. Who said this the other day? Bansal Bandit was like, the US gets a lot of energy from Canada. Potash, so basically stuff that helps feed America. Fish, food, critical minerals, helps power America again. Any goods already subject to certain Section 232 tariffs. Important, this is not a 50% tariff on all Canadian goods. It affects about 5% of Canada's exports. It's still like $20 billion worth, eh? Oops, pushed a wrong button. Sorry, Hannah, censored you. There should be 1,000% tariff on Canadian fish. Strip mine their side of the Great Lakes. Like they are Chinese or something. Okay. So, like, when it comes to fish, though, screw them. Eh? You like taxes all of a sudden. So much for the free market. Assholes. So good. All right. Canada is imposing dollar for dollar retaliation on tariffs targeting steel, aluminum. Eh? Nah, let's say it properly. Aluminium. Autos, auto parts, dairy, electronics, other US goods corresponding to the newly targeted Canadian products. Steel, aluminium, no way. Auto parts. See, this is the funny thing, like the auto parts apparently come across the border, from what I understand about how cars are manufactured across lines. They have all of the industry in Canada set up along the US-Canadian border. And like it goes back a number of times. So like a car could go back like 3 or 4 times or more in transition. Like they do one part of the process in the US and then they fix the process or they do another part of the process in Canada and then they go back again. And it could, travel more than 4 or 5 times across the borders to get to where you put it together to make a car or something like that. This is a big one. That's going to hurt the American consumer. That's going to hurt everyone, I guess. Dairy, electronics. What is being automated? Yeah, say it with a 0. That helps. All right. One important distinction. Trump has also threatened a separate 50% tariff on Canadian cars, trucks, and auto parts from January 1st, 2027. It's not the same thing with the current $20 billion package. Canada needs to hold on to its car manufacturing, but I fear they will offload it to China. I think everyone's going to have to do that eventually. Unless it's like boutique cars, like for mass production styles of cars. Like who's gonna challenge East Asia on that one? It's gonna be the place to do it. Canadians will purposely go over their fish quotas and pay the fines because the fines were pennies on the dollar. They are suckers of the caucus. Thanks, hon. Thanks for clarifying. You're really upset about the whole fish thing, aren't you? Bastards. All right, let's get the Canadian position on this one.
The U.S. introduced new 50% tariffs on billions of dollars in Canadian exports on Saturday after trade talks collapsed. Prime Minister Mark Carney said the U.S. was offering what he called a bad deal, and he had to walk away from the negotiating table. Joining us now with reaction to this is Chuck Davidson from the Manitoba Chambers of Commerce. Good morning, Chuck. Welcome back.
Good morning, Rochelle.
Thanks so much for coming back. Now, it's been quite a crazy weekend. Were you surprised with trade talk breakdowns?
Yeah, I think when we were having conversations last week, there was really a sense that there was a deal that was imminent. And I think obviously the U.S. side was saying that a deal had been done. We're just looking at the fine print. We were just getting off signing the final details. Mm-hmm. Canada was a little bit more cautious, and now we can see why. You know, it's likened, I almost likened it to, you know, if you're buying a vehicle off someone and you have a bit of a handshake deal with them and there's an understanding, yeah, I'm going to buy this vehicle off you. But when you get to the fine print and you start looking at it and go, the tires aren't included. Okay, well, that's not.
USA is price gouging. They call it something else, right? Surely. I'm a fisherman who fishes the Great Lakes. So it's close to my heart. So that's when tariffs are acceptable. When somebody pisses me off, then tax the fuck out of it. I'd support bringing tariffs back so we could start making old school Tiranas and Falcons. That's a niche market with potential.
Exactly what I thought was going to happen. So I think what obviously happened was once Canada got to see some of the fine print that the U.S. was putting into the deal, it didn't make as much sense anymore, and there was a time that they needed to walk away, that this clearly was not going to be a good deal for Canada. And so I think the Canadian government made that decision, rightly so, and I think it's pretty clear a bad deal is not necessarily the kind of deal that you want to sign. And so it's obviously concerning for businesses today that the tariffs are in place. Our hope is that because there is a framework.
Yeah, we're just going over the US-Canada tariff war. We started talking like very briefly yesterday, and I didn't have time for it. But we just watched like Mark Carney speak about it, essentially. And we're just watching like Canadian morning TV, I guess. I just want to hear what the Canadian as like opinion is on this situation. It's basically just, hey, we're not going to roll over anymore for this. And I'm assuming this is, just a politically popular move to make at the moment. Like when Australia was facing the tariffs, like everyone was freaking out and they were just like, the elbow needs to get down and like really lick Trump's asshole. Like it needs to be the cleanest it has ever been, so we avoid tariffs. And like everyone was freaking out in Australia about the ramifications of getting tariffed by the US. I'm assuming in Canada, considering their general relationship with the US, like this is very popular to like at this point where people are just frustrated and angry and over it. They want to kind of stick it to the Americans a bit. So this is a popular move. It might not last, it might not have legs, but at the moment it's very popular. And while we're on the subject, here we come. And that's first stream chat of the day for Thank You Dilemmas, a South Park reference. Very good, sir.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on God for thee.
Just wait for the 10% tariff on craft dinners. So good.
God keep our land.
Scott. So good.
I'm in, Red Dragon. Go ahead, guy. This is Red Dragon. The plan is working perfectly. Terrence and Philip have taken the bait.
Excellent. My buddies and I are ready to come to Canada. Has everything been arranged?
Yes, everything's
Who would it be now? Like, if it wasn't Saddam, like if they were making this episode now, who would it have been? Mustafa Khamenei? Who else could it be? From around the world? Putin? Nah, surely not. Who would it be? Hassan Piker. Man. Fucking hell. Spendonk. Dollar for dollar fight, the PM said, right? Yeah. We're matching them. We're going to stick it to the Americans. Yeah, the whole world should be doing this. But like, yeah, if everyone did it, right? The middle powers, as Mark Carney said, if all the middle powers did this, then it'd be a very different game, wouldn't it? Said that as soon as Donnie pulled out the tariffs, Canada won't give their John West Solomon salmon away for free. John West. They had some good ads in the past.
Excellent. My buddies and I are ready to come to Canada. Has everything been arranged?
Yes, everything's proceeding according to plan. Now you promised that when Terrence and Philip arrive, they'll be ripped into pieces and shot several times.
Hey, relax, guy. I'm gonna keep my side of the bargain.
Roger, Red Dragon. Scott out. I've got you now, you fight-loving fight lovers.
I've got you now.
that seems to be there of a deal, we can get back to the table sooner rather than later, hammer out some of those fine print items, and get this back on track.
There was a lot of fine print that was surprising, including some, trade holdbacks. They wanted to control our trade with other partners. They wanted.
Dude, it sucks. I want them to say whether it's popular or not. Let's say. Are you able to speculate, if you can provide sources that would help, as to whether or not the Canadian population finds Mark's Carney's position to match US tariffs with similar tariffs in retaliation as a popular idea? Ooh, David in the house again. How about a certain Middle East politician with the initials BN? Dude, I was thinking about that, but he's not an enemy, is he? I was thinking about whether you could go there. But Saddam was the evil one back in the day from a US perspective. At that time when they're filming that. So yeah, BB definitely ain't no enemy of the States. If anything, he's their strongest supporter and needs to be protected like an endangered species. Hammer of Treasury strikes again. Shout out to our Commonwealth siblings. Just as Commonwealth countries banding together would rock the US economy, let alone all the middle powers. There's quite strong evidence that Carney's basic position, retaliate against the US, rather than simply concede, is popular. The best evidence I've found is an Angus Reid Institute poll conducted 23rd to 25th of July 26. 62% wanted Canada to impose some form of retaliatory tariffs. 34% specifically supported matching US tariffs, dollar for dollar. 28% wanted a retaliation, but a more limited level. Only 26% preferred negotiating or making concessions without imposing tariffs. There you go. Yeah, if you're trying to assess whether Carney is taking a politically risky position by retaliating, I'd say probably not, at least at present. Interesting political question isn't really, do Canadians want to fight back? The polling suggests they generally do. It's more, how far are Canadians willing to go economically before they prefer a compromise? War of attrition. That's what it really comes down to. It would seem. If you're watching this on YouTube, and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Activate that like button. Give it a smooch. Touch it. Do horrible things to it, etc., etc., etc. Voltaire, if you're still here, this is for you, man. We're just gonna we're changing topics completely. But I saw this come up on my feed, and I was like, oh my god, what do you call your enemies? Those who are not vegan, I think you refer to them as blood mouths. This one's for you, Voltaire. Just for a little interlude. Oh yeah, I saw this. Oh dude, it's so stupid. It's hilarious. Let's watch this, just for some lols. Can't believe how wide they've shot it though. Seriously. What are they thinking? Watch this, blood mouths. It's basically like what, two guys trying to score with hot alien babes. Dude, it's so wide. What the fuck? Alright, that's better. I'll change it later. Let's have a look-sees. The comments were more retarded. I haven't checked the comment section. I'll have to have a look. This one's for you, Voltaire. It's for anyone lurking. This one's called "You Eat Other Animals." Aliens question humans. Sci-fi comedy.
We are so in here. Just don't say anything to ruin it.
When do I ever, man? I'm the puller.
Alright. So, it'll take a week.
6.4 Earth days.
Oh, we can't wait, can we?
Our planet will amaze you. You will experience true and eternal bliss.
And our women will adore you. We hope adoration does not offend you.
Please, eat.
It looks great.
Yeah, do you have any meat?
Sorry, we don't know this word.
Meat? Like beef? Cow?
The animal?
Yeah.
Why would you want a cow?
Well, to eat it.
Is this normal on Earth?
You don't eat animals, do you?
You mean it's not just cows?
How many animals do you eat?
Well, quite a lot.
But they're dead, though. You understand? We don't eat live animals.
Oh, no.
We don't eat live animals.
I see. So when animals die on Earth, you eat their flesh?
Sure. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But we're fine. Honestly, it's not a big deal.
Well, they're dead because we killed them, right?
You mean you kill them to eat them?
Okay, yeah. So when you say it like that, it sounds bad.
When you say it like that, it sounds bad. I love that.
Granted, but but
you wait until they're almost dead.
Almost dead, exactly.
So how old would a cow be before you kill it to eat it?
Oh,
like a year.
And how long would a cow live normally?
Like 20 years.
How is that almost dead?
If the farm's near an abattoir.
Do you eat each other?
No. No. Only the animals.
But you are animals.
Well, are we?
You're a species of great ape.
Yes. Yes, we are.
So, apart from cows...
Are we? Why is that so controversial? Like, honestly, we heard someone say this the other day. They're just like, oh, come on. Humans aren't really animals, are they? Are we? Why is it controversial to think that humans are a form of animal? I need to know. Is that like not acceptable anymore because everyone's trying to go Christian again and there's no such thing as evolution? It's the anti-evolution types? But like, why is it popular? Like, I thought it was like a niche Christian thing. Now everyone's just like, no, to be down with Western culture, which is fundamentally Christian, you have to be against the idea of evolution. All right? It's part of our culture to reject science or evolutionary theory. As a vegan, I see so many stupid talking points. Christian and evolution are not mutually exclusive. Sorry, they're not mutually exclusive. Christian and evolution. No, okay, but so why? That's why. Okay, why is this a thing? Well, like, are we really animals? Like, why is that a thing now? Why is that contentious all of a sudden to think that humans are a form of animal? I need to know. It's something that we see often. As a vegan, I see so many stupid talking points. Oh, so this is not funny at all. Like these women judging these dudes. I think it's pretty funny that they're judging them. And they keep putting their foot in it.
What do you eat?
Chickens.
And how old are the chickens when you kill them to eat them?
We're not sure.
42 days.
How do you know that?
It's on the KFC website.
And how long would a chicken live?
Don't answer that.
15 years? 15? 15.
Do you eat all other animals?
No, we don't eat the smart ones.
So you don't eat dogs or pigs?
Ah.
Okay, well, we personally don't eat dogs.
Some of your species do?
Chinese.
And what about whales or dolphins?
Again, we don't.
That's the Japanese. And then the Canadians club seals, including the babies.
Should we take them back to Earth?
I was thinking the same thing.
Stop telling them stuff.
I want to know about it.
Still, I don't know baby seals.
But we did say we'd bring them.
But did we?
Let's give them another chance. Let's talk about something else.
Great, anything.
Your clothes, for example.
Yes. What is your jacket made from?
Poor bastards. That was so close.
Couldn't have said cotton, no?
So good. But did we? Yes, so good. So good. He's wearing a leather jacket. Catholic Church affirms evolution? Really? I didn't know that. I didn't understand that at all. Yeah, aliens just wouldn't get it, man. Yeah, I remember that I had a vegan boss and like he wouldn't sit on leather. We had company cars at certain levels and he wouldn't take a company car because it had leather seats in it. I didn't understand that it extended to that level until speaking to him about it. He was like, no, man, you can't use animal products for anything. It's not just for eating. Like we shouldn't be using animals in production processes. It's like, damn. What defiles a man? Mark 7:14, 23, and 10. Jesus called the crowd to him and said, listen and understand. 11a. A man is not defined by what enters his mouth, but what comes out of it. Ooh, there it is. There you go. What a take. Really? What a prick. Well, like, they didn't get to choose, so he just got chosen another car. But, like, yeah, he wouldn't take it. Ooh, poor Ramirez. Just because. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Straight to the stream, baby. Oh, yeah. Straight to the stream. Yeah, it does remind me of that, doesn't it, Dilemma? Speaking of dropping the ball, LOL. Yeah, it's like the Holy Grail. A spanking. A spanking for all. Thank you, Paul Ramirez. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. It's about not viewing animals as a resource for us to exploit. Okay, and so like you didn't get any lols out of this one. You just are like, idiots. What would they know? Do you eat each other? No, we only kill each other, but not for the flesh. I can handle this all on my own. Do you know what's more sad than being abducted by aliens? Being rejected by aliens? Do you eat each other? Well, lads, normally. No guarantees when things get tough. Though. No guarantees when things get tough, though. We hope adoration won't offend you. Bro, when lions eat antelope, nobody judges it. But when I eat my neighbor's dog, suddenly I'm a psychopath. Oh, man. Like, hey, if it can be helped and you choose to avoid animal products, then okay. I didn't realize other vehicles were an option. Well, like, he could choose another vehicle, so that's what he did, yes. But I was like, but it's the leather interior. This is like, there's like a higher rank, like he was in management, so he got higher order vehicles. And so the more luxury edition ones had leather in it, and they came with all the other perks. And he's like, nah, man, I want the standard. I don't want to sit on leather. No, thank you. I have a vegan friend that won't wear animal products, but if someone didn't know and gifted him shoes, for example, he would, because he didn't want to be rude to the person gifting. So he's not a douchebag about it. As in, it's like, not like a virtue signal thing. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. I'll take that. 17. Do you not yet realize that whatever enters the mouth goes into the stomach and and then is eliminated, 18. But the things that comes out of the mouth come from the heart, and these things defile a man. Depends what you mean by eat other animals. This has humans as space orcs vibes, and I am here for it. The moment when you're on a double date and your friend doesn't know when to shut up. Do you eat each other? Nah, but after the way this friend is acting, I just might. Interesting. All right, fair enough. That's enough of that then. I do want to see this though. Ooh, Aussie man, Bogan Tech. Back for more. Play me problem. Play me problem I have is a lot of vegetables are more complex than some simple animals. And we have to eat something. Can you reiterate that? I think I missed the point of that. Sorry. All right. Plants are conscious. Aren't conscious. We had a big discussion on consciousness the other day. What do you define as consciousness? A response to stimuli? A response to your environment? This is the one, I think people were talking about this the other day. Oh, sorry. We're looking at now the world human robotics, or the world humanoid robot games of 2026. So like China's been doing robot Olympics basically. You miss the part when he describes an eternal process. Well, who does? It's just a simple scientific fact that some vegetables are more complex than very simple animals. Okay. Yesterday. You missed the part when it describes an eternal process. Oh, wait. Is this a piece of content that we watched yesterday and I didn't watch it all the way through? Remind me. Funniest moments. Has anyone got any things that they want to touch on? Like apparently there was a robot runner that beat the world record. Like Usain Bolt's 50 or 100 meter dash.
Humanoid robot has run fast. A humanoid robot has run faster than Usain Bolt at the opening of the World Humanoid Games here in Beijing.
Look at it go. See, they have
Over the next few days,
they have like a crash mat, like a gym mat at the end there. And it beat Usain Bolt's record. It's done. Robots are going to take over now. They can run faster than humans. When he showed the description of consciousness. Oh, okay. Well, maybe animals is the wrong word, but insects and critters. Would a vegan wear animal products from an animal that died a natural death? For example, leather from cows in India? It's a fair question. I had a vegan friend at high school, and she just was like kind of against the industrial complex behind food production. And so she said, look, if I had a farm and I raised chickens or looked after animals or something like that, then I would eat their eggs. And like I would probably eat the animals themselves if I looked after them and raised them in a holistic fashion, as opposed to being part of this a very, very destructive and kind of gross industrial food production system. So it was kind of more, I guess, a protest thing for her. She didn't like, the level of exploitation of animals. I want to see like a good mashup. All right, let's have a look maybe at this one first.
if you want to get an idea of how advanced robots are becoming in China, this is a good place to start. The World
humanoid robot games. As the name suggests, this is basically the Olympics for humanoids. More than 650 teams are competing across a range of sports like running, boxing, soccer and table tennis. Some are controlled by humans and others are autonomous, like in the 100-metre sprint, where a Chinese robot aptly named Lightning broke the human world record held by Usain Bolt.
They just smash
But
into
as
the
you can
crash
see,
pad.
running
So good. They can run, but we can't stop. Well, industrial food is gross. Yeah, and it loses flavor too. Yes, 100% agree. In a perfect world, all food should be humane, but just too many humans to do that. But still we should try. Yeah. Yes, agreed.
fast isn't the problem
Did they bring
here.
out stretchers for them? It's so good. After they crash, after doing a 100-meter dash and fall over, they take them away on stretchers.
Stopping seems to be. And it's not just sports on show. These robots are also competing in more commercial scenarios like food services, bed making, and even folding clothes. And if you're watching this thinking that
Yeah, I could get into that. I can compete with a robot at folding clothes and serving dinner. This is where I come in. Diet is separate than a physiology. Separate to physiology. Philosophy, sorry. It's about not seeing animals as resources to exploit when you don't need to. And all the excuses other than you don't care and it tastes is just a massive cope. Fair enough.
robots are about to start taking over the world, that's not necessarily the case. There have been plenty of spills, crashes and malfunctions. But if you look at how things have advanced in just 1 year, it is still pretty remarkable. And as much as this is a spectacle, this is also a chance for China to demonstrate its advancements in robotics and AI, a sphere it wants to dominate in the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, they're doing well. The Robot Olympics. Hell yeah. Anyone interested in anything else? What about funniest moments? Right into the wall. Psych. I'll change that so you can see it better. Apologies. Let's see that one again. Let's see that robot again.
Run! Run! Oh no! Where's he going? Where's he going?
此时场上靠外道的3台机器人奔跑的姿态几乎是一模一样的。哎，这下踩到了4道。
Boom. Compared to what the robots were doing just a few years ago, they have advanced a lot. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Meat only tastes good when it's seasoned with plants. What about salt? Can I go there? I don't want to enter into this conversation. I don't want to upset anyone. No mercy. Robot games, full video, 2 hours. No, thank you. That's the music played. Dude, look at the long jump. That was crazy. His head fell off. Yeah, the comparison to what they were doing just a year ago is nuts. I knew someone that was going to say salt, and as soon as they sent that, I knew I should have added salt. How can the Olympics compete with this? And enhanced games. Well, it can now. But like, can you see this guy here? This robot isn't actually doing it. This guy's guiding the robot. Right? Like he's doing the action for the robot. Is that right? Yeah. The games feature 51 events, including 30 sports and 21 scenario-based contests. What is this one doing? Tai Chi or something? Oh, it's gymnastics. Boom. That was pretty far. He's guiding him for now. Yeah, the pilot's doing the actions makes me lol every time. Boom. Yeah, just look at what the robot can do. Don't watch me. Nothing to see here. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. This is the link I've just put in the YouTube. I've just put in the chat. That's the link for the horizontal stream. If you're watching on YouTube and you don't want to watch vertical, there's a horizontal stream for you. So that's apparently, he's broken Usain Bolt's record, or he or she, whatever the robot is. Ironic, once they make these robots better at doing jobs, all these Chinese people will be out of a job. We got him. I think that's actually the point though, isn't it? Is to replace labor. That's what all technological advancement is usually about. G'day everyone. Is Iran begging for a deal yet? Hey, he only just announced it. I think he announced it like 4 or 5 hours ago. So like, no, they're not begging yet, but they will be. Don't be so cynical, Aussie worlder. Iran will be begging. Thumbs enabled. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we watched that one before. So good with the stretches. Look at it go. Yes, still waiting for some cool Voltron style battle cat mech suits that connect together. If anyone's going to do it, man, it's going to be the Chinese. Look, it's on fire. So good. It collapsed and then caught fire. So good. I'll do it. Dude, look at that one. It's killing it. Legging it. And they never get tired. Oh, and it burst into flames as well. one made the turn. Did it? This one seems to be pretty good. Like that was the one that did the long jump before as well. What's the record for, what is that, an 800 meter when they go around a whole loop? No, it mustn't be 800. Must be 43 seconds for the 400 meters. And this robot did in 37 seconds. Man, the robots are running fast. Corporations should be forbidden for owning humanoid robots. Only a human individual can acquire one and act as a legal guardian. If a corporation wants to use a robot, they have to hire mine. Ooh. Is that how you stop corporation from owning armies? Like private armies of robots then? I know, man. It's a nice idea. You ever see that happening though? Not in this economy. Definitely not in this economy. All right. We're almost there. We're playing tennis pretty good too. Whoa. Like we were learning about this the other day. They said this is like there's two types of learning. You can get the robot to learn by like trial and error a bajillion times, or you can get humans hooked up to similar systems and teach the robot how to move by doing the exact same function and then getting them to replicate under instruction as opposed to learning themselves. You can add AI and robots to your workforce in China, but it's not an excuse to sack someone. That's the most important question here, isn't it? But can robots drink as much beer? Can they? Dude, the music is so annoying. Give us the real audio inside the stadium. Look at them playing soccer. Imagine like what, 10 years time, we're going to have like English Premier League matches. It's going to be humans versus robots. Maybe not. It's like watching the kids play. They're all just knocking each other over. So good. There is one thing that robots lack. That is imagination. Though they can be programmed to have that. They'll work on it. Yes, the AI is already a better consumer than a lot of people. We're all useless eaters now. I'd like to see the clip that ended up on the floor. Like, which one? There was a few. Like and the one that burst into flames. Dude, how dystopian does that look? It's just like marching robot army. Look at that. It's like every sci-fi. Look at this. So dystopian. Oh, as in the outtakes. I've seen them dancing and turning and attack a child. Yes. They kick that kid in the guts and he doubles over. Another cool story is Sophia Stewart. She was the original author of Terminator and Matrix. Oh, dude, I never thought of that. John Connor's JC. It's so on the nose, isn't it? Jesus Christ. And John Connor is supposed to be Neo. Training up for those 360 no scopes. Training them up for those 360 no scopes. What's with the humans? Boo, human dancers. Boo. Boo. Oh man, they're breakdancing. I hope they have a PhD. What are we watching? Are they doing archery? It's a bit scary. Even the robots did better than Ray Gun. Get fucked. How dare you? How dare you? Don't say that. It's not true. It kind of is true, isn't it? They were much better. Much better. All right, we're going to have a topic change now. We're going to get on to a take on techno-feudalism. So there's Economics Explained, which is, I think, quite a big, prominent economics channel for noobs, or for normies, let's say, for normies. People seem to like their work. And they've gone down the rabbit hole and started talking about techno-feudalism. And so I would like to know, we spent a lot of time last year, and I'm not sure if you were around during that period, but we spent a lot of time last year figuring out the concept of techno-feudalism. And so techno-feudalism is a term that's derived from the work of Yanis Varoufakis. Yanis Varoufakis is a self-described Marxist, libertarian economist, and he's come up with this theory that we've actually moved beyond capitalism, and capitalism is like a society that is organized at the behest and the rule of the capitalist class. So they produce what we need to survive and kind of run the world's economy, but they do it on capitalistic terms. Like, they produce value and make profit from what they produce, and they engage the working people of the world to kind of make that system work for them, but they're productive. And it's a really good kind of point about capitalism. Like, you know, say what you want about it, but like, at least it's goddamn productive. And he's saying that we've actually moved beyond that system. We're actually in a system now where the ruling class is no longer capitalists. They're important. They still help produce value and all those sort of things, but it's a bunch of tech bros out there now that really control the world's economy and extract rent like a feudalist would. So like a feudal lord would extract rent. of some type of subordinate class, those tech bros that control all of the digital architecture that holds the world's economy together, they have something that he calls cloud capital. So they have, they control data centers, they control undersea cables, they control the platforms that we all live on, and like what we're doing right now. And they use the control of those platforms and that digital infrastructure and the surveillance of everybody and the data that they accumulate on everyone to dictate the world's economy and extract rents off us all. And like, it's not just about rent extraction either in a feudalistic sense. It's also about complete and utter private control over those domains. So they get to decide what you see, what you don't see, how you see it, how you experience their digital worlds, their digital fiefdoms, as he likes to say. So it's techno-feudal on a number of levels. But like, primarily, the capitalist class, so the people that get people and put them to work to produce the stuff that we all need, are subordinated to these tech bros now. And so this, mainstream-ish economist type channel, Economics Explained. I'm pretty sure they're Aussie. Economics Explained has finally done a take on techno-feudalism. So I'd be interested to know what they think about it and how they analyze it. But there's just a quick rundown for you. Do we pass capitalism to now be in cyber socialism? Well, look, unless you're suggesting that all the tech spaces are somehow owned, I guess, by you and me, or in like the US by, I don't know, the American taxpayer or something like that, which I don't think is the case. I wouldn't go far as to say cyber socialism, but like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, so what actually is techno-feudalism? It's a phrase that gets thrown around a lot in certain corners of the internet anytime a big tech company decides to do something vaguely sinister, which does seem to be happening a lot these days. The general idea is that these companies have become so powerful and influential in our lives that they are leaving traditional capitalism behind and bringing the world back.
Ubers, etc. Woke Incorporated by Vivek Ramaswamy does a good job of describing it. It goes from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. Oh, UBIs, etc. Ah, right. Well, like if UBIs are what you think is socialism, then yeah, I guess it could be. But like we haven't got the UBIs yet, but we've definitely got the brothers of tech that are controlling the world. So, like he's right. This guy is right. Like it's a very popular subject all of a sudden, but good on Yanis Varoufakis bringing that to the world. Who is holding the stakes? What a monster. Not that type of stake. The AI is very positive to techno-feudalism. I had Gemini trying to convince me it was a good idea. Well, like it does help control the game a little bit more. Because like artificial intelligence is like, it's nice as a chatbot and everything, but what it's really important for, I think, artificial intelligence largely is its analytical power and its ability to crunch things at a broad scale. And if the tech companies conglomerate so much data that like it's not fathomable for any human, no matter how great, or army of humans, no matter how great, to actually synthesize that data and turn it into suggestions and results or whatever, artificial intelligence can do that. And so if you have total data capture of the world's population, not total, but like, close to total data capture in the world's population, their habits when they wake up in the morning, what they eat, their heartbeats, their biometric data, their likes, proclivities, what gets them motivated, what makes them upset. You start to map out humans entirely and on broad scales and at the individual level. You need some machine that is capable of processing all of that data and turning it into a form of control or a form of profitability or profit making, something like that, That's where AI, I think, really is important for this idea of techno-feudalism. It gives the feudal lord the ability to do something with all of the power, all the information they have. Again, another one. That's 2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Someone unbeknownst to me bought my beer the other night. Please accept. Keep up the good work. Fucking legend. Thank you. And like, this is American dollars. It really converts over. So thank you. I appreciate it, man. Ooh, 4S in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Hope you're well. Dude, incredible timing. You know Economics Explained? It's a pretty big channel, I think. They do economics for normies. I don't agree with a lot of their takes, but I think they help explain concepts for people. Anyway, they've taken on Yanis Varoufakis's idea of techno-feudalism, so I'd like to know what they say, or what they think about this topic. So I'll start it again for you. We're not that far in. Ooh, yeah, I know. Interesting. Thanks again, Paul. Appreciate it.
Okay, so what actually is techno-feudalism? It's a phrase that gets thrown around a lot in certain corners of the internet anytime a big tech company decides to do something vaguely sinister, which does seem to be happening a lot these days. The general idea is that these companies have become so powerful and influential in our lives that they are leaving traditional capitalism behind and bringing the world back to a system of, well, feudalism, where they own all of the tools of wealth generation and everybody else is going to be forced to borrow those tools for basic subsistence, if they are lucky. Now, like a lot of
Yeah, that's an important point there, is that they own the means of subsistence, so they own the technology, and they lend it out to people to do stuff with it. In capitalism or capitalists, technically they don't lend out their stuff to people to do stuff with. When a capitalist has a factory, let's say, or a piece of productive land, like agricultural land, they don't rent it out. Like a lord would have rented it out to serfs or peasants or something like that, for them to produce stuff for them. They just engage them, they pay them for their employment, and then they go off after they're finished, and then they come back the next day. But like they transact with them and pay them for that. So that's a different style of getting people to produce things for you, but you own everything still in that scenario. The techno-feudal lords own all of this stuff, and they hand it out they lend it out or rent it out and extract wealth from the process. They may not be productive at all or even stimulate production. They may just be extracting wealth from the system. They may not even be productive. That's crazy.
bit of ideas that have gained traction on the internet, techno-feudalism means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, all the way from a throwaway big tech bad zinger, down to a really nuanced discussion about modern wealth, the gig economy, the limitations of state power in a globalised system, and who effectively owns the stuff we buy and the stuff we produce.
You paid for it.
It's a fascinating, albeit, and who effectively...
You paid for it, but you don't own it. How big tech is creating a new digital feudalism.
Owns the stuff we buy.
So on board for this one. No, but Joe, me too. Love to see how they explain it. See if they do a good job.
And the stuff we produce. It's a fascinating, albeit a slightly terrifying theory that does genuinely go a long way to explaining a lot of what we're seeing around the world. But it's also worth asking, do those companies really need to roll out an entirely new economic system to be anti-competitive, anti-consumer, or even anti-human? There is a solid argument that the current system is serving them just fine. So before just blindly accepting or dismissing such a big and consequential idea, we need to, as always, answer a few questions. How would techno-feudal...
Some say big tech, others say globalist World Economic Forum is doing it. Now let's just throw them all in together. Evil rich people that control society. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch, etc. All right, let's see how they break this down. It's more than just you paid for it. You helped build it with your own data. Jag in the house. How you going? Globalists that they want to enforce digital ID and make us eat bugs. Right, got it. Not the bugs. I'm not down with that.
Consequential idea, we need to, as always, answer a few questions. how would techno-feudalism actually be implemented into our modern world? What kind of time frame are we looking at this to actually happen? And finally, and perhaps most importantly, is it possible that this is all just a conspiracy theory? To try and catch some of the last bits of summer in Europe, I took a week off and spent some time in Germany. It was beautiful as I expected, and the food was really good. But while I was there, I needed to deliver a few documents to my team to keep us on track.
Here it comes.
You're connected in how much does so 15% go to sailing understand /economics.
Tech is actually about controlling ideas. The thwarting democracy, thus thwarting democracy, considering their ability to influence, e.g. censorship. Tech is actually about controlling ideas. It's definitely about controlling data at this stage, isn't it? Total information awareness. Or lab-grown meat. Oh, dude, that's what I was thinking about yesterday when we were watching that thing where they had those brain cells or the neurons, the little blob of neurons on the microchip. It was like lab-grown meat. I say if America is responsible for Cuban conditions as an example, then tech bros were enabled by government financing them. They definitely were. They definitely got government contracts. There's a lot of corporations, though, or industries that are held together by government subsidies and financing. Remember we saw the smelter in Newcastle, is it, or near Newcastle? That like we, the Australian taxpayer, is spending millions of dollars subsidizing so they can transition to solar power because they don't want to front their electricity bills anymore. Seriously. How about a bit? How did he keep up to news while abroad? Yeah, but like seriously, the real question. All you could think about looking at that brain chip was, damn, I want to eat that. What the hell? Yeah, that's not what I meant, but yes. Effectively, lab-grown meat, yes.
To understand techno-feudalism, the first step is to understand regular feudalism. Economically speaking, feudalism is really just a system, the same as capitalism, socialism, and communism. Now, it's worth noting that some of these systems, in particular feudalism and communism, but to be honest, arguably all of them, also come with prescriptions for societal hierarchies and political management on top of just their ideas about how to run an economy. Here, of course, we will primarily be focusing on the economics, but that is still important to keep in mind. So, economically, these systems are all just procedures for answering the central economic questions. What should be produced, how much should be produced, how should we produce it, and who should it be produced for? Socialism would say from all according to their ability to each according to their need. Where capitalism would answer, we should produce what the market demands in the quantity that it demands it, in the most competitive way possible, for the people who have the willingness and ability to demand those goods in that market. Feudalism is a little bit different again. Feudalism was most dominant in the time where economics was almost entirely dominated by the productivity of land. The more land an empire had, the more people it could feed, the bigger armies it could raise, and the more land it could conquer. So managing who protected, worked, and benefited from that land was extremely important. There were of course minor differences between the mostly medieval European empires implementing this system, but the basic gist was this. The crown would own the land within their empire. They would then distribute parcels of that land to be managed and defended by lords, who would in turn often subcontract that defence and management obligation down to local knights, who in turn oversaw the majority of the population employed as serfs. These people would work the fields in return for protection and a share of the food they produced on that land. The rest of the value created by that land, which was again almost entirely food but might have also included materials mined, was distributed up the hierarchy in taxes or rents, ultimately to the nobility and the monarch who actually owned the land in the first place. They were landlords. And this is really the key economic mechanism to understand here, because the people actually doing the productive work, the serfs, did not own the primary means of production. They couldn't leave, they couldn't negotiate, and they couldn't accumulate wealth, because the surplus of everything they produced above bare subsistence belonged to someone else by default. Again, this is a very basic overview of the system, and there were technicalities and nuances between the different empires throughout the several hundred years that this economic system defined Europe. But even with this very oversimplified picture, there were a few problems with this system. And of course, those will be very important to understand if we really are heading towards a modernised version of the same thing. There was basically no social mobility. If you were born a serf, you would probably
I like when videos use the modern versions of picture books to explain something. Right up my alley. Yes, thank you. Me too, visual learner.
Die a serf. And vice versa, if you were born a lord, it was your ordained birthright, and no matter how bad you were at managing your local economy, it was very hard for you to lose your position. Technical progress was extremely limited and not really rewarded. If a serf grew more crops, basically anything above the subsistence level was taken away by the lord of the land anyway, so why bother? The same went for developing better tools or techniques. Now, before the medieval advocates commented, yes, there were things like crop rotations, water wheels, and really impressive domestication of animals, and those were all genuinely impressive achievements. But overwhelmingly, the rate of innovation was still massively behind where it is today, and that was largely due to economic incentives, or lack thereof. Even for the lords themselves, there were basically only two ways to grow their wealth: either demand more from their peasants or conquer more lands. And neither was particularly conducive to long-term compounding economic growth or better living standards. It was often the opposite. This is a really important dynamic because it means the system actively punished the kind of risk-taking and innovation that drives modern economic growth. If you're a lord and your position is guaranteed by birthright, the rational move is to protect what you have, not gamble on something new, which means
This is a long explanation of feudalism, leaving little room for the techno version. At least in the nobility era, those in charge had an interest of making sure those they served were somewhat happy. Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Because they would have called them rebellions, I guess. But like, rebellions were, once they finally happened, and if they were doing a crappy job, like the people knew exactly where to go to protest and lodge complaints. And they didn't just do it in writing. They didn't sign a petition and hand it over. They usually killed their lord, and then somebody else had to come in. Way more connected, the ruler and the ruled in that system. Way more connected. Kings had faces. But like, who are the faces of the people that really control the world today? Or world economics today? We get glimpses, but do we really know? They live in gated communities surrounded by personal security guards and armies of lawyers. You can never get to them. You'd never know where to start anyway. Transnational capitalists have zero incentive to make their serfs happy. Yeah. Yes, as long as there's someone around to extract money from and wealth from, well, some system around to continue to profit off. That's all that matters. Human happiness is irrelevant.
entire economy was oriented around protect what you have, not gamble on something new, which means the entire economy was oriented around extraction and preservation rather than creation and growth. The economy was always defined by the land as the bottleneck factor of production, because the population was largely...
Because this is like a broadly misleading conception what they're talking about here. What they're talking about here is basically, in feudal times you had no technological advancement, or very little technological advancement, because no one had the incentive to make money. And like they couldn't profit off stuff anyway, so they didn't develop technology, because what are they going to do with it? Like, you can't make money anyway. Like, that sort of like thinking is exactly the type of thinking that you would get if you were someone now and trying to like think what life used to be like back then. Oh, but I'm like tied to the land, and so like I wouldn't make anything extra and like make technology, because hey, I'm not going to make any money off it anyway. So like, why would I advance the tools or the tech that's that I use on a daily basis to produce stuff for the Lord? Like, that is a very modern way, or like 20th century or 21st century way, like economic way of thinking, just being superimposed back into the past and be like, yeah, that's logical, that makes sense. All of the technological production, if not, okay, maybe not all, a lion's share of the technological production that happens in capitalism is a result of advancing technology in production to cut down on workers. Now you can take it like the negative approach to that, but like cut down on workers can be positive things, like making workers more efficient at what they do. And so you don't they don't have to do as much work now, so like they can go to work and like be more effective and use like better tools and stuff like that to be even more productive, so you can actually help workers produce more stuff, so everybody benefits from it. But like the technological progress that's happened in capitalism or in industrialization actually comes from a result of wanting to squeeze workers out of the picture as much as possible, or get less workers to do more. And so that's why we have the technological, the innovation that we have today. Not just because people are like, oh, I'm going to make this technology because it's going to make more money and I'm going to be wealthy. It's not just about that. A lot of the technological advancements that we have are at the point of production, when people are making stuff and like working, and like we innovate something to make workers more efficient. And like usually that means, for someone who owns a business or controls production somehow, that usually means you don't have to hire as many workers. And so the technological advancement is aligned with industrialization in this form of economy. So technological advancement makes sense, because if you are trying to make money and you can save on labor costs by making a new tool or a new system or a new technology or a new production line, that means you don't have to spend as much money on labor. Then like advance that technology all the way. The impetus or the incentive to develop technology actually comes from having to hire workers and to like try to reduce your labor costs as much as possible, and to extract even more out of the workers that you have remaining. If those workers now become doubly as efficient because you've introduced some new technology and they produce twice as much shit now, then you got twice as much of the profit potentially, because they are way more productive. Yes, that wasn't incentivized before, that style of technological advancement, because you owned the land and like the workers were going to be productive one way or another. And so like giving them extra tools to do that, or like advancing technology so they could be a little bit more productive or more productive. Like, I don't know, who cares? They're already my subjects anyway. So like if they take a season to produce a season's worth of stuff, then like, hey, whatever. I'm not gonna advance technology to make them more efficient. It's a power relation thing as well. So it's not just because people couldn't make money back in feudal times, or they weren't able to profit off stuff, they didn't advance technology. It's how the workers were producing stuff back then. And it wasn't necessary for them to squeeze more out of their workers. Exactly. It wasn't necessary to continually make them more and more productive so you could get the edge on somebody else. As long as they produced what you wanted, then like let them figure out how they're going to do it. War is the best innovator. Yes, wartime production is it's good at encouraging people to be innovative. You're making a lot of sense. Just a response, there is a difference between regional capitalism versus transnational capitalism. But it's all about shared faith. Feudalism is actually all about being insulated, not being too dependent on foreign influences, which is actually very limited. Yeah, it's very regional feudalism, very tiny on a small scale of production. And like, yes, we have very sophisticated world network of production now that we can't pull out of. And that's why everyone hates globalists. But like, we can't just walk away from the global economy now. It's too late. We're too linked to one another. Way too linked. There is a difference between regional capitalism versus transnational. Yes. And I think we've gone beyond regional capitalism now. Like, regional capitalism really was in the days of like Adam Smith and stuff like that. And like when America had like heavy tariffs and protected their industry from like the English manufacturers, so they could build their own industry and like be self-sufficient. But like we haven't really had regional capitalism probably since before the World Wars, I would say. Now it's all transnational capitalism.
defined by how many people could be fed. This is what is widely known as a Malthusian ceiling, named after Thomas Malthus, who theorised what would happen to exponential population growth if it exceeded the resources of the environment it grew in. Which means that even in times of relative peace and good harvests, the economy didn't really grow in any meaningful per capita sense. More food meant more people, which meant the same amount of food per person, which meant living standards basically stayed flat for centuries. The movement of goods, services, and personnel across these empires was also very limited, since everything was defined by the land as the singularly most important factor of production. Traversing these lands often required a lot of tolls, and people were bound to their lord, which meant goods were hard to ship to where they were demanded, and people couldn't move to where their labour would be most valuable. Basically, it was little stagnant buckets of economies with no incentive to grow. It was a very stable equilibrium, but also a very stagnant one, and it took a big shock to break them out of it. So, what killed feudalism? Among other things, the Black Death, which killed roughly a third of the population of Europe between 1340.
David, if I remember correctly, a lord couldn't kick his serfs off the land. There were no unemployed serfs. That's interesting. And it's funny, like, is that in the transition towards capitalism, as feudalism was kind of transitioning across, that's exactly what they started to do. The lords, like in England, for example, the lords actually started enclosing common lands that like peasants and serfs and stuff were tied to, so they could raise cattle and like have sheep on them for wool. Actually, it was actually mostly about wool production. It wasn't about cattle at that time. They wanted to get wool, and so they just like converted the commons into private property, and like private property as well slowly advanced. But like, no, it would be crazy to not have your serfs employed. Paul Ramirez. Okay, I know nothing about Malthusian, but I'm already skeptical. Totally want to want my mind changed. I don't know much about Malthus either, but like, yeah, his idea was that there's a breaking point in population. And like, you know, it hits a ceiling, and depending on how productive your society is and how much access you can get to food. But like Malthus also thought that like the society would, like, population would just keep exploding then if food production became kind of more and more expansive. But like, we're seeing that that's not really the case. Like in much of the advanced and industrial world, population hasn't just exploded exponentially because we're really productive. Like, we produce a lot of food now. Like, it doesn't just mean that population explodes forever. Literally tied to the land. Then they shoved us in factories. Workhouses and factories. Another super chat. Your legend. Thank you. Please tip your bartender. I will. I fucking will. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see what they have to say.
Among other things, the Black Death, which killed roughly a third of the population of Europe between 1347 and 1353, pushed land from being the choke point factor of production to labour. After a third of people living in Europe died, the lords had more than enough land, but not enough people to work that land. So labour became really valuable, and that allowed those people for the first time to actually have a bit of power over what they wanted in return for their labour. Wages rose sharply and rents declined as population density plummeted and surplus land appeared everywhere, which substantially benefited commoners at the expense of the elite. Governments tried to fight this. The English Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to cap wages and restrict the movement of workers. But broadly speaking, these measures failed because the new economic landscape had created opportunities for social mobility that simply hadn't existed before. This also arguably opened the door to the other two factors of production: capital and entrepreneurship. When there wasn't enough labour to work the land, capital substitution became very interesting and potentially rewarding for the people that could create it. A watermill or a better plough could now do the work that dead labourers no longer could, which means for the first time there was a genuine economic incentive to invest in tools and technology. So that's regular feudalism, a system defined by land as...
See? Like, he contradicted what he said before. Like, innovation stems from the need for labour to be more productive. In this sense, anyway. for a need for labor to be more productive than just for like, oh, I'm going to profit so good off this if I just make this technological change. It's a very 21st or 20th or 21st century way of thinking about about economy. Like if he's saying that, like I don't agree with really particularly what he's saying here, but like he's saying you lose a third of your labor force to the Black Death, and then all of a sudden people find new ways of innovating because there's less labor, so that labor that exists has to be more productive. That spurs on like technological innovation. Then like that seems to be a better explanation in a broad and a general sense for like the trajectory of like history. When labor resources are hard to come by, you have to be more efficient with the labor that you have, and so you need to innovate. That's a much better explanation. They freed the serfs prior to the enclosures. They did systematically start to free serfs from their bondage, yes. So they could justify the enclosures. You are now free. Go die on the roadways somewhere. But how will we eat, me lord? I don't know. It's not my problem anymore. But I will pay a very small percentage of the peasants to look after sheep for me. I wish our pandemic made labor more valuable. We just got the biggest transfer in history. And a few years later, AI. That was the more valuable making of labor. Hey, you know what? We could just replace humans like better now. Not exactly make them more efficient. Let's just actively replace them altogether. Like, don't get me wrong, making humans more efficient means some people get, like, replaced because you reduce the amount of workers potentially that are necessary. But, like, replacing them altogether, that's an entirely new phenomenon. Like, entirely replacing humans. We are at a new juncture in human history. And, like, we can go two ways about this. We can go the techno-feudal route, which is, like, these brothers of tech get to decide what to do with everything. Or we as a human race with a technology that can replace human labor could all decide how to use this effectively. Tech potentially. Nope, utilitarianism is the root of all evil. Have you learned nothing? All right. Now, like what he said before about like the Black Death, like that's cool. Like it's kind of true in the sense like, yes, okay, Black Death happened, so there's less labor in Europe. But like what he's talking about as well is not serf labor. Serfs didn't get paid, you fucking idiot. Like you even said that before, they were tied to the land and they just produced stuff. And then whatever they produced that was surplus to that got given to somebody else. If there've always been people that worked like wage laborers and got paid for their work outside of serfs. So they probably lived in towns and were involved in like the guilds and industry and in like local commerce and local markets, and they earned a living and like were paid a wage or at least paid for their work. And it was those people as a result of the Black Death who became more valuable, not the serfs. The serfs weren't being paid. They were tied to the land and they produced stuff that way. It was people, yeah, probably in towns and villages and in the cities and in commercial centers there were less of them all of a sudden. And so like now they could get paid a lot of money because their labor was so valuable. And they didn't want them just wandering around to find the best employment. They wanted to keep them in the town or the village or the city that they came from. So like there was no labor shortage in that village, town or city or whatever. And then they started getting paid more and they became more valuable at that point. But then they introduced laws to stop them from price gouging and like charging too much for their very valuable labor. But like this guy didn't explain that very well, I think.
As the bottleneck, a rigid hierarchy of ownership, limited innovation, limited mobility, and a very stable but very stagnant economy that took a catastrophic external shock to break apart. How do we give that economic system a techno remix?
Alchemists, etc. Yeah, fuck, I would have paid a lot of money for an alchemist. If someone told me that they were on the brink of discovering how to make gold, I would have listened to them. Yeah, stonemasons are a big one, yeah.
Today, land is no longer the single bottleneck to production, and ownership of land is actually pretty widely distributed compared to the medieval period. Instead, capital has become the limiting factor, especially in certain areas that are becoming more and more important to economic production, which is the digital world. And critically, we're not talking about the kind of capital that just any—
Drink this mercury, it'll make you live forever. Trust me, bro.
Anyone can accumulate through hard work and saving. We're talking about network infrastructure, server farms, proprietary algorithms, and user bases measured in the billions. The barriers to building capital instead, and ownership of land is actually pretty widely distributed compared to the medieval period. Instead, capital has become the limiting factor, especially in certain areas that are becoming more and more important to economic production, which is the digital world. And critically, we're not talking about the kind of capital that just anyone can accumulate through hard work and saving. We're talking about network infrastructure, server farms, proprietary algorithms, and user bases measured in the billions. The barriers to building a competitor to Google or Amazon are so enormous that, all other things being equal, the existing platforms are far more likely to consolidate their positions than to face genuine competitive threats from new entrants. The idea is that a growing share of economic activity is happening online, and a growing share of that online activity is happening on a small handful of platforms owned by an equally small group of tech nobility.
What's this one? What symbol is that? This must be Tencent, right? Google, Meta, Windows. Microslop. What's this? Tencent, maybe?
A simple example would be something like this very YouTube video. I am making a video, but you are almost certainly watching it on YouTube, and without that platform, its reach would be significantly diminished. For offering me hosting and the audience they have cultivated, YouTube and ultimately Google and Alphabet take a 45% cut of any ad revenue this video makes as a tax, regardless of how good or bad it is. They can also kick people off their digital landholding for any reason, giving them a lot of power. So, pour one out for the influencers, the modern equivalent of a medieval peasant. But more seriously, there are more meaningful areas of the economy where these platforms have huge power and significant moats around their business, to the point where they actually call them moats. If you want to sell an app, you have to—
Yeah, like Gil. Did he actually get kicked off, though? Do you reckon? Because I saw him come out with a podcast the other day. But it's pretty good stuff to say. Like you said, was it you that said that the other day? It's pretty good to have a story like that and evolve that you're about to be kicked off when you're releasing a book. And it was like, oh no, he's being persecuted. I want to hear his story. How Apple's 30% app cut, store cut became a boon and a headache. Yeah, good timing.
To pay a 30% commission to Apple's App Store or up to 30% to Google's Play Store, which is only now dropping to 20% starting mid-2026 after legal pressure from Epic Games forced the issue. If you want to sell a video game through Steam, Valve takes 30% off the top before you see a cent. If you want to sell a physical product online through Amazon's marketplace, between referral fees, fulfillment fees, and storage costs, sellers typically lose 30 to 45% of an item's selling price to the platform. At every point in the digital terrain, there's a platform owner there to take their cut. And because these platforms benefit from network effects, where the more users they have, the more valuable the platform becomes, it gets harder and harder for competitors to offer a viable alternative. Which means these commission rates tend to go up over time, not down. And a lot of this is bleeding through into the real world as well. Airbnb takes 15.5% from hosts on every booking. Uber takes somewhere between 20 and 25% of every fare, up from—
While that value still outperforms at 30%. That shouldn't be the lowest. Sad.
The 10% it charged drivers when it first launched. That's a doubling of the platform's tax in a little over a decade, which is a trajectory that should make anyone paying attention a bit uncomfortable. Point-of-sale software, cloud hosting, web services, the digital infrastructure that businesses increasingly need to operate all comes with rents attached. And the gig economy takes this even further. An Uber driver is using their own car, their own petrol, and their own time, but they can only access passengers through Uber's platform, which means the platform has enormous leverage over the terms of that relationship.
So this is similar to the feudal arrangement he was talking about before. It was the serfs that they were tied to the land, which is the lord's land, but they actually own the means of production, which is surprising. Ye old serfs. Obviously, if they didn't have land, their means of production would be useless. But they owned the tools that they used, the plows, whatever equipment they needed. They developed that technology themselves, and they would maintain it. They would build more of it, or they make more of it. But they actually owned their own means of production, means of producing. whatever value that they were making. It's kind of similar with the Uber situation. An Uber driver owns their car. They pay for the petrol, they pay for the insurance, they pay for the upkeep of the means of producing the value that is then paid out as rent. That value that they produce is a portion of it is sucked up as rent to the Lord whoever that owns Uber. Important in a revolutionary context as well. Yeah, maybe then techno-feudalism and like the redistribution of certain means of production to a precariat workforce is part of a transition to a phase beyond capitalism, to something more socialized. Is that like people get their means of production back, but they have to pay rents, as opposed to being wage workers who are disconnected from the means of production, which is owned by a capitalist class entirely. Very different revolutionary implications there. You can just overthrow a landlord class and like dethrone them of their platforms, and then keep control of your own means of production. If you're an Uber driver anyway, you just got to dethrone them from their platform. Like for all the like content creators out there, he used that as an example for serfs. Like if you can just dethrone the owners of whatever corporation and dethrone them and socialize it, then like these people still own their own audiences, or like they still have the same capture over their audiences, and they have their own means of production, I guess, if they own it outright, to make the content still. Unionize, said like apologize. Unionize. Trying to tell my American friends that our State Department overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014 under the State Department to remove the democratically elected President Viktor, plus poking the bear, causing Russian aggression. That's a contentious one, man. I've had that debate in here with a few people in the chat before. People don't like hearing that type of stuff. That like, okay, it's not black and white, and there was a lot of poking the bear that's gone into this. And there were a lot of warnings as well, and they continue to poke the bear anyway. It's almost like they wanted this to happen. Good luck convincing people that one, mate. Good luck.
The driver bears almost all of the capital costs and operational risks, while the platform takes its cut for providing the digital connection. That's an arrangement that would have been very familiar to a medieval lord, even if the technology would have confused him. And the fear is that the reliance on this technological capital will become even greater as AI and other automation tools gain a foothold. Now, it's worth noting that this isn't happening at some distant point in the future. Uber already exists, Amazon's marketplace already exists, the App Store already exists. The question isn't really whether this dynamic is coming, it's whether the dynamic that already exists will continue to intensify. And if so, at what point does it become something qualitatively different from regular capitalism? Now, there are many tiny stories we skip over when creating these videos, simply for the reason that we can't make them into a full Economics Explained video, covering theory, and you can the whole idea description or the QR code on screen.
Yeah, Zelensky was a puppet and Biden was running biomed facilities. They were flirting with NATO membership. They poked the bear for sure. Russia still responded like an angry bear though. Predictable, but still not cool. Sorry, Russians.
Now, back to the video. The whole idea behind a lot of these systems is to directly replace labour with capital tools.
It is black and white.
The whole idea behind a lot of these systems is to directly replace labour with capital tools, all in industries that aren't particularly land dependent, providing huge power to the entrepreneurs creating these platforms, and the wealthy people providing the liquid capital, which gets turned into technical capital. And AI is potentially the biggest accelerant of this dynamic that we have ever seen. Because if you can build a system that replaces the need for human labour in large parts of the economy, and that system is owned by a handful of companies, then the bargaining power of labour relative to capital drops dramatically. It's almost the inverse of what happened with the Black Death. Instead of labour becoming scarce dramatically,
look at that scenery
it's almost
there. Look at that. these robots flying over this floor, and there's like products and stuff inside all of these boxes, and they just like fly around this warehouse at like super speed and with crazy precision, and just like pick things up. Like that's how these warehouses, these Amazon warehouses, are like those Chinese dark factories that you see, where like they make a car every like 40 seconds and there's no humans in there, it's just robots. Now the inverse is happening in the American sense, or the Western sense. Like all of the technology, the robotic technology that's in the production is actually happening at the retail level or in distribution. And so all the advanced robotic technology that makes work or workers redundant or makes workers more efficient, that work is all being done logistically in Amazon fulfillment centers. And that's where they're pumping their technology. Whereas in the Chinese sense, as we have looked at a lot, the Chinese are pumping this technological input at the point of production, not the point of distribution. And I look at the engineering that's gone into this. These robots flying around everywhere. Each of these boxes here has some like assortment of products inside, and the robots just fly around, picking things up and like placing them in new boxes. It's like, it's incredible watching this stuff.
The inverse of what happened with the Black Death. Instead of labour becoming scarce and therefore valuable, labour could become abundant relative to what's needed, which means wages go down and the power of the platform owners goes up. Actual ownership of this capital is increasingly not allowed. The most we can hope for, increasingly, is to pay rents or a subscription fee to use them. You don't own your software anymore, you subscribe to it. You don't own your music, you stream it. You don't own your games. You access them through a platform that can revoke that access at any time. And this shift from ownership to access is economically significant, because ownership builds wealth. If you buy a tool, you can resell it, modify it, and use it however you like. If you rent a tool, you just have an ongoing expense, and the moment you stop paying, you have nothing. Which means the wealth accumulation that ownership once enabled for regular people is increasingly flowing to the platform owners, rather than the people actually using those tools. As more and more of the economy gets run through these platforms, they are able to squeeze out more rents and create more barriers to entry. With enough control, there is also less pressure to genuinely innovate in a way that improves people's quality of life, and more pressure to either aggressively crush or buy out competition and squeeze existing users through what has become known as enshittification to increase profits.
Enshittification.
And if that sounds familiar, it should, because it's the same incentive structure that defined feudal lords. When your position is secure enough...
Like, there's a really important point that's missed in the mix there, because he talked really fast, but like, once you stop people from owning things, like one of the bedrocks of capitalism or a free society is property relations. And you don't have like the type of societies that we have now where people can't own property. You can't have personal or private property of any nature. Now, what's happening at the moment with this enshittification of everything, dead internet theory and the idea that everything is subscription based, you will own nothing and you will be happy, that type of stuff, which people brush off as wild conspiracy. But there's an element of truth to it, which is why people find it so scary. What's happening there is capitalism is undermining itself, because if it undermines the idea of people owning stuff and having property and being able to purchase things, it undermines the free market. And like, it undermines this idea that you can physically have control over something and own it. And as less and less people control or own things, more and more of that ownership gets controlled in fewer and fewer hands, etc. As he said, there's less incentive for innovation, because your ownership then is not based off a system where you have been the most competitive or innovative or whatever that got you to a point at the top of the hierarchy. You just own it because of your birthright, effectively. My dad was Jeff Bezos and I own all of this stuff now, and he owned everything, and so I own that. And so like, we will return to a system of like proper defined classes and people will kind of control the world and the world economy just because of who their relatives are, as opposed to what type of skill set they have. So like this flies in the face of the idea of capitalism, which is based on, meritocracy and like property ownership, and allowing people to own things kind of allows there to be a system of social mobility or meritocracy. If people don't own shit anymore, then like you just have everybody that owns stuff and everybody that doesn't. And broadly, it's a large mass of people all around the world who will own nothing and will be happy, apparently. And that is the bedrock of a feudal kind of class system. There's no property relations there. Your property relation is, if you own stuff, okay, so you must be up there in control of everything. And if you own nothing, then like you're just kind of a leftover class, a bunch of peasants, commoners, plebs, serfs, whatever you want to call it. But like capitalism really is founded on this idea that you can own everything. Technically, you could own everything. You can own your own home, you can own your own clothes, you can own your own whatever things that you like, I don't know, hobbies. You can own things, you can control it to the exclusion of all others. It is yours. And like even down to the point of like you control your own labor as well. So like you go into the workforce or into the labor market and you sell yourself your own ability to work. That's your property. But like the bedrock for techno-feudalism, nepotocracy, that's the new thing. That's the bedrock of feudalism now, is the nepotocracy. All the nepo kids out there. We saw the Nepalese protesting against that. But like under this system now, like you technically don't own your own labor under a techno-feudalist society. If like techno-feudalism and like the tech bros love data, they don't pay you for your data. So like you're doing free labor for them by producing data all the time. And so like if labor, you don't even own your own labor, like yeah, capitalism really is gone as an institution. It's gone, baby. David, speaking of Ukraine, no matter anyone's opinion, there is no way Ukraine is worth a nuclear World War III, which is where we are headed. Mark my words. I hope you're wrong, man. I was freaking out about that like a couple of weeks ago during a stream. I hope you're wrong, man. I don't want to mark your words. I hope you're wrong. Highly suggest reading Scott Horton's book, Provoked, if you enjoy being able to do circles around your friends when it comes to historical facts. Nice suggestion, thank you. Well, oh boy, this is the book for you. Morning, if we are discussing Ukraine, have to shout out to Chris Todd Nolan's short series on Ukraine, Aussie documentary maker. Tip, even if it's 2, thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. Legend. Appreciate it. Hey man, it's 2 for you. It's like 3 something when you convert it. And then you have to take off what YouTube takes. I put Count Dankula video in Discord. Complements this vid nicely about CyberLeak hacking a full copy of GTA 6, perhaps as a protest against the axing these copies. I just remembered a little story for you. In Victoria, it is now illegal for builders to do 30-day payment terms. They capped it at maximum 20 days. There is a builder that I used to do work for that is doing 30-day terms. I asked one of their contractors that they are going to do what they're going to do about it. And he told me that the builder said that it will just get rid of anyone that complains and find people that don't give a... The worst part about it is it's normal 6 weeks for them to pay now. Damn. And so they'll just axe people that don't comply. There it is. Made it across Melbs and back again to my girl's place. Forgot to bring socks though. The journey continues. XNF, imagine writing software and giving it away under a copyright license and then having people accuse you of trying to steal their labor while calling you a tech bro. So you are upset about the word tech bro. It wasn't a lie. I am a real hobbit, yes. There and Back Again by Raby Baby. All right, continue. I'll say Brothers of Tech. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were watching. I don't mean to offend you, XNF. Scott Horton is far too libertarian for this stream. Trust me, I've tried. LOL. Should have taken the Eagles.
Why take risks? Why make your product better when you can just charge more for the same thing? In fact, if this goes far enough, there is the argument that real innovation that can't be owned is antithetical to their goals. So, they'll actually argue for more regulations and laws to stymie further advances, to cement their place in the hierarchy and make it much harder for people to move up or down the social ladder. All other things being equal, a company with an established market position benefits more from regulations that raise compliance costs than from open competition that lets smaller competitors undercut them. Now remember when I told you to keep in mind that feudalism... Amused.
I feel amused. Oh, okay. Well, I'm much more down with being a source of amusement then.
Also came with prescriptions for politics and social order? Well, beyond purely economics, there is also the argument that these platforms have a huge impact on how we interact with one another and how we choose our leaders. Minor changes in the algorithms of these platforms can have huge impacts on what ideas get spread and what ideas get silenced, which means the people...
Ask Nick Shirley.
People who control those algorithms have an outsized influence on public discourse that no medieval lord could have dreamed of. A feudal lord could control what happened on his land. A modern tech platform can shape what billions of people see, read, believe and buy every single day across every country on Earth. The scale of that influence is genuinely unprecedented in human history, and it's concentrated in very few hands. As of mid-2026, the combined market capitalization of just the top 5 tech companies, Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, and Nvidia, is well over $19 trillion, which is larger than the GDP of every country on Earth except the United States and China. These are not small players tinkering...
Mental when you can quantify it like that, isn't it? The valuation, I guess, of the big tech, the big 5 tech, Nvidia, Alphabet, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. It's larger than the combined economies of all of the nations. So the economies of individual nations, I should say, around the world, bar to China and the US. Crazy. Extra amusing that the accusations come from people who live a tech lifestyle while mooching off of copyleft software. Copyleft software? What do you mean mooching? I pay my dues, man.
Around the edges of the economy, these are entities with the resources and the reach to shape how entire economies operate. So, how quickly is this actually happening? The honest answer is that it depends on who you ask. Some commentators argue we are already deep into techno-feudalism and just haven't labelled it yet. Others argue that the current moment is uncomfortable but still fundamentally capitalist, and that the feudalism comparison is a stretch. But the trajectory is fairly clear. The share of economic activity flowing through digital platforms has been growing consistently for over 2 decades, and there is nothing on the horizon that would reverse that trend, especially with AI potentially accelerating it. Okay, so is this a real threat? The short answer is yes, at least to some degree. The long answer is that even if there isn't some grand conspiracy where tech billionaires are dining...
Dude, like there's another picture of them all together and Elon Musk smoking again. I want to be in that room. Come on now. Last time it was them in the car park. You paid for OBS? No, I didn't. But it's open source. So how am I mooching off something that's open source? Jesus. Ooh, Blad's in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Have you ever contributed to this stream, XNF? Are you mooching off this stream? Because other people pay for tier 1 subscriptions. Have you done that yet? Or am I offering it to you for free? And if you feel like paying, you can. Blaz, doing all right. I'm glad to hear it. Unfortunately, AI might be. I'm looking like Musk on Rogan right now. No, I gifted him a sub, and he was an ungrateful little shit. Yes, I think I remember that actually. Called you out instead of saying thanks. So he actually is a moocher then. Sorry, I take it back. You are mooching. Somebody else gifted you a sub and you're not even grateful for it. You do understand the difference between open source and copyleft. But it is open source, right? Like, I'm sure it is. But no, I don't understand the difference. But it is open source, I'm sure. Have you said thank you? I have no idea what the difference is. But like, it's definitely open source stuff. I don't know what copyleft is. Do I need to Google it? As OBS is both.
Eugenic stakes and talking about how to enslave all of humanity, we need to think about logical motivations. Regular feudalism lasted for so long because it found a gully of incentives that there was no direct motivation to work out of. The economic term for this is a stable equilibrium, and the reason it was stable is straightforward. The lords benefited enormously from the status quo, the serfs didn't have the power to change it, and there was no external competitive pressure forcing anyone to innovate or redistribute. Which means the system was remarkably durable precisely because it served the people with the power to change it. Today, markets incentivize technology companies to corner different aspects of our lives, monopolize them, put a moat around them, and then exploit those positions to maximize revenues. Even without any sinister grand plan, that's still not a great process unless some regulations are placed on it, which again, the companies themselves have some influence over. Yanis Varoufakis, the former Greek finance minister, largely popularised this idea with his 2024 book, Techno-Feudalism: What Killed Capitalism. His central argument is that big tech platforms have become so dominant that economic activity on them no longer principally relies on the pursuit of profits under conditions of market competition, but on rent extraction, the way that feudalism did. Now, to be fair, there is a solid counter-argument here, and Varoufakis himself acknowledged parts of it. We don't actually need to relabel our whole economic system just to explain why large unrestricted corporations are looking to corner more valuable markets by any means necessary. Normal capitalist investors deciding where to put their money are naturally going to favour markets where more value can potentially be extracted and competition can be kept out.
Potentially? Potentially. Copyleft is a legal method that uses copyright law to let people use, modify, and share creative work or program freely. It requires that any new work made from it must also keep those same free sharing rights. So you can just take it and put it in your closed source. So you can't just take it and put it in your closed source shit and sell it. Got it. Kind of weird response to, no, I didn't actually pay for the tech that supports my tech lifestyle is, oh, you haven't been personally paid me money. Is it a weird response? Like, that's exactly what you're kind of talking about. I got something open source and I'm mooching. So, like, you're getting a stream for free, so you're mooching? So, like, what's the difference? Willfully ignorant, as always. I'm here as a pro bono consultant for right-wing ideology and philosophical studies. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Except things like Malice, the AI company whose purpose is to make legally distinct versions of open source projects. Essentially, all copyleft is open source, and not all open source is copyleft. It limits how you use the base code. Did you know Zuckerberg has publicly described participating in Harvard Shabab while he was a student there, along with Natalie Portman, Jared Kushner, and Alan Dershowitz, among others? No, did not. Open source can let you incorporate it into larger work then, and potentially sell your new work while acknowledging the open source stuff in it. Like fair use, but for program. But copyleft gotta keep the rights to like freely use copy, etc. Got it. Okay.
That's just basic market forces. Several economists have pushed back on the feudalism framing specifically, arguing that what we are seeing is not a reversion to feudal relations, but an intensification of capitalist accumulation strategies under new technological...
The difference is that when I call you a burrito, bro, I actually know I'm being ridiculous. Right. It always goes back to the tech bros. Eh? Really did get under your skin, didn't it? Open source software is free, as in freedom, and it's communist ideology in action by the internet. But capitalists are like, wow, it's too hard to turn this free distributed work into profit. Open source without the copy left is truly free to profit off, or modify how you like.
Conditions. Tech companies invest heavily in research, development, and infrastructure, which are the hallmarks of active capitalists, not passive feudal lords sitting on inherited landholdings and collecting rents. That's a meaningful distinction. Medieval lords did not spend billions of dollars a year trying to build better plows. Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta are collectively planning to spend roughly $725 billion on capital expenditure in 2026 alone, most of it on AI infrastructure. That level of investment looks a lot more like industrial capitalism on steroids than it does like a feudal lord collecting grain from peasants. Feudal lords were extractors. These companies are, at least in part, genuine creators of economic value, even if they're also extracting rents from everyone who uses their platform.
Are they? Are they genuine? Like, what are they producing exactly? Domains for themselves to control. They're producing distribution networks, value distribution networks. Are they producing value in the traditional sense? It's a fair question. So they do a bit of both. Okay, they do a little bit of production, but they do a lot of extraction.
But here is where it gets a bit more complicated, because those investments are also building the tools that could eventually make labour even less valuable relative to capital, which is kind of the whole concern. If AI systems can replace a significant chunk of the work currently done by humans, and those systems are owned and controlled by a small number of companies, then the economic power of those companies relative to everyone else goes up significantly. That's not feudalism per se, but the end result where a small class of owners controls the primary means of production, and everyone else has very limited bargaining power, does start to look uncomfortably familiar. However, it's still important to realise that we still have options. We can delete Amazon, not use Uber, book at a regular hotel, and get our brain rot from any number of different vendors. The lords of these platforms cannot physically compel us to use their services, the way the lords of old could physically compel serfs to toil their fields. Even Varoufakis' book on the subject admitted as much. The difference between a YouTube creator choosing to upload videos and a medieval serf bound by law to a lord's estate is pretty enormous, and it does kind of undermine the feudalism comparison when you think about it in those terms. Now, the counter-argument to that counter-argument is that choice becomes a lot less meaningful when every alternative looks the same. Sure, you can leave YouTube, but where do you go? Rumble? A personal website with no audience? The practical reality is that for many creators and businesses, the dominant platform is effectively the only viable option, which means the choice to use it is a lot less free than it looks on paper. But still, it is categorically different from legal bondage, and it's important to acknowledge that distinction honestly. So, what do we do about it? The solution, broadly speaking, is to keep on stirring up competition. If we make it really hard for these companies to sit on their digital fiefs and always have to compete with upcoming competitors, it makes it much harder for them to bottleneck the other factors of production. And we're starting to see some of this happen. The Epic Games lawsuit against Apple and Google forced real concessions on App Store commission rates. The EU's Digital Markets Act is imposing interoperability requirements on major platforms. These aren't silver bullets, but they do demonstrate that democratic institutions still have tools to push back against platform entrenchment, which is something that medieval serfs decidedly did not have. The same is true for personal wealth.
Yeah, but we talked about it before. Like, yes, okay, they didn't go through the court system to get them to change some practice that was unacceptable, and they didn't appeal to a legislative body to change a regulation that protects the consumer. They would rebel against their lord and like chop their head off, and then a new lord would have to come in and like not upset the people. So like, yeah, okay, fine. They might not have had the ability to regulate the platforms and make the consumer experience better. They definitely had recourse. And they definitely knew who to go after. They were personally attached to these people. We don't have that now. Our brothers of tech overlords, like, you will never see them in real life. You'll never, ever get to them. Ever. Do you have a topic for Tuesday? Ooh, topical Tuesdays. No, actually. Like, today we spent a lot of time looking at like the economic warfare that the US is undertaking at the moment, like against Canada and D-Day versus Iran. That was kind of the topic of choice. And now, like, I just stumbled across this. I want to see someone go with techno-feudalism and see how they explain it. They want to play feudal? Let's play. That's what I've been saying.
To lock in money that makes money faster than people can spend it, there is no longer motivation to take risks or allocate capital carefully to the areas of the economy that show the most promise. It just becomes a lot easier to buy a bit of the companies that are already winning and let them sit on their markets. The same is true for personal data, which has become one of the most valuable commodities in the digital economy. Right now, there is very little regulation around who owns the data that users generate on the
Techno Tuesday, there it is. KK Online, how you going? Drops the bass.
These platforms, which means the platforms get to collect it, monetize it, and use it to train AI systems that further entrench their market position. Getting the rules around data ownership right is going to be one of the most important economic policy questions of the next few decades. The Age of Enlightenment and early economists like Smith, Ricardo, and even Marx made this a central focus of their writing because they were living through a world moving out of agrarian agricultural subsistence into the Industrial Revolution. They saw firsthand what happened when the old system's beneficiaries tried to hold onto their positions through regulation and restriction rather than competing on merit. And broadly speaking, the societies that embraced competition and creative destruction did better than the ones that tried to protect the incumbents, because competition forces companies to actually serve consumers rather than just extracting rents from a captive market. Which brings it back to the original question. Is techno-feudalism real, or is it a conspiracy theory? The answer probably is somewhere in between. The dynamics the theory describes are real. Platform power is real, rent extraction is real, the shift from ownership to access is real, and
Thank you very much, Paul. Cheers, man. I appreciate it. Am I tipping correctly? I would say so.
The concentration of digital capital in a small number of hands is real. Whether you want to call that feudalism or just call it monopoly capitalism with better branding is in some ways a question of semantics. But
it is anti-semantic, because what he's saying is like, oh, Giannis even said that, like, okay, technically you don't have to call it techno-feudalism. You can call it something else. You can just call it techno-capitalism if you really want to. But like, he also made a point in the book as well, which is like, capitalism didn't have to change its name. It could have just been capital feudalism, because you just have the same class system where somebody controls things and somebody's on the bottom, and the economic management is done by people putting working people into motion to produce value. So they could have just called it capital feudalism, but they changed it to capitalism for some reason. And so, like, yes, you don't have to call it techno-feudalism, you could call it techno-capitalism, but the name change was significant because it signified a turning point in human history. So Giannis does explain this. Bro, you could have highlighted that point.
the important thing is that unlike actual feudalism, we are not locked in. We still have democratic institutions, antitrust frameworks, and the ability to choose. The question is whether we use them before the gully of incentives gets too deep to climb out of. This is, of course, particularly important when it comes to giving young people the opportunity to take part productively in the economy and not be crowded out.
You know, the tech bros will be too egotistical to not want their own term. But like, what do you reckon they will want to call themselves, though? Like, you know, what, network statists, maybe? I reckon they wouldn't want to be called techno-feudalists. They want to call themselves techno-fash. Yeah. I don't care, man. Let's do it. Embrace it. Let's call ourselves techno-fascists. Yeah. Roman salute. Yeah, did this guy actually read his book or summarize it? 100% has a research team. Somebody read it vaguely and then they just took stuff out of it, or watched like a bunch of people summarizing it, or they got AI to summarize it. That definitely happened.
out by people who have
They want to
solidified.
call themselves tech overlords, techno overlords. Sick band name. Oh, we actually that's the end of it. Okay, fair enough. Well, like that was okay. Like I've seen them explain things more horribly than that. Economics explained. Again, it is for kind of just people that want to brush over a topic and be like, yeah, I know what that is. But yeah, like it wasn't a bad explanation. I think they missed some key points here and there. And like they had to spend a lot of time explaining what feudalism is to make sense of what techno-feudalism is, I guess. But like he said, it was a mode of economy and like don't worry about the social relations kind of at the start. But like I think that's essential, is like economy and social relations aren't really separate. It's like when people say that like economics and politics are different, like they're not. Like economics and politics are the exact same thing. Politics really is just the management of the economy. And economics relies on people engaging in relations and diplomacy, which is essentially just politics. And so he was kind of like, oh, you know, feudalism was like just a way of producing things. And like, yeah, it had this social hierarchy thing, but like, don't worry about it. It's like people that want to understand capitalism and just look at economics. So just look at like how money flows around, or like who's investing in what and when, and like ignores the way that society is actually structured, like who sits where in the social hierarchy and how everyone relates to each other. Like you can't do that. Capitalism isn't just economics, it's politics and economics combined into one. It's a social system and the economy of how that social system functions. And so like he kind of just wanted to discuss things from like a position of who owns what, and like you own nothing and you'll be happy, all that sort of stuff. And didn't want to go into the social relations of things, which is like half the book. The social relations of techno-feudalism is like how the tech bros relate to everyone. They own the capitalist class and all of us plebs. And if they control everything, then they are like lords. And we all pay rent to them. Capitalist and worker unite. Surfs up, dude. Surfs up. Less tops down, more bottoms up. Benevolent dictator for life. All right. We're going to have a quick break. If you're watching this and you haven't already on YouTube, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. And here's an invitation for Discord. This is our community. Come and join us there if you haven't already. It's where we share propaganda. And we have side chats during stream. So go and join us over there. Here is an invitation to Patreon. Go and become a free member on Patreon so I can put you on an email list and get access to you outside of notification systems. Like button activated. Thank you. But yeah, go and join up on Patreon. Sign up for free so I can get you on an email list so I can get notifications to you. It's really important. I know people are scared of being put on a list. It won't be used for nefarious purposes. It's just to get around an algorithm. Go there, do that, please. And if you want to financially support, I'll love you forever. But, you know, take the time. Go and do that now. Activate that like button. Yeah, do it. Plebs. Serfs, I should call all of you. You bloody serfs. All right. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Everyone calm down. We're back. So, keeping in the vein of the tech bros, or the brothers of tech, whatever helps you sleep at night, you snowflakes out there, we are going to look at, I threatened this before, but we're going to actually have a look at the city of Prospera again. So if you're not sure what Prospera is and you're scratching your head as to what I'm talking about, Prospera is this network state city that has been produced by the tech bros. It is a place in Honduras. There's an island off the coast of Honduras. And these people that believe in this notion of the network state, which is basically this idea that's come out of Silicon Valley and the philosophy of Silicon Valley, which is you create private cities around the world, and like you can take society over by producing these private, like kind of like libertarian style utopias, but like they're all funded supposedly online. You all chip in, and then you create you create a digital network, and then you take that digital network and you turn it into a real, tangible, like a city in reality, and you gain your own sovereignty, and you slowly take over the world that way. And so there's one of these network cities in Prospera, and like we've looked at Prospera before, but the ABC, so the Australian broadcaster, has sent out the foreign correspondent, so the program foreign correspondent, and they've actually gone to Prospera and had a look at it. I'm assuming they've interviewed people and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, Prospera. Yes, it's the bandsaw abandoned paradise. What up, all? Did the world stop spinning for all you globies? Or have you got your feet on the plane of reality? We do. And so well grounded are our feet that we're going to Honduras now to see Prospera, ABC style, apparently. So like I said, yeah, the Australian broadcaster has sent out people to investigate Prospera. But like this is related to the theme of techno-feudalism that we were just looking at before. And so the tech bros, those techno-feudalists that we were just learning about, they have, like I said, their own philosophy, essentially. And their philosophy really does take many forms. But like one of the developments of that philosophy is bringing to life the libertarian notion of this perfect kind of free market society where there is no government oversight and government overreach, and it's just pay-to-play style society where everybody lives in unity because of the dynamics of the market and freedom of persons, individuals, and money dictates and controls society. It's making that libertarian thing into an actual reality, but like they do it because kind of, you know, they're tech bros. They can afford to do this type of stuff. It is one of the most profitable industries, or like, you know, arguably the most important style of industry on planet Earth at the moment. And so they've got a lot of resources, let's be honest, and they could spend their resources doing stuff like this, experimenting with creating their own sovereign cities. And that's exactly what Prospera is. But I'm really interested not to learn about Prospera because we've done that before. We know what Prospera is. But if you want to learn about Prospera, I can answer your questions on it. But I really want to know how an Australian news source takes on the idea of Prospera and whether their investigative journalism is up to scratch. Don't hold your breath. Let's be honest. But like here we go. Here's the thumbnail for you. Welcome to Paradise Inc. I don't think they're being facetious at all. You know, life is good when you tune in and your favorite town is in the spotlight. I am blessed. A blessed bandy. This one's for you, and it's all the way. It's from your tax dollars anyway. Bandsaw Bandit, so you might as well enjoy it, hey? You are truly blessed. Brought to you by the Australian broadcaster. I wonder how they preface this. On the tourist island of Roatan, a Reddit thread has seemingly come to life to Tucked away in the tropical jungle of Prospera, a libertarian proto-state run on cryptocurrency with a choose-your-own-adventure legal system. It's backed by allies close to Donald Trump, and the fight for its existence has helped see Honduran governments rise and fall. On foreign correspondent reporter Lauren Day goes inside the very strange alternate world of Prospera. Let's do this.
What if I told you there was a libertarian utopia on a Caribbean island which can make its own rules? Where billionaires can go to avoid taxes and governments, and biohackers try to cheat death with experimental medical treatments.
I wouldn't believe you.
Might sound like something out of an obscure corner of the internet, but it's real, and it's right here in Honduras.
Yeah, choose your own adventure legal system. Slava Prospera. Prospera, it's in the name. It can't fail.
It's called Prospera, a city governed not by a country, but by a private American company.
Prospera is building the future of human governance, privately run and for profit.
It's been described as a state within a state and a crypto-libertarian paradise.
What we're doing here will transcend this moment in time, and I think can lift people up from around the world by the billions.
Prospera offers the regulatory freedom to explore new ideas. This is just one of the many ideas that's possible.
Created with the...
Hey, this is what happens when you don't have big government and hundreds of billions of dollars at your disposal to do whatever you want.
Backing of Silicon Valley billionaires.
It's a techno-utopia project.
And that's got some people suspicious.
The main goal of these things is really to escape taxes.
Can basically create their own law.
Medical experiments that may not be legal in the US.
Kings who are basically tech CEOs.
The political fight over...
That was Gilderon's voice? I wonder if they got to him. He's doing the rounds he is. Oh my God. I am sure no pathogens or highly dangerous tech will result from that. Black Death 3.0, here we come. At least it's not coming out of Wuhan this time. It's coming out of Prospera. Could you imagine? I knew it. It was Peter Thiel all along. Fauci, you're off the hook. Peter Thiel, come. We want to question you. I've turned on the lights. I've turned on the lights and closed the curtains. Mood set.
Prospera's very existence has helped see Honduran governments rise and fall. And there are links all the way to the White House.
Donald Trump quiere consolidar a los libertarios y a la sede.
What did he say?
Donald Trump
wants to consolidate the libertarians and the Prospera ZEDE in Honduras.
Y a la sede Prospera en Honduras. Es mi opinión.
That's my opinion. Valid.
I think it's absolutely warranted.
Well, if it's truly libertarian, I want to hunt and sell my game. Wet market time. Which bat to blame this time?
To do whatever's necessary to help create the conditions that can lift people up. And that's what we are, and that's why we've received the support that we have received.
And is some of that support from Donald Trump, do you think?
I'll leave that to you to decide.
This story and this place is stranger than fiction. You really have to see it to believe it. So I've come to Prospera to find out what happens when a city is run like a business, why some people want it shut down, and what all this has to do with Donald Trump.
The music is so good. This is your tax dollars at work. The production value is so good. It's not fair. I should get those tax dollars.
The island of Roatan is a Caribbean tourist playground. Along with the sun and the sand, there's the world's second largest barrier reef. It's so enticing, more than 1 million visitors come here each year. This is probably not what comes to mind when you think of Honduras.
All those evil white people. Hey, they're stimulating the economy. Don't be like that. The only non-evil person there is the valiant ABC reporter, of course.
It's a lot safer, a lot more stable than the mainland. Honduras is one of Latin America's poorest nations, where over half the population lives in poverty. It's in the heart of Central America. And the island of Roatan lies about 60 kilometres off the coast. Prospera's main settlement is on the north side. No signs yet. We're 1 minute away. Whoa, that is so surreal.
Whoa, an apartment building. Oh my God. Man, and the sound design is so sick as well.
Here we are, Prospera. So before I arrived, I had to sign this contract, which is just pages and pages of rules. And that's because we're basically entering a parallel universe. Apart from the Honduran criminal code, the laws of the country...
Sounds so exotic, doesn't it? Just need like a macaw or something in there, a bird screeching. Like, why does she have to sign thousands or hundreds of pages of contractual agreements for? Or read and sign hundreds of pages of rules. So much for libertarian paradise. Right in the path of one of the screw worm fly migration.
don't apply here, and instead Prospera can create its own laws. After years of controversy, there's a deep suspicion of the mainstream media here. So there's a little checkpoint here. It's taken us months to get access.
Hey, where are you going?
To Duna.
Your bypass. Perfect.
Thank you. Gracias. Duna Tower is the centrepiece of Prospera. Hello, hello.
Hey,
nice
Lauren,
to meet
how are you?
Yeah, lovely
Rich
to meet
Lee.
you, Rich.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks
Come
for
on in.
having us.
Welcome to Honduras.
Appreciate it. Rich Lee was one of the first residents to move in. How many people live here now?
So I'd say full-time, we're probably around 45-ish.
Okay. He's originally from California and came here about 2 years ago.
Whoa. This is kind of like a community deck area. Some people do yoga up here. We've had like bachata classes. Yeah, we've had raves up here.
No way,
Yeah, really fun. So this is the Beta District. So we've got...
He looks like the raver type. Do you reckon?
Over here, we've got a set of office buildings. We've got like a podcast studio with a restaurant. Beyond this hill, you can kind of see the dock over here.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the larger part of Prospera.
Okay.
And that's where like a lot of like basically where the resorts are, like high-end condos and things like that are. That's kind of where the rich kids live. I'm over here where all the cool stuff is happening. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, it's a good distinction.
Yeah, a lot of people here are you know, young and hungry and doing some amazing things. So there's a lot of startup people here. This is one great thing about moving here is no matter how upset or stressed out I get, I just come out here and I'm like, well, I live here. I mean, can't complain too much.
Absolutely. Look at that view.
Yeah, is this Gil Duran's antithesis? It's arch nemesis. I just love it. I love it so much. God, it's so beautiful here. Thank you. How dare someone build something nice in an area that locals can't afford? Bit melodramatic with my portion of the tax dollars you stole here. What about the portion of the tax dollars that were funneled from taxpayers elsewhere to pay for private cities like this? Are you worried about those tax dollars as well? The ones that didn't go back into local economies, but instead were shipped off to havens somewhere or turned into private libertarian paradises. I mean, I don't think the ABC are surprised money makes things work. They know how to earn their check. He unironically calls himself the Fourth Reich. Argentina is a nice place. My family is from there.
We've got like a vending machine that kind of takes digital currency called Lives, or it also takes Bitcoin if you need some beers or some stuff.
We have a vending machine. This is our barbecue. Bowling. I mean, it's fine. They can spend all their money on things the state would otherwise provide. Whatever.
And this also takes US dollars?
Nope.
No. Only cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, only crypto.
Wow. Damn.
Over here. Okay, so here we kind of have a community space slash maker space slash kitchen slash bio tinkering area. I'll show you around.
The makerspace is where residents come to work and play.
Here we've got a local sport, taser knife fighting. So we fight with these things, but they... Try it out. Here, go ahead. You just pull the trigger there at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Sometimes...
But they actually play with that? I'd like to see them at that rave. That'd be good. Taser knife fighting. Come on. Locals deserve tax dollars. In what world do you live? Yeah, I know. Sorry. I retract my former comments. Because millionaires aren't paying for private police the whole dang country, let alone hospitals and roads. I mean, it's limiting. You don't have a safety net if you're a billionaire. If your billionaire lords just happen to forget or overlook something. Hope the mighty cash gods don't you.
We drink too much and crazy stuff gets born. To me, this is like the funnest room in the tower. So
feels a bit like frat house kind of vibe.
A little, but it's more like, I don't know, it's really like block party vibes, you know?
Prospera sells itself as a place where you can test radical ideas on the cheap and without all the red tape. Rich came to turn his biohacking hobby into a startup business.
The first one I got is a magnetic fingertip implant. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
Which is great at pubs.
Like, what the fuck? Like, we've seen this before. I think we watched a German take on this one. And this is the same stuff we've already seen. He didn't like being called a frat bro. Hey, excuse me, this frat bro's got magnets in his body, in my ear and in my fingers. And what is it for again? So you can open up doors and shit like that without using a swipe card. Yeah, look at us living in the future. I can pick up beer caps with my fingertips. My libertarian streak extends to personal freedoms and not much further. This is probably too far for me. Why? Don't you want something in your fingers to help you open up doors?
Honestly, this has got me so much free beer. Yeah.
Good party trick.
I've got NFC chip implants. I've got one here and one here. I've got 7 in total. Here's the big one. This is my tap to pay credit card.
Ugh.
What happens if it expires?
Yeah, so actually this one did expire, and I knew that going into it, that it would expire. When I upgrade, I'll just slip this one out and slip the new one in. There's a few people around here that we've given implants to, and so there's a few cyborgs running around.
Is there a concern that people might be getting around some of the protections that actually keep people safe?
The idea that the regulation in the US is making things safer, I think is kind of a fallacy. Currently, it takes about $1 billion to bring a pharmaceutical or like a gene therapy to market in about 10 years. And so we're at this weird place where we've pinned ourselves into the...
This is so dumb. It is, isn't it? Like, we're literally watching this guy do tricks, like party tricks with magnets. like this is the most shocking thing that they could put. Like, they could have put so much footage in here. This is how we start. Sounds more like an autonomous country club or perhaps a private island. That's pretty much it, isn't it? It's just a playground for these people. But no, it's a network state city. It's a political project, not a frat house, you bitch. I do like the less government, though. I feel like there's a healthy middle ground between libertarianism and communism. Just keep the governance systems to small areas with reps instead of centralizing. Because only governments can invent pants with pockets, lol. But he's old and has money. He wants us to listen to the sweet rants he's got. This is where we have raves. This is my electric shock knife. These are my magnet fingers. An expired NFC credit card chip. It's just like going into some dude's shed. Like, look, this is what I've been working on. Watch out. Don't want to hurt yourself, love. Gotta hand it to the ABC. This is peak anti-libertarian footage, if anything. Stay with daddy government.
Corner with regulation in a lot of cases.
I mean, is this the kind of place where this is normal?
No, I think here it's still a little weird too. So.
Another of Prospera's biohacking.
We only have X time slot, and your story is X long, Miss Reporter. Make sure you report on relevant social issues. Got it, boss. I'll regurgitate old stories done before. Taps reporter on head. Good girl. Yeah, it is following a very similar trajectory to other ones we've seen just like this on Prospera. I did say I wanted to watch this to see how the ABC reports on this libertarian paradise. And so far, look, man has magnet in fingertips. Oh my God. I'm a big fan of the republic system. Makes for more conflict, but keeps things decentralized. Just a bit more socialism with what's governed and what's not. But this bloke has a barbed wire tattoo. Seems the time.
Visitors is the longevity guru. Another of Prospera's biohacking visitors is the longevity guru, Brian Johnson.
My name is Brian Johnson. I've been spending millions of dollars creating an anti-aging protocol.
He helped put Prospera on the map with his 2025 Netflix documentary, Don't Die.
I'm traveling to a remote island for an extreme medical procedure that could change the future of humanity.
He came here to receive an unregulated gene therapy.
This treatment is not FDA approved in the US. Thanks, Doc.
Alice Chen is also here doing things she couldn't do back home. Cool, so it's a little lab in a tent.
Yes.
Now he's crashing out after his diagnosis, lol. Yes, didn't he get like some terminal disease or something? Yeah. Spoiler alert, he's dying. Aren't we all though? My criticism is of ABC, not you, Mystery. Yeah, but like it sucks. But like we haven't seen this in another documentary though. We've seen people playing with their microchips and magnets and shit.
She was studying a PhD in Canada when she first heard about Prospera. She dropped out and came here to develop this. A live algae drink, she says, could add 20 years to your life.
You can't find this anywhere else in the world. And it's only possible here in Prospera because of their meta-regulatory framework.
Companies in Prospera get to choose their regulations from a list of more than 30 countries.
And we couldn't find any, so we created our own.
You just made up your own regulations?
Yes, and we need that freedom to test out a novel category of food.
So
the fact
good.
is nowhere.
Who polices the police? I don't know. Coast Guard. Ayn Rand is spinning in her grave. So true. She's loving this. Wait, you didn't have regulations? Yes, we just made up our own. Don't be evil. I think that pretty much sums it up. That should be fine. Let's do this. All right. It's not even a terminal disease, I don't think. It's just gut health, which is like a huge factor according to him, LOL. Nice.
Where else in the world would regulators allow us to experiment? Is this safe for human consumption. And
so you wouldn't be able to do this in Canada? You would have been kicked out of the lab?
Yes, I would have been kicked out of any university for even just consuming it myself.
Obviously, regulations are there for a reason. People might worry that if you skip that process...
Sorry, Ayn Rand is spinning in her grave. These aren't the billionaires she had in mind when she wrote Atlas Shrugged. The reason China is more advanced is they aren't slowed down by regulation. I don't know about that. That home lab, $29.99 on Temu. Shop like a billionaire. Tech entrepreneur and anti-aging biohacker Brian Johnson was diagnosed in May 2026 with autoimmune gastritis, an incurable chronic condition where the immune system attacks the acid-producing cells in the stomach lining. He publicly described the disease as his stomach eating itself. Tummy tums, no work proper. Give up. But like, didn't he vouch to like end it, fix this disease, and save the world kind of thing? We're going to save the world. Leads to iron deficiency, low B12, and potentially pernicious anemia. Systemic signs can cause chronic fatigue, weakness, or brain fog. Long-term complications, carries a high risk of gastric tumors if left unmonitored. I want to be able to do something like bow hunt legally, not create a basement lab for magic elixirs. Why not, bro? How can someone profit off you bow hunting? You can profit off magic elixirs, though.
The product's not as safe.
Oh, yes, and I understand that.
Obviously, regulations are there for a reason. People might worry that if you skip that process, the product's not as safe.
Oh, yes, and I understand that concern. And that's why we come here to Prospera to validate the product on a small scale. So we tested it on a very small human sample.
Yeah, I mean, human testing, you wouldn't be able to do this elsewhere, would you?
Really depends on the jurisdiction, and Prospera offers the freedom to do that.
And you've tried it yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cheers.
Cheers. What does it taste like?
Like ass.
Fresh.
Like algae. What do you think? Like, this is kind of how science was done back in the day, though. Let's be honest. Like, there's no shock horror stuff here. If you really believed in your shit as a budding scientist, like, you used to test stuff on yourself and you put your money where your mouth is. We're going to talk about big government. We're going to talk about ethics panels and, like, the control that academia has over the sciences. Yeah, fresh. Come on. Yeah, witch humans? Yeah, fair enough. She said a small human sample, right? Which local Hondurans. That's who they're experimenting on. They pay the local Hondurans a little bit. That's not really the elixir that she's talking about. It's just some water with green food dye in it. Is that sand? Unfiltered and gritty. As dandruff falls into the vial. Extra minerals.
Healthy. Healthy.
Yeah, wow.
Welcome to Prospera, a place where...
Prospera has been controversial from the start.
We are building the most innovative startup city in the world.
It was ushered in by the right-wing President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who left office mired in corruption and was later jailed in the US for drug trafficking.
The ex-president of Honduras is accused of turning his country into a narco state.
Hernandez declared that he wanted, and I quote, to stuff the drugs right up the noses of the gringos.
The left-wing president who came next tried to shut it down, saying it was a threat to national sovereignty.
Prospera is the enemy of the Honduran people.
Prospera began legal action.
they filed an $11 billion arbitration claim against Honduras, equal to about a third of the country's GDP.
But with the return of the right-wing party to government last year,
Conservative Nasri Asfoura the winner by less than 1%.
It's forging ahead. Becoming a resident is a pretty easy process. It's basically like signing up for a Netflix account, and it costs about the same as well. You just fill out an online form, you pay an annual subscription fee of about $130 plus insurance, and then you're in. Prospera says 1,700 people have completed the process, but only about 200 are actually living here.
Or he just follows American orders, then got sacrificed when the wheels fell off. Yeah. What's the controversy, really? Or is it just an easy story? I think it's just an easy story for them. They got access to Prospera, and so they made a story out of it. I don't know if it's controversial. It's just shocking. Like tech billionaires creating cities for tax havens and like medical research. Wait, what was the registration process? Yeah, like it's like a Netflix subscription apparently. Sign up, and you can be here for $100 or $200 a year. That's it. Hell yeah, I'm in. I'm sure there must be some other costs involved with that. But like to subscribe to Prospera, it's $20 or whatever. It's $100. But like, how do you accommodate yourself there? How do you eat? How do you set up your little Temu research lab? All good questions. Best $200 ever spent. Bring your tent. It's time to go to Prospera.
Once a month, prospective new residents and investors come to take a look.
So this is Rodman right here?
Yeah. Honduran architect Jake Ebanks has heard the rumours swirling around this place.
People talk very negative about it, or at least to my ears before, and I didn't understand why. They were literally saying nonsense, like Prospera is trying to, clone people and create bots, and I was just like, wait a minute.
Why did you come this weekend?
I thought it was a really nice, opportunity to just come and know what they're doing, try to get into the real estate, actually.
His cousin Owen heard about Prospera on YouTube.
I thought it was super interesting what they were doing here in terms of the biomedical advancements, the financial stuff, the Bitcoin, decentralizing, and yeah, that's why I'm here today. Just learning firsthand rather than just, believing what the bad press says about it.
Is this sort of try before you buy? Are you thinking you might move here one day?
I'm thinking about it. If something comes up here, I'll definitely leave that. 100%.
I want to meet the man behind the vision.
Lauren, how are you?
Wait a minute, Eric.
Welcome.
Thanks
how are you doing?
Oh, it's nice and cool in here.
Yeah.
Eric Brimmen is the founder and CEO of the American company that runs the Prospera Zone.
So when did you buy this land?
2017. We broke ground May 2020. I mean, frankly, in some ways, it feels like we've just been going from one complication to the next in this project.
Yeah, is it hard to convince investors to put a stake in this project when it has, had so many ups and downs
Absolutely.
in its very short life?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's
Well, like, how does the trash disposal, plumbing, waste disposal, all the shit that no one wants to do, like, how does all that work? Like, I've explained before, like, I'm pretty sure there's just an underclass of, like, local Hondurans that just do all of the shit that these guys don't want to do. And, like, in most libertarian justifications, it's the market that will decide. So, yeah, they just pay these people foreign money, which has incredibly high value, to, yeah, clean up after them, I guess. utopia is nice until you hit reality. Well, like, yeah, I think they rely heavily on the fact that there is a local population there that can support their existence. Like a lot of societies, it's like kind of how civilizations are structured. You have a group of people that are wealthy and they somehow coerce or entrap or convince an underclass of people to do all of the undesirable activity and support their existences. It's really just a small part of a larger island, like a small town. Yes, I had a misconception about this. I actually thought that they took the island, the entire island, because they needed that for their sovereignty purposes. But I'm assuming that now the sovereignty that they have over this area just is restricted to whatever their property is. I trust Prospera over FDA any day. Yeah. What about that research student from Canada? I'm sure she has better moral compass than the FDA, who, as we were seeing yesterday, is just completely bought out by the pharmaceutical industry anyway. So, like, who are you going to trust? David, so what if she's just injecting these billionaires with sterile water? They would never know without a Food and Drug Administration to verify the composition and impurity of the drug. Oh, that's part of the risk, eh? High risk, high return. It always struck me as strange how people can just pick up and move. Do you not have friends or a community? Can I really trust you? Oh, that's the entrepreneurial life dilemmas. They go where the entrepreneurial call goes. They have a higher calling. And they must give themselves, devote their lives to it at all costs. Jesus, so yeah, the utopia, it's just slave driven. What a surprise. I'm sure they get paid. Okay. I'm sure they get paid. Housing prices aren't too bad. Have you looked it up, Woozle? What's the going rate? Everyone is your friend when you're a billionaire dilemmas. LOL. So they have made a UAE with trees instead of sand. Yeah, it's like a tropical UAE. Yes. Search says it's about 1,000 acres. Guess I don't have that entrepreneur spirit, man, so apparently not. You just wanted to hunt with a bow and people leave you the fuck alone. What's that about?
It hasn't made our life easier. It's already hard enough to bring investment into a country like Honduras.
In Honduras, corruption and political instability have long been toxic to investment.
It's a very good representation of what we can build and how we can do it.
Many who've come today are thinking about starting a business here. Extremely low tax rates are one of the draw cards, with businesses paying as little as 1%. How many companies are set up in Prospera now?
We just passed the 500 company mark.
Wow.
Physically present.
So what did you say before? There was 45 people living there, or in that tower maybe, but there's 500 businesses set up there. Yeah, and they only pay 1% tax. Pretty much stop treating citizens like children. House and land, 5,000 square feet. 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom, $269 USD, freestanding, built 2022. That's pretty good. All right, let's go live in Honduras. Doesn't sound dodgy at all. It just sounds like, yeah, it's just a hub for businesses to go to not pay much tax at all and do experimental stuff like drinking seaweed or algae, I should say, that's going to make you live for an extra 20 years.
It's about 30 different companies. Physically present, I think it's past the 500 company mark.
Wow.
Physically present, I think it's about 30 different companies. We think that if we do our jobs right, it would be thousands of companies.
Prospera's pitch is that businesses will create jobs for locals, like this one, a robotic woodworking factory.
We have the majority of the employees here from the immediate local communities.
The majority of the employees here from the immediate local communities. Employees. They get paid. They're not exactly slaves. Cheaper than my house, LOL. Yeah. It's not too Caucasian. They're in It's not too Caucasian. They're in Prospera. Hope yet. It's on a place called Roatan, Bay Islands Department, which is just off Honduras. Employees. Their bread also only costs about average 2 compared to our 7. Amazing what slave wages can do. More money, more problems. Maybe you need to manufacture the extra 20 years to replace the 20 years you lost through stress.
As a company, works with governments to create an enhanced version of special economic zones.
Enhanced is an understatement. Prospera has the power to form its own legal system, courts and police force, even set its own building code. Duna Tower would have been illegal to build anywhere else on the island.
The zoning outside caps you at 12 stories. This one is 14 stories, and indeed, those extra stories were authorized through the internal approval process.
The idea is to firewall foreign investment from the unstable Honduran political climate.
Can't fix the problem all at once, but you can create pockets of stability and convert it into opportunities for the local population. It won't be long before the paradigm shifts and people realize that indeed this is a far superior strategy by which to lift people up.
So you see this as a kind of poverty alleviation tool?
Yes, it's a poverty alleviation tool and economic development accelerant as well.
You're a developer?
I'm an architect.
An architect.
Prospera's vision is backed by some heavy hitters. It says it's raised around $200 million in funding, including from a venture capital firm linked to Silicon Valley billionaires. You know, you hear about Sam Altman, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen. Just wondering, what's their involvement actually been?
I understand that they're investors through some of the venture capital funds that have invested into our project.
How much investment?
That's private information, but I wouldn't even know myself.
Don't worry, bro. You make the laws. Just who cares? You make your own rules. Doesn't matter if it's private information. Unless it's like a moral question. Just change the rules and release the information. After Epstein, you would think more people would be outraged with the rich doing dodgy shit in other countries with no laws on islands. No, surely not. Now they have a job. Before they were sitting on their asses. Be grateful. Yeah. Be grateful. Manage our sewage for $2 an hour and thank us, asshole. Come on, Gina. I know you got a spot there. That's the real reason ABC went there. What benevolent leaders Utopia has? Do they lack renewables? Humans are renewable 100%.
People have described this as corporate colonialism or neo-colonialism. Is that what this is?
Absolutely not. It's the opposite. It's a government choosing to liberate its people from the shackles of poor regulatory and legal environments by partnering voluntarily with partners that are capable to provide better conditions. So colonialism is exactly the opposite of what we're doing. Christine Bay is just on the other side of that hill.
In time, Eric believes this could grow to become the Hong Kong of the Caribbean. And so you think one day there could be 100,000 people in Prospera?
So if you think 20, 30 years in time, it's very feasible, yeah. Absolutely.
Wow, so it'll look very different if we come back here in 10 years or so.
I think in less than that, but yes, absolutely. So you might as well take the before picture now while you still can.
Barely 50 metres down the beach is Crawfish Rock, an old fishing village that gets its name from the spiny lobster that once flourished here.
False Avatar in the house. How you going? Hong Kong sucks. Definitely overrated. And just like Hong Kong, a dictator will come along and take it all.
Its 600 residents are split over Prospera.
So right now we're in mango season. So there are lots of mango everywhere you go.
Good work. Oh my gosh, that is good. That is good mango. Vanessa Cardenas is a community leader and one of the most vocal critics of the private city next door. And how long have your family been living in this area?
My family, we have 5 generations here. We always live here practically peacefully, and no one expected this kind of situation to ever occur. A country within a country, to put in another word. I mean, for them to come and say that they want to build a country in my country where they have their own laws, regulation, they're everything. They don't pay the taxes I pay, and I'm from here. It's preposterous. I mean, it makes no sense.
Has it divided the community?
But didn't they pay for it or something? They has to have funded they bought the land somehow off the Honduran government. What hit Hong Kong last night? A dictator. So literally a microstate, crazy shit. Have you heard about Prospera before? Have you been here when we've discussed Prospera? Prospera is this thing called a network city. So it's basically a libertarian experimental city that is kind of backed, or it comes from ideas from the tech bros of Silicon Valley. They've got billions of dollars at their disposal and they just kind of invest in all this crazy shit, but they really kind of attracted to this idea of creating their own alternative civilization through the network state, and an experiment in creating one of these libertarian style cities is this place called Prospera. So it's gone from theoretical to reality, and they're practicing what they preach. And Prospera is kind of an experiment in setting up one of these libertarian cities, one of these network state cities, where you can basically, it's libertarian and there's very little laws and rules and regulations that govern society, and everything is provided from the market. So if you need anything like a good or a service, it's you pay for it, as opposed to the big government picking up your garbage, or the big government making sure you have adequate roads and other forms of services. It's all done through the hand of the invisible hand of the market. So yeah, microstate, but full sovereignty though. They got full sovereignty here.
Yes, in a way it has. There's lack of trust now because if you're working with them or whatever, you're getting a salary, so they're good to you. But then there's us, that we're seeing the danger. I can't trust you or talk with you about certain things. So it has caused some division.
Vanessa acknowledges Prospera has provided jobs for some people in Crawfish Rock, but she's worried about a return to the village's colonial past.
Honduras has ever been a country where foreigners have intervened, in this case, America. Our country has ever been explored and our riches taken for somewhere else. It have never stayed for the Honduran people.
In recent months, claims of foreign intervention have returned.
Lord of the Grids. Yeah, but who from the government pocketed it? Probably the guy that they arrested for narco terrorism or whatever it was. And then took his money back. They sanctioned him and then took his money back. 120K USD for a 1-bedroom apartment to buy in Prospera. 240K for a 2-bedroom. Are you thinking about something here, Woozle? Something you'd like to let us know about there?
And Prospera has found itself right in the middle. So I'm heading to the capital, Tegucigalpa, where this story gets even more intriguing. If you want to see Honduras's real problems up close, you come here.
Here, MS-13.
Extreme gang violence once earned Honduras a reputation as the murder capital of the world.
If you are someone suspicious today, they can take you, they can kidnap you, they can kill you.
Around 1 million Hondurans have fled to America, driven by poverty and lack of opportunity. Prospera is sold as a solution to these kinds of problems. But I'm on my way to meet someone who thinks that's all nonsense.
Bro, I swear these tech bros low-key look like Piggy from Lord of the Flies, but more nerdy and schizo. Is there a particular production we're talking about here? Oh, Piggy. All right. Fat chance Honduras has some nice homes, well priced. Prospera is all stacked living, tech and biotech. I'm all for hobbit living in the outback. Fair enough. And what's the connection to Honduras crime and Prospera? I don't know. Are you trying to say that they're manufacturing consent for something, Dilemmas? Like, why are they going there? I think she said they believe in Prospera, that they will be able to bring the nation out of its current misery by attracting business and growing the economy, I guess. Is this a new libertarian enclave? Yes. Great use of the word enclave. It's like sweater. Yes, it is. This is Prospera. A libertarian paradise. And you can buy a house there, Han. It's not that expensive. You just pay a subscription to be a resident, and then you could just buy a house there. In a hole in the ground, there lived Dave Hughes. Kind of feels like it. I have to see where the reporting goes. Also, if you don't get a job from one of the 200 residents, you better hope that you have savings. Otherwise, it's the same as the locals for you. $2 a day to pick up the trash.
Hola. Hello. Muy buen día. Mucho gusto, Fernando.
Lauren.
Bienvenida, Lauren.
De Australia. Gracias.
Me alegra mucho que estén por acá.
Wow. Fernando Garcia is a former Minister for the Economy who was brought in by the leftist government to shut Prospera down.
El enemigo público número uno de Prospera.
Public enemy number one for Prospera. Big Prospera doesn't want you to know this one simple trick.
Public enemy number one.
Las empresas registradas.
The company's registered in Prospera.
Prospera.
¿Cuántas empresas hay en Prospera?
How many companies? More than 560.
560.
He says foreign companies are exploiting Honduras with little benefit to the country because so many don't even have a physical base there.
Pero lo que hacen es convertir a Prospera en un paraíso fiscal. para evasión es
Interesting.
convertir a
What they do is turn Prospera
Próspera en un paraíso
into a
fiscal.
tax haven for tax evasion in their countries of origin.
Para evasión de pago de impuestos en sus países de origen. Y no viven allí
They don't live there and they don't generate any activity there.
ni generan ninguna actividad allí. La generan
They generate it in their countries of origin or in third countries. You bloody leftists can't believe people alone. Wasn't there a so-called libertarian town in London that tried to separate from the state? Bro, they just built wild shit and did all the drugs while fighting the cops. Ah, the libertarian dream. Prospera, more like prostate. That was good. If all you have to look forward to is raking rubbish on the side of the road, whatever you did there would make an improvement. 560, damn, they took the pile too seriously. Back to the pile.
en sus países de origen o en terceros países.
What do you think a project like Prospera means for Honduras sovereignty?
Totalmente afectada. Un estado
It's totally affected. A state has three components:
tiene tres componentes: gobierno,
government, population, and territory.
población y territorio. Los tres son afectados por
Three are affected by Prospera.
Prospera. Tienen su propio gobierno.
They have their own government. They violate human rights because they don't only recognize their national regulations.
Violentan los derechos humanos porque ellos no reconocen más que su normativa nacional. Los libertarios
The libertarians
quieren que desaparezcan
want the state of the world in their current form to disappear.
los estados del mundo en su forma actual.
When your government came to power, you decided to repeal the laws that made Prospera legal. What did they do in response?
Ellos demandaron
They originally sued the state of Honduras
originalmente al estado de Honduras por
for
10.700
US 10.7 billion.
millones de dólares.
That's a huge amount of money for a country like Honduras. What do you think they were trying to do?
Chantajear al estado
To blackmail the state of Honduras into giving them 50 years for their investment.
de Honduras para que les dé 50 años.
Your party then lost government in last year's election before you could fully repeal those laws. What is the current status of Prospera? What does it mean for its future?
El Partido Libre no perdió las elecciones,
The Lib Party did not lose the elections.
se la robaron.
It was stolen to the intervention of President Trump. All right, we got him. We got him.
Intervención del presidente Trump porque necesitaba
Because he needed to consolidate
consolidar la
the
posición
position of the libertarians in Honduras. No, surely not. Is Han watching this? They wouldn't do stuff like that. The US wouldn't interfere to make sure that libertarians succeed somewhere in South America. Surely not. Oh, come on. The US would never interfere in Latin American governments. Yeah, Trump, a big libertarian. It doesn't matter. He's interfering on behalf of failed libertarians. Hey, I'm glad you're here, Han. No, it's surely because of the peso. Definitely because of the peso. It's got nothing to do with a shitty politician who mismanaged an economy. Surely it's the leftists. It's definitely the leftists.
de los libertarios en Honduras.
If the lefty is pissed off, I won't call it a failure. Because he needed to consolidate the position of the libertarians in
La
Honduras.
posición de los libertarios en Honduras es mi opinión.
That's my opinion.
Donald Trump's presence was well and truly felt in last November's fiercely contested poll.
You see, just days before the election last year, Donald Trump publicly backed the National Party and then pardoned its jailed former leader, Juan Orlando Hernandez. Trump's actions are widely seen as having tipped the scale for his preferred party to win, and some people say it might have had something to do with Prospera. I want to put that theory to the test with one of the world's foremost experts on Central America, Chris Sabatini from Chatham House. Chris, how are you doing?
Hello, Lauren. How are you doing?
Tell me, what is the connection between Donald Trump and Prospera?
It seems to have been Roger Stone, a Republican political operative, since the years of the Richard Nixon presidency. Very influential. He's very close to Donald Trump.
Stone had been urging President Trump to pardon Hernandez in order to crush socialism and save Prospera, arguing the Freedom City had ramifications that could revolutionise life in Honduras.
A group of tech bros, if you will, of Silicon Valley.
Not allowed to say that.
Who have long been libertarians. They had Roger Stone's ear, and you can see this from Roger Stone's own blog post when he makes this sweeping, grandiose statement about Prospera's potential. He clearly was fed those lines by others that have backed this idea of creating a libertarian free zone in another country. These tech bros from Silicon Valley, they're an emerging, very powerful bloc of political activists that are basically funded to the teeth and are willing to step out and start to push their own agenda.
So has Donald Trump's intervention in the election safeguarded the future of Prospera?
I think exactly. By endorsing Tito Asfuda, he is basically guaranteed that Prospera will remain as long as Donald Trump is in the White House.
Do you think Donald Trump's intervention in the election helped safeguard the future of Prospera?
I think Donald Trump is trying to make the whole Western Hemisphere a more stable and prosperous part of the world. I think it's absolutely warranted to do whatever is necessary to help create the conditions that can lift people up. And that's what we are, and that's why we've received the support that we have received.
Is this just a glorified tax haven?
No, it is not. In prosperous zones, there are taxes, and people must pay. And there are regulations, and people must follow them.
Prospera is continuing to grow.
Trump pushing out agendas like Biden pushing out kidney stones.
It's adding to its territory and is now larger than Monaco. This resort is one of the acquisitions. Prospective investors Jake and Owen have wrapped up their tour, and now they're taking a moment to sample the lifestyle.
Man, we got the starfish here, the reef on the side, and the drop off on the side of it.
So what do the people of Honduras get out of all of this? Ask Benz or Bandit. They get work. And a dignified existence. Would be a shame if a shark ate them. That's all I was thinking about watching that just then. These guys jumping in off their coast here. Hey, getting chomped at. Oh, man. This is where you can pay to hunt locals. Oh, man. It's probably not a joke. If they have their own jurisdiction. Or they have their own sovereignty, actually. They make their own laws.
So you've had the sales pitch from Prospera. What do you reckon?
I think anybody would be sold. Because it's just what I would say every place needs.
I'd say the main attraction for me is overall just being around like-minded people. You know, people who have a vision for the future.
You think you could get rich here?
Yeah, I could see myself making, you know, some good money here.
Tour operator, rubbish collector, waiter. The list goes on. Most dangerous, bro. Shark Week edition. Bring it on. Wonder if they get a lot of like cyclones and stuff. What do they call them? Are they cyclones? Is that the desert song I hear? Oh man. Well, there you go. So we've had the ABC take on it. Trump helped secure Prospera for the libertarians that he owes money to. And I don't know, we didn't really learn much more. They went all the way there. All the way there. And they like the most compelling part was this guy's got microchips in his hand and magnets. This woman over here is experimenting with algae. Dun dun dun. And she wouldn't be able to do that in Canada. Oh no. It's too dangerous. Hurricanes. Thank you. Wow. No, whatever. Interesting. I guess we learn a little bit more each time. A little bit. If only they invested on an island under a fault line. Yeah, they kind of missed the point in there somewhere. Honduras local upset. Someone has more money. Aren't we all? They courts, unless there is something in the past few months, haven't even decided if Prospera is legal. All right. Let us continue on our journey, shall we? I want to finish off the thing that we were doing yesterday because I thought that was absolutely fascinating. I know that was a bit close to home for some people that were watching this, so I apologize if that is you. But like yesterday we did an exploration of a German pharmaceutical company who is producing, what is it called? Tramadol? Tramadol? I don't know. It's a form of an opioid. And like they were just describing how these tramadol, thank you, tramadol. And they were explaining how this opioid is kind of manufactured and how they've the pharmaceutical companies out there use intellectual property laws to claw back the money they spend on research and development. They're really hard on tramadol. They're really showing how the free market works so well. Because they have to protect themselves against competition and rivals and have to lock in their profits for themselves to be successful. And anyway, they just explained the impacts and like various stories about the impact that this drug is having on like the globe and how in Germany, where the company is, I think it's Grutitol or something like that, the pharmaceutical company that produces tramadol and another offshoot of tramadol, how in Germany itself, it's not described as a narcotic or like a restricted class drug. But like everywhere else in the world it's sold, including the US, it is actually a restricted drug that you need like a very high level prescription to get access to. But in Germany, no, because the German government and like the regulators are kind of related to the people in the pharmaceutical industry, and they want to protect their manufacturing, production and industry. And so they don't want to shut down the production of this drug and make it something that's restricted because it'll look bad for their production, the production of this drug on a global scale. But like it was just a really interesting investigation into how big pharma operates, how it influences people. We're up to a part where they're describing how they advertise this drug to people as well. And like many places around the world, it's kind of illegal to advertise prescription medication. But like it's legal in a couple of places, one of them being in South America somewhere that we were just learning about. But like they were racking up and doing some numbers, and they were talking about how many people have died as a result of opioid addictions or opioid abuse, whatever you want to call it. And it's somewhere in the order of like, 10 million people or something. And like specifically on this drug, like oxytocin, I think it was called specifically. And so like you have to ask the question, like how many people have been affected by the pharmaceutical industry at large? And they went right back into the history of this German company, which is associated with formaldehyde, I'm pretty sure, which is something that they were giving to pregnant women at a certain point. It was causing birth defects. Oxys are bad shit, man. Yeah, highly addictive too. And like the way that I explained it is that opioids match the endorphins that are given off in your pain receptors. So when you, I don't know, hurt yourself, part of your body's process of dealing with pain is that it numbs your pain receptors, it restricts them, but also gives you a rush of endorphins as well to help you with that. And so instead of just numbing your pain receptors, it also acts on the endorphin rush that you get. And so people who get on the opioids need to make sure, like they build up resistance over time, and so they have to keep more and more. And as you take higher and higher doses of opioids, then it affects other parts of your body. They start to shut down as well. Your breathing becomes slow. You don't get enough oxygen. You can have like, a heart attack or whatever. Or you become a vegetable, basically. Your brain doesn't get enough oxygen. I knew some people that OD'd from that shit. Yeah. I've had people that I've been associated with, like worked with and stuff like that have OD'd on prescription drugs, not specifically opioids, I don't think. But like, abusing prescription drugs. It's a big thing. And like they're always so young as well. You're like, damn. Like, yeah, it's crazy shit. Anyway, Germany cannot afford its industry anymore. Tramadol is cheap to produce. No way the government is going to intervene at the moment. It's cheap to produce now because it's not blocked behind IP. But I'm sure they made their money. And then they produce something else after Tramadol that's like more hardcore. And they've got that under IP, I think. I'm a bit stumped of where it's bad. Let the experiment play on. Like what? You're stumped at what is bad. I've had pethidine for post-op pain. Oh my God, I can see why people get hooked. Yeah. Whenever you get Oxy or something similar in Oz, the government also gives you a drug to counter overdose in case a kid gets some, etc. I would steal quarters from my grandpa and buy prescription drugs from friends at school, whatever they had. Yeah, right. Yeah, prescription drugs, man. It's a big thing. I remember like towards the end of my kind of, partying phase, there was a lot of people that were, stealing prescription drugs off people or like getting access to them somehow, I guess off family members and stuff. Oh, Prospera, but it was a late reply. Ah, okay, right. Got it. Yeah. I would sell prescription drugs to kids at school. Business acumen right there. Makes a good libertarian. All right. Shall we continue?
Influence.
See how this ends. Do they have a timeline? No. No, they don't. Okay. Let's just go back a little bit. Your body, your choice. Fair enough. Lovely. nicking your granny's stuff. I remember a dude bringing morphine caps, but they were first sticking up your butt. He grabbed the wrong ones. I definitely haven't used my access to oxys to sell some on the black market. Never, not once.
Drug comes from. If we restrict it even more than in other countries, they would have to do the same and follow our lead.
So Grunenthal may have influenced government decisions that could have negatively affected its product. But what's the company doing beyond its home market? How is tramadol's presumably safer successor, tapentadol, being pushed worldwide? Over the years, Grunenthal has increasingly focused on expanding its business in Latin America. Maria Christoph and her colleagues investigated how the company promotes its best-selling painkillers there.
So we also found in our investigation, especially our colleagues in Latin America found that there's a big influence on medical associations and on patient organizations. So the company is actually spending a lot of money, donating a lot of money to these organizations that then again have an influence on governments in certain regions, but also on the way how doctors prescribe this drug.
In many areas around the world, advertising prescription drugs directly to customers is heavily restricted or outright banned, including in parts of Latin America. So the marketing of opioid medications is often aimed exclusively at doctors and pharmacists, that is, at the people who decide whether these drugs get prescribed, and not directly at patients. Maria Christoph and her colleagues found that Grunenthal appears to be following a softer version of the Purdue playbook.
So what Purdue did was very straightforward. They told doctors, okay, our opioid doesn't get people addicted. And there's also another way to do this by sponsoring scientific research, by giving money to patient organizations. So doing it a bit smoother.
What? Even the science is a compromise? They pay for research that has positive findings in their favor? Say it isn't so.
And less obvious, probably, but having a similar influence.
Many pharmaceutical companies fund medical organizations and patient groups. These organizations often represent patients in public health debates and help shape healthcare policy. The examination found that over the last decade, Grunenthal paid more than $9 million to at least 900 European patient groups. It reportedly supported similar groups in Latin America, too. In its response to us, Grunenthal claims these payments were for clearly defined services, and that the company never expected them to influence how doctors prescribe medication. But the journalists at the examination uncovered several controversial methods. In Mexico, a pain association funded by Grunenthal reportedly lobbied Congress to loosen regulations around prescribing tapentadol. In its statement to us, the company claims it never financially supported anyone with the goal of weakening prescription rules. In Peru, the head of a similar pain association reportedly promoted tapentadol as less addictive than traditional opioids to a room full of doctors at a pain conference. He allegedly told them the drug could be a source of profit. Grunenthal says it only learned about the incident through journalists. The company admits to sponsoring the conference, but not the lecture or the speaker in question.
That's a good way to do it. We sponsored the conference. We didn't know who these speakers were. Where did they come from? How did they get on the list? This is outrageous. I'm just as upset as you are. Bansal Bennett, experiencing someone close going through any life-altering addiction is hard and can leave you feeling very hopeless and angry at a system that enables so easily. The industry of pharma conferences is absolutely huge in itself. Yeah, pill mills were never a thing. Now, shut up and take your oxy. Finding guinea pigs is easy.
The nation also found these Spanish-language training platforms. Both were created by Grunenthal and cater to healthcare professionals like doctors in at least 10 countries. On one, the journalists found this training video.
El día de hoy hablaremos sobre una cápsula muy interesante que compete a todos nosotros, tanto profesionales de la salud como el público en general, y este es el dolor. A través del tratamiento
Let's
de
talk
una
about something that concerns us all, medical professionals and the general public, with a new molecule called tapentadol.
novedosa molécula que se llama tapentadol.
The speaker in the video is Silvia Allende Perez, the head of a public pain clinic in Mexico. She doesn't mention that she's also a former Grunenthal employee.
So on the educational website of Grünenthal in Mexico, we found that a doctor was actually promoting the drug tapentadol as less addictive and as a better drug in comparison to other drugs.
In her presentation, Perez promotes tapentadol and its advantages over other opioids. One of the Grünenthal-branded slides claims the drug's potential for abuse is minimal. The slide also downplays the risk of the drug causing respiratory depression, that is, breathing slowing down to the point of being life-threatening. It claims there were no reports of respiratory depression. But a 2017 study on tapentadol's post-market development concludes that it's actually a major clinical concern with this type of analgesics. The package information also lists respiratory depression as a known side effect. And yet, in 2024, this training video claiming the contrary remained accessible on a platform created by Grünenthal.
So we confronted the company with...
They wouldn't do stuff like that. This is slanderous. They would never say that, would they? Do you remember when they had that chart about how addictive certain opioids are? That was mental. I wonder if we can go back to that for context. So what are we at? Timestamped at 31:22. All right, look at this.
Today, morphine remains the benchmark used to measure how effectively other opioids suppress pain.
So like morphine was originally synthesized from poppies. And so that's the benchmark that they use in terms of its pain relief potential.
Tramadol and tilidine are only 10 to 17% as potent. Purdue's OxyContin is roughly twice as effective as morphine.
So like tramadol, pretty low. Is this addictiveness or it's pain relief ability?
Because it's derived directly from the latex of the opium poppy, whereas the term opioid refers to all substances that act on opioid receptors, including partially or fully synthetic drugs. To this day, morphine remains the benchmark used to measure how effectively other opioids suppress pain.
So I guess it is pain suppression.
Tramadol and tilidine are only 10 to 17% as potent. Purdue's OxyContin is roughly twice as effective as morphine. And fentanyl is 70 to 100 times stronger. That's why it's so dangerous. One of the strongest...
Yeah, the level of pain relief governs how addictive. Okay. Thank you.
Opioids currently approved for medical use on humans is sufentanil. It's up to 1,000 times more potent than morphine.
Look at that, man. Look at that map. Look at that bar graph. All right, so there's just some context for you, what we're talking about. Now, I think they've developed a new one that they're trying to push onto people. That's a bit more hardcore.
So we confronted the company with this video, and actually they took it offline because they said that you're right, this material is not what our scientific research and what our knowledge at the moment is supporting, and this is why they took off this material.
Grünenthal's response to us also acknowledges that some of the slide's claims were incorrect. It says it takes incidents like this seriously and has therefore reviewed all remaining content on the training platform. Grünenthal also commissioned additional studies on tapentadol. It's relatively common in the pharmaceutical industry for companies to fund studies on their own drugs. Before a study or article...
But you don't need Prospera. No, we regulate ourselves. We write research papers on ourselves so people will buy our products and know that they are safe because we regulate ourselves. We nearly lost a son to ice. It was 10 months of heartbreak and torment. We are in the lucky camp and came through the other side. Many don't. Yeah, hugs to you, my friend. Good call, Bravia. Damn.
Is published in medical journals, it's usually subject to peer review, meaning independent experts review it anonymously. This process is meant to ensure quality and credibility, and physicians and pharmacists often rely heavily on these publications. But even peer-reviewed publications don't automatically guarantee full independence. Take this article on tapentadol published in the journal CNS Drugs in 2014. At the time, the authors were all Grünenthal employees. The paper claims that the reduced dependence seen with tapentadol might be due to the fact that the drug acts on two separate bodily systems that affect pain. Maria Christoph tells us she and her colleagues showed these studies and articles to experts. Each said they couldn't find any evidence to support these claims. Yet other scientific publications have cited them, which appears to provide additional validation. According to the examination, Grunenthal relied on these studies' results to train its sales representatives to promote the drug. In the United States, Grunenthal initially licensed the marketing rights for tapentadol to Johnson & Johnson. In 2012, J&J was already collaborating with researchers to examine whether the drug's dual mechanism might reduce its risk of causing addiction. In an email to a colleague, one of these researchers wrote, "I don't know of any evidence to support that, but I can live with the people at J&J believing this to be true." To which their colleague replied, "I don't completely get it either." Grunenthal declined to comment on this email exchange.
The free market, at work. But it will be profitable. So we do have to take that into consideration. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I can live with that. Let's do this. How much are we going to make? Almost like the market control of Prospera is identical to ours. I wonder how that happened. Must have been all the government.
However, the company admits there isn't sufficient evidence to support the claim that tapentadol's dual mechanism reduces its abuse potential. It claims it repeatedly pointed out that the drug's abuse potential is similar to those of other strong opioids. Still, Grunenthal apparently managed to present its new product as a good opioid, or at least as a better one.
So we have on the one hand the strong opioid, the dangerous drug, oxycodone, that is the reason why a lot of people got addicted from opioids in the United States. And on the other hand, we have tapentadol, a drug that actually works quite similar to oxycodone, but is considered a weaker opioid, or at least this is what is in a lot of people's minds. It's a more clean drug, it's less addictive, but this what we found out in the end is not true. Experts we spoke with said it's actually not the scientific research we conducted that is supporting this argument that this drug is less addictive than this drug.
Grunenthal tells us their materials are based exclusively on data from peer-reviewed medical journals, and that whenever that data allowed for comparison to other products, the findings were cited accordingly. But in many countries, Grunenthal's tapentadol has already overtaken generic versions of oxycodone. In Mexico, prescriptions for oxycodone dropped sharply after 2020, while those for tapentadol have increased massively. According to the data collected by the examination, Peru has been spending more and more public money on tapentadol since 2019, significantly more than it did on oxycodone during the entire previous decade. These developments don't automatically mean abuse is rising too. They could even mean that more patients are finally getting access to much-needed pain medication. So far, there's no evidence of widespread, unregulated opioid prescription in Latin America. But what's happened in the United States shows just how quickly markets can shift. Aggressive marketing, downplayed risks, and rising prescription numbers can trigger developments that are extremely difficult to contain down the stretch. Grunenthal argues that strict regulation of their opioids, specifically in Germany, could send a negative signal to other countries, especially to regions already struggling with limited access to opioid painkillers. So let's look at these regions. In some parts of India, reports of tapentadol abuse have been piling up for years. These drugs aren't typically produced by Grunenthal. They're generic versions from local manufacturers. They're often illegally combined with muscle relaxants. During the 2010s, tapentadol appears to have been available in India without the need for a prescription. It wasn't until 2021 that India's health ministry began responding to growing abuse of the drug. But the most devastating consequences can be seen in Africa. Parts of the continent have been dealing with a severe opioid crisis for years now.
Tramadol is highly abused in many African countries, especially in Western Africa.
This plant is commonly known as the African peach. In Cameroon, it's used to treat ailments like pain, malaria, and fever. A team of Cameroonian and French researchers wants to find out what exactly gives this plant its supposedly analgesic properties. They end up finding an active ingredient in the root bark. When they analyze it, they can't believe their eyes. In medicine, this exact structure is known as tramadol. The compound they've just found in the plant is chemically identical to the opioid Grunenthal developed in a lab decades ago. Up until now, tramadol has been considered a fully synthetic, man-made drug. Can this really be true? To make sure, the researchers examined plants from 3 different places in Cameroon, collected during different seasons. They find tramadol in every single sample. By now, they've ruled out accidental contamination. They're sure the
We shouldn't trust Big Pharma unless it's about COVID. Then it's all above board. Very good. I've already given you my thoughts on that one. I'll say it again if you want. Yes. Very suspicious to trust Big Pharma under any circumstances. Be careful. Say it. It's Big Pharma. They made billions of dollars of profit out of the pandemic. Like the leftists in me, which is why I was pretty upset with the left's response to that whole situation. It's not a win though. Like it should be a default position of anyone who's like, considers themselves to be anti-capitalist. It's just like, slow down. Is someone profiting off this? Well, yes. Like record profits. Oh, okay. Well then aren't we all a little bit suspicious of this? That if the answer is no, we're just concerned about public safety here and no one's profiting off this. Well then that's a whole nother question. But there were a lot of profits made during that time period. And so you don't know how deep that goes. And the government just you always position it like the government is in control. Like if you learn nothing from all of our time together in these streams, it is like, I would suggest to you that in a bourgeois system, the government is a vehicle for things like Big Pharma to continue to make their profits, not the other way around. The government does not serve you, the people. It serves bourgeois interests and pretends to serve the people. Once you get over that complex, their dilemmas, you'll see the light. You really will. The government is not there to serve the people or control industry or anything like that or impose itself. It's there as a vehicle, a tool like artificial intelligence to facilitate bourgeois culture, to facilitate profits and business and the economy. It helps smooth things over. And the more powerful those interests are, those bourgeois interests are, those business interests are, and concentrated and well-resourced, then the more control they have over the government. I agree, should be the default position. Like it is effectively the default position, I would say, for the left. Like typically it's just like, no, these capitalist pigs, they've done it. And like this time, no, they weren't capitalist pigs. I found that strangely problematic. But like that's the problem with the culture wars. For some reason, everyone had to take a left and a right wing position on that. Like it even matters. And that's the issue. Government can be bought, not to be trusted. The government not just can be bought, it's established. The capitalist state is established to serve the interests of capital. Once you make that connection, dilemmas, like you'll see the world differently. I have faith in you. I understand big government, yes, problem. But what's upstream of that? Government isn't the source. There is something there upstream of government. And why it cannot be trusted? Because it serves private interests. You'll become woke, wake up, awaken yourself. But big government said they're there for me. Oh, you could be looking at it the wrong way. Yes, I know, I guess I could. I get your angle, but it's not my worldview. The government's main job is to protect the citizens and continually fails at it. And if you you're so close, don't you see? Why does it continually fail? It's not because it's broken. It's because it was designed that way. It's designed that way. It doesn't serve it's not failing you. It seems like that from your perspective. It's not failing you. It is doing what it should be. And if you perceive that to be a failure on your end, that is because of like where you are standing and observing it from. If you looked at it like they do, it's not failing at all. Bad people and dirty capitalists exist, just like dumb woke commies do. Yes. Okay, fine. There's plenty of dumb woke commies out there. But that doesn't negate what the state does. The state upholds the social order. Whose social order? It's not the state's. The state doesn't exist for itself. It's for a specific interest group. Very specific interest group. It's a failure of representation. If we were represented properly, government could work. Yeah, some type of system that represents the plebs, the commoners. Surely. We're not going to get it without a fight, that's for sure. The government has always served the ideology of the representatives in it to better themselves. Which is what's attractive about Marx. He didn't have an idea for a system, just an idea of who should control it. Might be unrecognizable to our current government. The left wants to look after the greater community. Vaccines protect society over the individual. That's the leftist way. But like that's the thing that I find questionable about that argument there as well. Is like vaccines aren't actually about protecting society. I thought vaccines are actually to protect the individual. Like I got my kids vaccinated because I wanted to protect my kids. Like I had to do it anyway. Like I'm pretty sure it's a legal requirement. But like I wanted them to be vaccinated because I wanted them to be protected against, like, I don't know, measles or whatever the other stuff, like gastro, like all these things that they have listed. Like I wanted them to be protected against, like, I don't know, getting some sickness and like being affected the rest of their lives or dying or something like that. Like I found that twist in the whole COVID situation to be kind of crazy, actually. And like that's why I was so upset about what I saw at work, because like there were people that didn't want to get vaccinated and they got fired. And like everyone was like treating them like they were lepers. They're like, don't come near me. You're not vaccinated. It's like, slow down. If you're vaccinated, you should be fine. Don't worry about it. Like, don't treat them like they're second-class citizens and fire them like it's an attack on working people just because they didn't want to get vaccinated. I found that to be, like, from a class analysis and actually an attack on working people, whether you agree with them or not. Like, I just didn't get that. Protecting the greater society aligns with protecting your kids. Yeah, but like primarily it's protecting them. So, like I didn't get my kids vaccinated because I wanted to protect society. Like, honestly. Like, I wasn't like, oh, this will be good for Australia. Like, it was just like, this is necessary because there are these ailments out there in the modern world, these infectious diseases, and like you need to protect against that. Kind of be both. Like it can, but like I didn't do it. Like I'm just saying, like primarily I wasn't like, oh, I want to protect Australia. Like I think prior to COVID, I don't think anyone was just like, oh, I'm going to get my kids vaccinated because that's going to be really good for everyone. It was like, I'm just going to do that because it's good for them. And like, yes, I'm sure it can be both. I get it. But like, I don't like, let's just look, like go back in time prior to COVID. I don't think people were like, I'm going to get my kids vaccinated for the good of Australia, for the greater good. Like that seemed to be a form of argumentation that came out of COVID. People kind of just did it because they thought it was the right thing to do for their kids. Though you did understand that the vaccine would only work if people did it too. It's useless without herd immunity. as an immunocompromised human, thanks vaxxers, it's useless without herd immunity. But like herd immunity develops over time as well. So like, it's not just something that like if we just vaccinate everyone, like it's going to work. And it's not even like in COVID, they made a vaccine that actually dealt with the problem. It was something that dealt with a particular strand and you had to get boosters. So like you actually got the herd immunity as it went along. It was a very different situation. But like I don't buy the argumentation that people go out and get vaccines for the greater good. That was a product of the COVID conversation. I never heard that type of argumentation before COVID. But like fundamentally though, people made a lot of money during COVID. And like we're watching this unfold here right now with the pharma, like big pharma screwing people over, killing tens of millions of people because they want to addict them to opioids. And like we still can't make a connection that there's potentially something nefarious going on here when companies profit off something like a global pandemic. Like we must question that. Like I find that strange that people on the left aren't able to put two and two together there and question the intentions of big pharma. Like it's here. Like we know what they're like. We know they've been fined so much over the years for doing questionable things, horrible things. And we're just like Dilemmas is right. Like at that point it was just like, yeah, but like we'll trust them on this one. Like why do we have to trust them on this one? I don't want to trust them on anything. They profit off human health. Human health is not a profitable endeavor. Human health is a human right. It's very questionable. That was the normie left though. I guess you're right. Just don't trust these corporations. All right. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole though. But I mean, the variants that can spring up when enough people are unvaccinated leave even the vaccinated at risk. It's only when you reach herd immunity levels of immunization for whatever that the spread is slowed, so variants can't spring up as fast. Normies don't look at studies and research. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't looked at studies and research. I'm just talking about from what we understand about the pharmaceutical industry and what we understand about capitalism. And you have all these so-called anti-capitalists out there that are just like, you know, when Dilemma says, hey, you know, help me big government, like all these lefties out there that are like, help me big pharma. I know your history and I know you, like how you profit off selling products to me, health commodities to me. But like, and like you would never, you've always used that and done nefarious stuff with that objective. But this time, I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure you're not just like making bank on this situation. I was surprised at the left for that one. I don't trust corporations or the government. They just repeat the politicians that themselves didn't fully understand everything themselves. I found it strange that we would hand ourselves over to the corporate sector so heavily on this one. But like people were terrified. I blame the media for that. People were terrified. People were so scared. Washing their hands all the time, standing away from each other, wearing masks. People wouldn't come near each other. Like people were terrified. I remember managing a team of people at that point. People were terrified. I remember sitting in the office and someone coughed and everyone freaked out. They're coming up to me and they're just like, what are we going to do? Are we all going to go home? I was like, slow down. They're like, send the person home. Send the person home. I was like, just stop. I remember people before COVID used to soldier on. And like if you went home with a sniffle or a cough, everyone was like, loser, just wants to chuck a sickie. People were terrified at that time. I think that played into it a lot. Did you know that in Australia, the medical cannabis industry brings in $1 billion every year, but only 2% is Australian owned? How do we let that one slip? Eh? Profits, baby. In the name of profits. I'm not saying blindly trust or do it for the greater good, but it is how herd immunity works. Oh yeah, the media did a bad job. I would watch the national announcements and just sigh out loud. The morning terror announcements, just making people as scared as possible. I didn't think they were helping. Yeah, but yeah, again, I get what you're saying, but like herd immunity is something that has to develop as well. It can't just be injected away. You have to the herd has to work. And like for herd immunity to really work, the herd has to be mixing. It can't be isolated. The herd has to be out there interacting. Like we are macroorganisms, multicellular organisms at the end of the day. If we're not like seeing other people and like interacting, herd immunity doesn't really work. We have to be out like, close enough to be sneezed on and breathed upon. It has to develop, aka enough people have to be vaccinated at a bare minimum. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Not saying go get every vaccine to be some kind of super spreader. All right. Anyway. Like, herd immunity existed before vaccinations, right? It's actually a thing unto itself. Like, it's called herd immunity for a reason. Like, we are social animals, and we have dealt with this before. But yeah, do your research, and if it looks good and like enough people will do it, go for it. All right, back to it.
Must be of natural origin. Their discovery makes headlines around the world. Now they want to understand how exactly the plant is able to biologically synthesize tramadol, but they'll never get the chance. A year later, this study is published. 4 other researchers debunked the allegedly groundbreaking find. The tramadol found in the African peach clearly doesn't have a natural origin. It's man-made. The team also finds the synthetic opioid in other plants, in soil samples, and inside well water. Some of the water samples reveal alarmingly high concentrations. Tramadol has made its way into the groundwater. Cameroon isn't the only African country affected. Many people in Togo, Nigeria, Ghana, and Egypt have also become dependent on tramadol. According to the United Nations, non-medical use of tramadol has been a growing problem on the continent since at least 2013. Some African countries are facing full-blown opioid crises. Zico works as a moto taxi driver in Lomé, the capital of Togo.
When traffic backs up, we must weave between the cars and get to your destinations. I work 12-hour days. Starting at 6 a.m. It's very stressful.
Describes his experience in this fantastic documentary. He came to the city to make money. He and his colleagues live on the street, and they're addicted to tramadol.
Si tu as pris ta dose, ça va te faire du bien, tu vas bien travailler. Mais si tu as abusé, si tu as pris ta dose, ça va te
Once you've taken a dose, you feel good and then you can work well.
faire du bien, tu vas bien travailler. Mais si tu as abusé,
however, if you take too much of it,
c'est le
it
truc même qui
controls you.
va te contrôler. Et ça va te créer
And then you have a problem.
des problèmes.
Zico uses tramadol to get through his 12-hour shifts and the rest of the day. He takes about 2 pills a day. But the tramadol he consumes doesn't come from Grunitol. The company tells us it doesn't distribute tramadol in West Africa. Instead, the market is flooded with cheap generic versions illegally trafficked from China and India. And counterfeits, which often contain higher or lower doses than their packages suggest. Some contain no tramadol at all. Zico doesn't need an expensive printer to get his pills. Tramadol is everywhere. Users can buy it in pharmacies, at roadside stalls, or on the black market. As the original developer of tramadol, Grunitol may be morally responsible for what's happening in these African countries, but only indirectly. At the same time, the company has obviously been lobbying against stricter regulation, especially in Germany. Remember its claim that the regulation would send a fatal signal to the rest of the world. That doesn't sound coherent to us.
But this is the argument that also the company was spreading. So in my opinion, and what experts told us, this has no direct connection. You care about the people in Germany, and you have to take care that people don't get addicted. In African countries, there's other regulations, and there's other possibility to have a safe environment. But this is what they say and what they put in the mind of people.
Maybe Grunenthal was worried that regulating the product more strictly in its original market could send an entirely different signal, namely that the drug is more harmful than the company's been marketing it as for decades.
I think with having this in mind, it's hard to take all of the responsibility away from the company because, it happened that people thought this is less addictive. But in the end, it's the same opioid as other opioids, and all opioids have the potential to get people dependent.
Grunenthal doesn't deny that opioid painkillers like tramadol can be misused and cause addiction. Here's what it does say. It doesn't market tramadol as a drug with low risk of abuse or dependence. Its position on the product's abuse potential was based on scientific data that was always shared with regulators. Tramadol should only ever be used under strict medical supervision and following careful risk-benefit assessments. Regulating its legal medical use ultimately fell within the purview of national governments. The company supports stricter measures if the situation within a certain country requires them. But in several West African countries, tramadol was only regulated more strictly after the drug had already been wreaking havoc for years. Pharma is a trillion-dollar industry. The global pharmaceutical market has been growing for the last 2 decades and is now worth almost $1.7 trillion. That's partly because societies around the world are getting older. To sell their products, some companies still rely on...
Is it? Or do they produce stuff, which is what you do in capitalism? You produce and then you find a consumer. And you can do that through advertising. Apparently you can do that through funding research papers. You can do that through paying off doctors, paying off governments. You find the market. You produce first. It's just because we have an aging population, or it's one of the factors of it. Okay, it might be a factor. What's the overwhelming factor in that? We produce, and then we push it onto people en masse. And look, the organization, the industry is growing. Who would have thought? People are getting more access to medication. Who would have thought? Hey, just saying, if you want to know what's happening, what is happening live, then Michael Yon's research is the way to go. Never come across Michael Yon, I must admit. Never. Yes, indeed. It's just immunization is the most efficient modern way rather than playing Oogie Mouth. I don't know. It worked well for Kyle. He got pretty sick. Strong studies showed low vitamin D levels made COVID worse for people, but the government locked people inside instead. Moving on. Bloody pharma. Am I right? Obviously be wary of who's telling you to inject yourself with something and why. Use your brain. I've been sold that I'm the smartest dumb person. Speaking of a system's weakness, POV, government regulation has the biggest weakness there is. There's an open door for regulated and unlicensed product services, so the hack to get through the door is easy. Just navigate regulatory webs or bribe your way through them. No, we're supposed to be against corruption. Wasn't just vitamin D. I read many studies around vitamin levels. I was watching a lot of his Ukraine and American border content.
Proven methods. But highly addictive drugs like opioids should deliver on their promises from the very beginning. From addiction and social decay to lethal overdoses, many substances that can save lives also have the potential to destroy them. Pharmaceutical companies are at least partly responsible for how openly, honestly, and adequately societies handle the risks tied to their drugs. But where does the responsibility end? With patients who believe they won't become addicted to a certain opioid? With countries where the active ingredient they developed is spiraling out of control? Or with young people who experiment with drugs and suddenly find themselves heavily addicted because they can easily get the pills and underestimate the risks? Grunenthal tells us it's committed to the responsible use of opioid painkillers. Their targeted effects remain essential for patients suffering from severe pain, like cancer patients and people recovering from major surgery or serious injury. The company says that opioids are the last option available to many people's doctors. At the same time, it says it no longer plans to research and develop new opioid drugs. In 2024, sales of Palexia and Tramol accounted for a low double-digit percentage of Grunenthal's total revenue. And the company expects that share to continue shrinking in the years ahead. Strong medications have always been abused, from morphine and heroin all the way to fentanyl. That's precisely why governments and regulatory agencies carry so much responsibility. They need to recognize dangerous developments early on, respond quickly, and regulate accordingly. Decisions about medications must remain independent. They should always serve the interests of patients, not the interests of pharmaceutical corporations.
Not going to happen in this system, all right? What you're talking about is use over exchange value. So, like, there is two sets of, you can break down value in a market system into its component parts, and that is its exchange value, its value in the market system. So, what price you can get for it, as we discussed here, or its use value. And what he's talking about is drugs should be developed based on what is best for the patient. Not in this system, not in this society. We develop drugs for their exchange value, for what they will fetch on the market. They are commodities. Commodities are goods and services that are produced for sale, not for their use. Not for their use. And so the market, in order to continue to be able to capture and develop its profits margins, to continue to produce, it's not an evil thing, but in order to continue to produce and justify its existence, it has to expand. And in order to expand, it's going to have to do some questionable shit and push that product onto wider and wider groups of people that probably don't need it. There's probably, like he said already, or the documentary has entailed, that like there's, opioids have probably saved countless people priceless, uncomfortable and painful situations, and given great relief and helped a lot of people out around the world. But on the other side of that, it's also been pushed onto people dangerously, recklessly, ruthlessly, and they pushed onto people that probably didn't need it, or continue to be pushed onto people that shouldn't have had it anymore. And that is part of their little profit game. It's not being made for use. It's being made to fetch a price on the market. Guys, please tip. Again? Seriously. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Thank you, honestly. Going hard today. But look, you can apply this, and you should apply this across the board, is why we had the discussion earlier. Carry that speculation across the board. They even manufacture the studies, their own studies, to justify their behavior. This is just what Big Pharma does. They get caught doing this all the time. They pay massive fines, billions and billions of dollars in fines. They've been caught killing people. We should be very, very careful of trusting a profit-based economy with human health. I just don't think those things should go together at all, personally. There are other things, like keep the housing market in the private sector if you really want to. Fine. But human health, should it be a profitable endeavor? I don't know, man. I just don't know. Who thinks Bill Gates invests in pharma and drug patents for the good of humanity? Why not? It's like Prospera. They're doing it for the good of Honduras. Just like Bill Gates, right? It's for the good of humanity. Thank you, Paul. Thanks again.
Of course, we were always thinking, has this company learned from its dark past? And I would say, on the one hand, yes, they definitely tried to change something. And they also had a working group that was actually reviewing documents if they are still in line with the latest research. On the other hand, what we found is that all this influence, all this money that actually flows to these organizations and to doctors and to scientific research is another way of influencing and potentially also harming people who get this opioid prescribed, thinking it's less addictive. So this is just probably also another way of having a bad influence. And what I have to say is that the whole image of creating a world without pain is something that is quite misleading, because a world without pain doesn't exist, and especially an opioid is not changing this world where pain actually exists.
The nice utopian fantasy, though. Creating a world without pain. Oh, breaking the stream chat. If you need one. What's this?
I'm going to buy a car today. I'm looking for Harry. Harry! That's me. I'm looking to buy a fine automobile from him.
I just don't trust anybody like that.
Do you have a friendly car or one that talks?
I don't trust something like that.
I'm ready to buy right now.
Open that button.
I will not buy if you want me to get naked. I don't feel like that's appropriate. You want to see my genitals? That's not okay.
I don't trust like that. Open that button.
Do you have any Skittles?
Harry's Car Place. I don't trust like that.
Oh, man. Very good. I don't trust like that either. Take that. All right. Moving on. I don't know if we have enough time to cover this, but I've wanted to look at this for a bit. It's kind of associated to like sending medicine around the world, and should we trust the big pharma and the healthcare industry? The hidden cost of Trump's USAID cuts. Is this all connected to big pharma? We're about to find out. USAID. If you're not across what I'm putting up on the screen here, USAID was a American agency, federal level agency that was important to America's soft power. And so it helped with development, aid and development, and assisting with American influence around the world. And so it had programs to help communities provide food, assistance, education, medicines to people. And like one of the first things Trump 2.0 did with Doge and all that sort of stuff was, part of their fire all the government employees situation was like they just destroyed, like they took out USAID, and everyone was freaking out. I know too much about this topic. Oh, well then you can explain if you don't mind, Paul. And so like they came in, they cut it all away. And like people were kind of like, oh, all the programs that they have, blah, 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 blah. It's going to result in a lot of misery and destruction across the world because people aren't going to get access to medicines and food that they've relied on through these programs, and you're just cutting it all out. Now, the USAID didn't like shut down really. Like some of its services would have folded, but it got folded generally into the State Department. So I read every book by RFK Jr. Really? Wow. How many has he got? I only thought he had like a couple or something. USAID was a nice money laundering department. Like, dude, yes, it was US soft power. Laundering is a great way to say it. But like laundering for American interests, let's be honest. And like I'm sure there was a lot of big pharma that was getting a nice paycheck out of that system as well. Anyway, let's have a look. What are the hidden costs of Trump's USAID cuts? Bloomberg says media makes RFK Jr. like an arsehole. They do. And it's funny, he was a darling when he was just RFK Jr. from the Democratic establishment. And now he's gone to the wrong side and he's very demonized.
Everything here is right. We are suffering a lot because there's no plants, no food, and everything has just dried. This is a banana. It's drying, it's about to fall down. You see, it's very weak because the roots have already rotten. You can see a lot of water. I can't harvest anything. There's no any fruit, any crop. We are suffering financially.
USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out.
Foreign aid is not charity. It is designed to further the national interest of the United States.
Cuts to USAID might cost millions of lives.
It's false.
Yeah. If they die, they die.
The Trump administration say that USAID was wasteful, inefficient, and politically misaligned with American interests.
We canceled a bunch of contracts in USAID. Some were stupid and outrageous. Others didn't serve the national interest.
Marco Rubio and his team promised
Sometimes a person's crime is they know too much. Only crime is they know too much.
They will review every single program that we're canceling.
Well, from our interviews with former staffers, there was no meaningful review process.
Is it true that we are leaving certain countries because they don't align with our strategic interests? Absolutely. That's how diplomacy has been done for thousands of years. That's not cruelty.
What's happening right now is dangerous for the United States and humanity. These are people shutting down an agency and having no clue the work that is being done.
Budget for USAID was 0.6 to 0.7% of our budget every year. That is such a small amount of money. And the predictions of how many people will die as a result is in the tens of millions.
Our investigation shows what happened when you abandon infrastructure projects. 1 year later, people are still living with the consequences. I have always been intrigued about what happened when you leave unfinished infrastructure around the world.
Yeah, we were covering it a lot in the stream as well. But like now it's been a year or more. So like we can actually see what was all the hype about. Because there was all these predictions about what was going to happen. No, it's not going to have any effect, or like, yeah, it's going to kill, millions of people are going to die. Like, it's funny how there hasn't been a lot of follow-up on it, to be honest, to match the predictions people were having all over the place. I don't know what they're talking about.
Without surveillance, without any safety measure put in place. When USAID was dismantled, I always have this idea, can we actually track what is happening on the ground? The tools we use in this investigation include satellite imagery, mapping, data analysis. We've reviewed over 100 internal documents, and all together has helped us to understand the impact. We also review multiple warnings from former USAID people about how dangerous and risky it was to leave those projects that were not complete.
I think if you were to ask people who worked with me or my husband, they would say that work is the thing I pride myself most on. It's the place I feel safest. When I walk into the office and the doors close behind me, I exhale because I know that my work has meaning. And I've been working in that space for 20 years. I worked.
Looks like she's living a pretty luxurious lifestyle as well. I wouldn't mind having that place. God damn.
For USAID from 2012 to 2025. My exit from USAID was not voluntary. Very shortly after the inauguration in January 2025, we heard that there would be a review that would last roughly 6 months of all USAID projects. Our leadership team got together and basically created a dashboard of projects and, said green, yellow, red. If we have to sacrifice projects that don't align as well, these are the ones we'll sacrifice. We certainly didn't approach it as we're going to save everything. We were willing to make concessions. We prepared to defend them. And then all projects in the office that I worked in were canceled, including all WASH projects.
If millions of people are going to die, that is because of ridiculous foreign policy. Become reliant on foreign aid for over 60... Sorry, buckle up. This is how you kill your own citizens. Become reliant on foreign aid for over 60 years. But, can you really, blame people for becoming reliant? This was the point of these organizations, to go out and spread soft power. So they get infiltrated, and then you're like, well, you shouldn't have taken the aid in the first place, you idiots. It's a harsh critique. It might not be wrong. Okay, it's their fault. They shouldn't have accepted it in the first place. But wow, it's a harsh take on it. Yeah, I can blame them. I blame Oz for Pine Gap. But again, the same thing. Do we have any real say in that? What are we going to do? Deny it? And then they coup governments? Or take over? Come on. It's not like any of us have to bow. Have to bow. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. We just don't like the alternative. What? Being North Korea. Yeah. Great. Lovely. What an option. I'm surprised to hear that.
So we decided to look at WASH, the area of water, sanitation and hygiene, because very often this area is overlooked. It's not a very sexy area of the funding environment, and yet it's so important for delivering basics like water to communities, helping children under 5 have sanitary conditions, and to avoid waterborne diseases, some of which are often silent killers in a country like Kenya.
Taveta is the second largest producer of bananas in the country. The economy of this region entirely depends on farming. We don't have industries around. We depend on the bigger canal plus the small canals going into the farms. Before USAID came, we used to get water, but it was not efficient. The main purpose of this construction was to make sure water gets to the downstream, to the farthest farmer downstream.
The Kamunza irrigation scheme, you can see right here in this white boundary, this was designed to move water across these set of fields here. When USAID came in to essentially rebuild that scheme, rebuild the distribution points so that farmers would have better access to water, they'd be able to have more productive banana crop. So when the stop work orders came in, there was this whole top section of the canal leading up to the village here, where a lot of it had been dug up and there had been vegetation cleared around the edge of the canal.
Could I fight America? Easy, not alone. Should have teamed up long ago instead of submitting to fear. Yeah. Yeah, I agree on tactics, but I don't think it's suitable or necessary to blame people for their unfortunate circumstances. And it's not like there was a referendum on it or anything.
So you can see all these side canals where water flows that we mapped out, and there are distribution points along this canal in order to be able to move water in both of these directions. Whenever water is coming in from the top of the canal, it can't be controlled, so it just floods all the fields surrounding them.
The project initially started, we had a great hope, but unfortunately, when the aid was terminated, we have faced a lot of problems because the work was not complete. You can see down there, I've dug some drains so that water can move down. But unfortunately, because everywhere the water is very low, you can see very wet, the clothes can't grow anymore unless this canal is made so that this water can move and the land can dry. We Kenyan farmers had a very great hope with America, and we are pleading to them to complete this project so that we can get food, we can get financially stable.
They had only needed around $217,000 to complete, which in the grand scheme of the USAID's budget was not very much. When the order to stop work came in, that site was abandoned as it was clear it would have been more efficient and more beneficial to have these projects completed. But nothing happened despite countless efforts to send the message to the authorities in Washington. So when USAID stopped their work in Kenya, there was a total of 26 projects in the wash space ongoing, and it only would cost around $2 million to actually finish them.
A key pattern that we found is that when the stop work order was issued, most of them were already happening. They were not in the design phase or the evaluating phase, so we saw materials that were abandoned on the sites, infrastructure that was halfway done. The Trump administration justified canceling those programs to save money and make those investments more efficient. But we have seen on the ground is a lot of waste.
I would say that there has definitely been wastage of funding due to the cancellation of the projects. It's a really hard number to calculate because there was not a real tally, but I think it's very safe to say that between salaries that had been paid or infrastructure that had been abandoned, that's a significant loss.
Dude, look at the poverty. Fucking hell. We're repeating history, people, albeit might be more of a rhyme. I don't know, after World War II, it was easy to see their push for control over the British. Then the 80s with Reaganism, we had another chance to say no. But did we? I blame the world as much as the US, unfortunately. Collective weakness. It's funny, people don't even know what Zionist means. And there are several definitions of Zionists, including political Zionists. I assumed it was more of a political project, really, than a religious one, especially in the way it's being carried out. Seems to be, yeah. Because it's not all inclusive. Okay, so like they're looking at a very specific example of like, we were going to give these people infrastructure and then we cut them off. Like, yes, that's how it worked, yes. I wonder why they didn't go after medical stuff. Like, because you remember at the time, like, people were going nuts about, like, what this was going to do to certain people, like, medically. And, like, if you cut off medical aid to so many communities in so many areas, then it was going to result in a lot of death and destruction. This one's just focusing on infrastructure, primarily. I wonder what their conclusion is. This is not what I thought it was going to be.
From here.
The notion of water itself has been interesting because you realize that without access to it, there's many spillover effects on human health, on people's neurological development, on the ability for kids to go to school. WASH spending in general probably wasn't under the bracket of life-saving. And yet we've seen that when you do cut these budgets, it has knock-on effects on people's livelihoods that can lead to death.
What we have seen in Kenya is just a little piece of the whole puzzle. According to our records, at least 80 other programs were canceled around the world, programs that were supposed to bring water to at least 11 million people.
I missed school for almost a year due to lack of school fees. There was nothing to sell, and Dad has no occupation that he can rely on. I could only wish if I could be assisted in school fees so that I learn and work very hard. And if I also get an opportunity to be someone somewhere, I come back and help the community. Because even if you cannot assist with money, you can create awareness how to control the flooding. I want to make my family feel that they have a God.
Zionism actually has to do with Balfour. Another seriously. Thank you. You're on fire today. My God. On fire. In a statement, a spokesman for the U.S. State Department said plans to revise the 2022 U.S. Global Water Strategy and decisions regarding WASH programs in 26 financial year remain under review. I don't know, man. Like, I'm all for more developed countries going around the world and helping provide water and water infrastructure to developing countries. Like, I'm all for that. like, this is infrastructure. It's not just aid. Like, if you provide someone with the infrastructure, then they have the ability to use that infrastructure and build upon it. It's not just like getting charity. Exactly. Like, I'm all for that. But like, this isn't exactly the type of stuff that people were arguing about last year. Speaking of school, a boy in my son's class ran full pelt jump through a glass window and landed outside today. Good times. Jesus Christ. The Rothschilds bought Israel through Arthur. There you go. Hopefully he isn't one that's cut from the NDIS. That's wild. Nah, that's wild. If you can't even do basic infrastructure now, bye. Dude, that's savage, man. That's so savage. Assisting with the like upfront costs of providing infrastructure. It unfortunately does have costs associated with it. No, if you can't do it by yourself, tough tits. Oh, man. And they've had help, but so long. For so long. Yeah, got it. I have to leave it there, unfortunately. I've got to bounce, as I usually say. Some of the areas that are lacking of water were used as cattle farms that have degraded the land where cattle can hardly stay there. So some of the projects in rural communities would be using human labor to change the land to be able to absorb more water and rejuvenate the land. Can't keep baby latch forever. Got to wean at some point. There's weaning, and there's just like... All right. Thank you, everyone who's been interacting today. I do appreciate it. If you're on YouTube and haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. But yeah. We'll be back tomorrow with some Worker Wednesday stuff. So strap yourself in for that. And if you're watching this after the fact, thank you very much if you've been lurking today. I do appreciate it. And yeah. Spandonk, thanks for hanging out. Dilemmas, Voltateur, thanks for commenting. Paul Ramirez, man, thank you for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all of the super chats today. It all goes back to the stream, baby. So thank you very much for that. You fucking legend, yeah. Bansor Bandit, thanks for hanging out as well. Voltateur, Hobo Joe. Good to have you all. Ravy Baby. Woozle was in the house earlier too. False Avatar hanging out today. Jag. Thank you, everyone. Blaz was in earlier too. Yeah, thanks if you've been hanging out. And we will be back tomorrow with some more. And until then, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you then. Thank you very much. Oh, Violent Quinn. Hey, it's been a long time. You're going to have to catch up with us tomorrow. And don't forget to like on the way out. Surfs up.